The road into Black Hollow Forest wasn't on most maps. It wasn't supposed to be. It was little more than a narrow strip of cracked pavement buried beneath arching trees so tall they blocked out the sun. My friends, Dylan, Brooke, and Isaac, and I had been looking for a place remote enough that we could camp without seeing another person for days. Somewhere wild. Somewhere quiet. Black Hollow was more than quiet. It felt dead. We arrived on a cool Friday afternoon, the sky overcast, the air thick with the scent of moss and rain. The forest floor was soft under our boots, covered in thick layers of rotting leaves that muffled every step. We found a clearing beside a small stagnant pond, its surface coated with a thin green film. Dragonflies hovered over it, but otherwise the woods were bizarrely silent. No birds, no insects, not even the faint hum of distant wildlife. This place is something, Brooke said, hesitating as she dropped her pack. It's perfect, Isaac replied, eager as always. No crowds, no noise, pure nature. But it wasn't pure. It felt wrong. While setting up tents, I noticed something carved into a dead tree at the edge of our clearing, deep vertical slash marks, too wide to be from a knife, too deliberate to be from an animal. 6 long gouges, each about a foot long. Bear? Dylan suggested. No bear claws look like that, I murmured. We decided not to dwell on it. Maybe that was our first mistake. By sunset, the clouds had thickened, turning the sky dark early. Our fire crackled weakly as damp wood smoked heavily. The pond reflected the faint firelight, green and murky. We roasted hot dogs, told jokes, and tried to pretend the forest wasn't closing in around us with every hour that passed. Around 9 p.m., the first sound broke the silence, a faint splash from the pond. All 4 of us turned. The water rippled outward in a perfect circle. Something had disturbed it, but we hadn't thrown anything, and no branches had fallen. Probably a fish, Isaac said. But there were no fish. The pond was too still, too lifeless. We brushed it off, returned to the fire, and tried to ignore the way the darkness seemed thicker beyond the glow. Around 10 p.m., I went to grab my jacket from the tent and froze mid-step. Someone or something was standing at the tree line. A tall silhouette, thin, motionless, watching. My breath caught in my throat. Before I could speak, it slipped behind a tree like a shadow melting into another shadow. I called the others over, but when they shone flashlights into the woods, the figure was gone. Only the swaying of a few branches remained, as if something enormous had just passed through them. We should stay close to camp, Brooke said, just to be safe. We agreed. We sat by the fire until midnight, listening to the forest creak and shift. Every so often we heard something snap, a branch breaking far too loudly to be from a small animal. At one point, we smelled something foul like wet fur mixed with rotten meat drifting in from the woods. The wind carried it in brief waves. Thick, rotting. "What the hell is that?" Dylan whispered. No one answered. By 1 a.m., we were exhausted. The fire had burned low, but no one wanted to sleep. Eventually, Isaac insisted on taking first watch while the rest of us rested. I climbed into my tent, leaving the flap half open so I could hear the fire crackle and keep an eye on the clearing. Sleep didn't come, not really. I drifted in and out, listening to Isaac poke at the fire occasionally. But about an hour later, I heard whispering. Low. Raspy, almost like shaped into half-formed words. I bolted upright. "Ike?" I whispered. He didn't answer. I crawled out of the tent. Isaac's camp chair was tipped over. His flashlight lay in the dirt, still on, beam pointing into the grass. But Isaac was gone. "Isaac!" I screamed, loud enough to wake the whole forest. Dylan and Brooke stumbled out of their tents, half awake and terrified. "He's gone," I said. "He was right here. He didn't go far. He couldn't have." Brooke grabbed the flashlight and scanned the tree line. "Is he messing with us?" she asked weakly. But Isaac wasn't the type to pull pranks. Not like this. Then Dylan pointed. What is that?" Near the pond's edge, the mud was disturbed, deep footprints pressed into the earth. Not shoes. Bare footprints, enormous ones. Each print longer than my forearm, toes splayed unnaturally wide, as if whatever had made them wasn't entirely human. The footprints led into the forest. "We need to go after him," Brooke said, voice shaking. But before we could even take a step, a scream tore through the woods. It wasn't human. Not fully. It started like Isaac's voice, high, panicked, but twisted halfway into something deeper, guttural, wet. The sound echoed violently, then cut off abruptly. Brooke fell to her knees. No. Dylan pulled her up. We need to leave. Now. We grabbed what we could, flashlights, car keys, nothing else, and ran toward the direction of the old road. The forest didn't want us to leave. Branches clawed at us. Roots seemed to rise out of the ground, tripping us. The fog thickened as if it had been waiting just for us. Every few seconds, we heard another scream, sometimes sounding like Isaac, sometimes sounding like something pretending to be Isaac. We ran faster. But the forest was alive now, moving with us, whispering to us. Words we couldn't understand rasped through the trees. Shadows flitted between trunks, just out of sight but close enough to feel. And then the footsteps began. Heavy, slow, deliberate, following us, hunting us. When we finally reached the road, we sprinted toward the car. The forest on either side seemed to pulse with movement. My heart hammered so loudly I couldn't even hear my own breath. As we reached the car, Brooke screamed. Across the hood, illuminated by the headlights, was a smear of blood. Thick, dark, fresh. Dylan didn't wait. He fumbled with the keys, jumped in, and started the engine. Brooke and I scrambled into the back seat. As the car lurched forward, something massive moved at the tree line. I looked back just in time to see a tall, gaunt figure stepping toward the road, its limbs bending in ways they shouldn't. Its eyes glowed faintly, like embers buried in ash. It didn't run. It didn't need to. It just watched. The road twisted violently, and Dylan floored the gas. The forest blurred around us. Every mile we drove, the presence behind us felt heavier, as if following us without needing to move. The farther we got from Black Hollow, the weaker the feeling became, but it never fully went away. We drove until sunrise without stopping. When we finally reached civilization, a diner on the outskirts of a small town, we stumbled inside, half in shock. The waitress stared at us. "Honey, are you okay?" she asked gently. "No," Brooke whispered. "We're not. We called the police. They searched Black Hollow for 3 days. They found nothing. No footprints. No blood. No sign of Isaac. Not even our campsite. It was as if the forest had swallowed everything whole. One ranger quit the force after the search, telling the local newspaper, "There are places in those woods where the world isn't right, where something else lives. And once it notices you, it doesn't let go." It's been 8 months since that night. Brooke moved out of state. Dylan refuses to talk about it. I moved back in with my parents because I can't stand being alone at night. But I still hear things. Sometimes when I'm lying in bed with the window open, I hear whispering coming from the tree line behind the house. Soft, raspy, patient. Sometimes I hear my name. Sometimes I hear Isaac's voice. And sometimes when the night is especially still, I see a tall, thin silhouette standing just beyond the porch light, watching, waiting. Black Hollow didn't take all of us that night. It left some of us behind, because it knows we'll never escape it. It knows we'll never forget, and it knows one day we'll come back. Story the end. The sun had long disappeared behind the Appalachian ridges when Mason, Lily, Chris, and Naomi finally reached the old logging trail that led to their campsite. They'd driven nearly 5 hours from suburban Pennsylvania, seeking a quiet weekend away from phones, deadlines, and city lights. Black Bear Hollow, the area they chose, was remote, dense with pine and hemlock, and notorious among locals for being eerily silent at night. By the time they hiked in their gear, night had already fallen. Mist curled through the underbrush, and the moon, partially obscured by clouds, lent a ghostly light to the forest floor. They found a clearing near an abandoned cabin foundation, just enough flat ground for tents. Mason set up the fire while Lily and Naomi organized their sleeping bags and supplies. Chris, ever the adventurer, wandered a few feet into the woods to explore the creek, leaving the others by the fire. The first night was tense. Strange sounds came from the forest, distant twigs snapping, low rustling, and sometimes a whisper, just barely audible over the crackle of the fire. Naomi laughed nervously. "It's just the woods. It's supposed to be spooky." But the air was thick, heavy, almost suffocating. Mason noticed shadows moving differently than the branches swaying. Something didn't feel right. Around midnight, Chris didn't return. Lily called his name, but only the wind replied. Mason grabbed his flashlight and ventured into the trees. The beam sliced through darkness, illuminating the moss-draped trunks and the occasional deer tracks, but no sign of Chris. Then a whisper. "Mason." He froze. His name had never sounded so hollow. The voice wasn't coming from Chris. He would have called out louder. It was low, rough, and wrong. Mason scanned the woods. A figure appeared between 2 trees. tall, gaunt, limbs too long for a human, skin pale and gleaming in the moonlight. It tilted its head slowly, observing him. The forest seemed to fall silent, even the creek's burble muted. Mason stumbled back toward the campsite, heart pounding. Lily! Naomi! Chris! They jumped at his sudden appearance. Mason tried to explain, but before he could finish, a scream echoed from the woods. Chris's scream. Piercing, terrified, then abruptly cut off. The three froze, horror-struck. Mason grabbed a flashlight and ran toward the sound, tripping over roots, calling Chris's name. But he found nothing. Just the woods, still and heavy with mist. By dawn, the three survivors huddled near the fire pit, exhausted and terrified. Chris was gone. The forest left no traces, no footprints, no blood, no sign of struggle. Only the lingering mist and the oppressive silence remained. They decided to leave immediately. While packing, Mason noticed tracks near the tents. Not human, too large, clawed, and strangely elongated. The prints led into the forest but vanished abruptly. Naomi's hands trembled as she photographed them. Driving back down the logging trail, each of them was silent, glancing nervously at the dense forest looming on either side. That night, Mason couldn't sleep. In the darkness of his bedroom, he thought he saw something in the corner. A tall shadow with limbs too long. He convinced himself it was his imagination. Weeks later, Naomi called Mason in a panic. While walking her dog at dusk, she noticed a figure in the nearby woods, tall, thin, and watching. It didn't move, just waited. She swore it was Chris, or something that had worn his face. Mason tried to dismiss it, but soon he and Lily began hearing whispers in their homes, soft and deliberate. Their names called from shadows, from corners, from behind closed doors. Months passed. The town locals told them the area was cursed, that Black Bear Hollow had a history of hikers vanishing without a trace, of strange sightings, tall, pale watchers in the woods that mimic voices and track people until they vanish. None of the friends returned to the woods, but sometimes, when the wind carries through the trees or when a shadow moves just beyond vision, they hear it, whispers calling their names. And deep in the forest, Chris, or whatever he had become, waits silently, watching, waiting for the next group to wander into the hollow. Story the end. It was mid-October when we decided to go camping in the backwoods of Vermont. My friends, Ryan, Chloe, and I, were all college students looking for an off-the-grid experience, something remote, away from the crowded tourist spots. We had maps, flashlights, and a small camping stove. We felt prepared, though looking back, we weren't prepared for what awaited us. We arrived at the trailhead around late afternoon. The forest was quiet, eerily quiet, and the wind carried a smell of decaying leaves and damp soil. Ryan led the way, insisting he remembered a shortcut from an old hiking blog. The path was narrow, overgrown, and twisted unexpectedly, but we trusted him. After about 2 hours of hiking, we found a small clearing next to a stream, a perfect place to set up camp. As we unpacked, Chloe noticed something odd. There were small piles of stones near the trees, stacked deliberately, like markers. Probably trail markers or something, Ryan said, but there was an unsettling precision to them. They weren't natural, and they seemed to follow a pattern that led away from the clearing. By sunset, our campsite was set, and we had a small fire going. The forest was dark now, shadows stretching long and strange. We joked to keep our nerves calm, but each crack of a branch, each rustle of leaves, made our laughter sound hollow. Around 10 p.m., I went to the stream to get water. The air was heavy, and the forest seemed to be holding its breath. As I filled my bottle, I saw something move along the tree line. A figure, hunched, stepping silently. I froze. The flashlight in my hand trembled as I scanned the trees. Nothing. I shrugged it off as my imagination and went back to camp. Then the scratching started. At first, soft, coming from the tree line. Then louder, as if something or someone was circling the clearing. Ryan tried to tell us it was an animal, but the sound didn't match anything we knew. And then came the whispering, faint at first, like someone murmuring just beyond comprehension. By midnight, Chloe refused to stay in the tent. I feel like it's watching us, she whispered. We all agreed to take shifts staying awake by the fire, but the forest seemed alive with movement. Every shadow twisted and every sound seemed deliberate. At around 1:30 a.m., Ryan spotted it. A figure, thin and unnaturally tall, emerged from the darkness near the stone markers. Its limbs were long, almost skeletal, and its head tilted unnaturally. The eyes, oh God, the eyes, glowed faintly, reflecting the firelight. It didn't move like a human. It was jerky, twitching, but deliberate. We froze. It watched us silently, then vanished as suddenly as it appeared. Panic set in. We tried to pack our gear and leave, but the forest seemed to shift around us. The trail we had hiked in on was gone. Trees crowded the path, and the clearing we'd camped in looked smaller, almost wrong. The whispering returned, now closer, calling our names in a soft, mocking tone. We ran blindly. Branches tore at our clothes and skin. The figure, or figures, moved with us, always just on the edge of our vision. Chloe tripped, and I grabbed her hand. Ryan yelled for us to keep moving. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. The forest seemed infinite. Eventually, we stumbled onto an old logging road. The figure was gone, but footprints remained. Too large, too human-like to be a deer, with long toes splayed in the mud. We followed the road until we found a small ranger station. The rangers were shocked to see us. No one had been in that section of the forest for years, they said. They reported strange disappearances, hikers who had vanished without a trace. We tried to forget it, tried to rationalize it, but the forest left its mark. Chloe quit camping entirely. Ryan refuses to speak about it. I still see shadows in the corner of my vision, hear whispers when I'm alone at night, and sometimes when I'm driving through Vermont, I catch glimpses of tall figures standing silently among the trees, watching. People always think they're safe in the woods. They're wrong. The forest waits, it watches, and it remembers everyone who wanders too far. Story, the end. It started with a last-minute decision. My friends and I, Rachel, Matt, and I, had planned a weekend getaway. Nothing fancy, just a simple camping trip in the northern Appalachian woods. We'd gone to a popular state park before, but this time we wanted something more remote, less crowded. Matt found a small clearing on a hiking forum, a place off the grid, he said. GPS coordinates were vague, but we figured we could handle it. We arrived late Friday afternoon. The dirt road leading into the woods was narrow and overgrown, lined with ancient trees that bent toward the path as if to whisper warnings. By the time we parked, the sun was a low orange smudge through the branches, casting long, skeletal shadows across the underbrush. Setting up camp was surprisingly easy. The clearing was large enough for our 2 tents and the small fire pit we built. We collected wood from nearby dead trees, noticing that the forest seemed unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects, nothing but the soft crunch of leaves beneath our boots. Dinner was standard camp fare, hot dogs, instant beans, but the air had a weight to it. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Rachel laughed at me when I mentioned it. "You're just nervous," she said. Matt shrugged and went back to chopping firewood. I tried to brush it off, but every few minutes I'd catch movement at the edge of the clearing, shadows that didn't match the trees. Night fell quickly. The temperature dropped and a mist began to roll in, hugging the ground like a living thing. We sat close to the fire, sharing stories, though the usual jokes and laughter felt hollow. Around 11 p.m., I heard it, a soft, dragging sound coming from the tree line. I froze. Rachel leaned over. "What is it?" she whispered. The others didn't respond immediately. Listening. The sound stopped, then resumed, slow and deliberate. Matt grabbed a flashlight. We shone it toward the trees. Nothing. But the movement didn't match any animal I knew. It wasn't random. It was purposeful. Something, or someone, was moving through the forest, keeping just out of view. We tried to sleep, but I couldn't. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the underbrush made my heart leap. Around 2 a.m., I woke to a whispering. Not words, not language I could understand, just low, breathy murmurs that seemed to circle the campsite. I shook Rachel awake. She opened her eyes and froze, listening. Matt whispered, "Probably just wind through the trees," but the sound didn't match wind. The whispers were deliberate, moving, almost searching. By morning, we found evidence that terrified us. Footprints, bare, long, narrow, like nothing human. They circled our campsite, stopping and starting, leaving no clear direction. The prints weren't ours, and they weren't animal tracks. Something had been here during the night, watching, studying. We debated leaving immediately, but the forest was disorienting. The paths we'd taken seemed to twist back on themselves, and landmarks we thought we recognized had vanished. As we packed, I had glimpses of figures just beyond the tree line, tall, thin, hunched slightly, vanishing whenever we looked directly at them. The hike out was a nightmare. Every trail led us back to the clearing, every creek seemed to loop around itself, and the whispers returned at intervals, faint but persistent. Matt tried to navigate with the map, but nothing matched. By evening, we were exhausted, terrified, and completely lost. That night, we built a fire in desperation. The figures stayed at the edge of the clearing, tall shadows that never approached but never left. The whispers became more insistent, almost like a low chant circling us, echoing in the mist. Every time one of us moved, the whispers paused, then resumed as if counting our steps. Around midnight, Rachel screamed. I barely had time to react before I saw it. A figure pressing against the edge of the mist, its form humanoid but elongated, unnatural. Its limbs were too long, fingers curling almost like claws. Its head tilted, as though studying us. It didn't move closer, just lingered, observing. We huddled in the tent, too afraid to speak. The dragging sounds returned, moving slowly around our campsite. The whispers became louder, rising to a crescendo that made my teeth ache. At one point, the tent wall was pressed inward, and I felt something sniffing, slow, deliberate, almost smelling us through the fabric. We didn't sleep at all. The forest seemed alive, watching, breathing around us. The next morning, we packed in silence and retraced our steps, trying to get out. Somehow, by sheer luck, we found a familiar trail and reached the main road. The moment we left the trees behind, the oppressive silence lifted and the air felt normal again. We never spoke of the trip in detail, but the memory lingers. The prints weren't human. The figures weren't animals, and the whispers still haunt me when I'm alone in the dark. I've avoided forests ever since, never camping, never hiking. Sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear that soft dragging sound outside my window. I turn on the lights, check the locks, and wait for hours, just to be sure. I know what we saw was real, and I know it's still out there, waiting. Story the end. The weekend started like any other summer camping trip. I went with my best friends, Tom, Lisa, and Jared, to Silver Pines, a small state campground nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains. We had heard stories about how quiet and remote it was, a perfect getaway from city life, but nothing could have prepared us for what happened. We arrived Friday afternoon. The sun was still high, glinting off the lake near our site. We picked a spot at the far end of the campground, far from other campers, and began setting up our tents. The place was eerily quiet, with only the occasional bird call or rustle of leaves. At first, it felt peaceful, almost blissful, but I noticed how heavy the shadows were under the trees. Something about them made me uneasy, though I brushed it off. That night, after a dinner of hot dogs and canned beans, we built a fire and told ghost stories, trying to laugh off the feeling of being watched. Around 11 p.m., we decided to turn in. Tom and Jared took one tent, Lisa and I shared the other. I fell asleep quickly, but was woken sometime around 1 a.m. by a noise outside. It was soft at first, just a scrape, like something dragging against the tent fabric. I nudged Lisa. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. She shook her head. "Probably a raccoon," she said, though I could see the tension in her eyes. I stayed quiet, listening. The sound didn't stop. It grew louder, moving around the perimeter of the campsite. Then I heard it. A low humming, almost like someone chanting under their breath. My heart started pounding. I shook Lisa again, urging her to wake the others. By the time we roused Tom and Jared, the humming stopped. The campsite was silent, the fire reduced to glowing embers. We joked nervously, trying to convince ourselves it was just the wind or an animal. But as we packed up in the morning, we saw something that made our stomachs drop. Around the base of our tents were footprints. Not just any footprints. These were large, uneven, claw-like impressions, partially human, partially something else. They circled our tents in a pattern, as if someone had been pacing, watching us all night. We tried to brush it off as some local prankster, though the idea didn't sit well with any of us. The further we walked into the woods that day for a short hike, the more we noticed how unnatural the forest felt. The trees seemed to twist toward us, shadows stretched unnaturally long, and the air was thick, almost suffocating. We decided to cut the hike short and return to camp. That evening, while making dinner, we saw movement near the lake. A figure stood on the opposite shore, completely still, staring at us. We waved, thinking it might be another camper, but the figure didn't respond. As the sun dipped behind the hills, it slowly disappeared as if it had been swallowed by the forest itself. Later, when we sat around the fire, we noticed that our food was missing. Not just snacks, but the cooler itself had been tampered with. Nothing else was taken, and the tent zippers were untouched. It was as if whatever had been watching us didn't need anything, just observation. That night, sleep was impossible. The humming returned, louder, circling the tents. Every rustle, every branch snap made us jump. At one point, we swore we saw a shadow move across the clearing, impossibly tall, towering above the trees. It didn't make a sound, didn't move like a normal person or animal. It just glided, and then it was gone. By the next morning, we packed up and left without even finishing breakfast. On the drive home, we didn't speak much, each lost in our thoughts. Later, when we researched Silver Pines, we found chilling accounts of hikers disappearing without a trace. Some described shadowy figures, clawed footprints, strange humming noises, and tents mysteriously tampered with, everything we had experienced. Local legends spoke of a man who had gone mad in the woods decades ago, vanishing near the lake but leaving behind an aura of malevolence. People said his spirit lingered, feeding on fear, watching campers like prey. We never returned. None of us have ever gone camping again, and to this day, whenever I hear a rustle in the trees or a strange hum in the distance, I feel a cold shiver. I know what we saw that weekend was real. The forest wasn't just alive, it was conscious, aware, and it had chosen to make us part of its story, if only for a short, terrifying time. Years later, I drive past Silver Pines, and I can't help but glance at the lake. The water is dark, still, and utterly silent. And sometimes in the reflection of the trees, I swear I see a tall, thin figure watching, waiting, always patient, always hungry. Story the end. It started as a typical weekend getaway. 4 college friends, Alex, Megan, Tyler, and Rachel, wanted to escape the chaos of city life, so they planned a camping trip in the dense forests of northern Michigan. The area was remote, accessible only by a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned for miles, eventually disappearing into thick woods. Rumors about the forest circulated online. Campers going missing, strange lights, whispers in the night, but none of them took it seriously. Adventure was far more appealing than fear. They arrived just before sunset, their car jostling over roots and rocks. The clearing they found was perfect. Flat ground, a small stream nearby, and trees forming a natural barrier against the wind. They unpacked, pitched their tents, and built a fire, the crackling flames pushing back the encroaching darkness. The first night was uneventful, though Megan couldn't shake a feeling of being watched. Every time she glanced into the forest, shadows seemed to shift in ways that didn't make sense. She brushed it off when Tyler teased her about letting horror movies get into her head. Around 2 a.m., Alex woke to the sound of soft scratching against the side of his tent. He assumed it was a raccoon or some small animal, but froze when he heard a faint whisper, his name, drawn out and desperate. He shook Megan awake, but when she looked, the forest was empty, quiet in an unnatural way. By morning, the unease lingered. They decided to hike upstream along the stream. The trail narrowed as they went deeper into the woods, the sunlight barely penetrating the thick canopy. Megan pointed out a section where the trees formed a rough circle around an old moss-covered stone altar. Alex joked that it looked like a pagan ritual site, but even Tyler, the skeptic, felt a shiver run down his spine. Megan wanted to leave immediately, but curiosity got the better of the group. As they approached the circle, the air grew cold, unnaturally so, even though the sun was high. The whispers started again, this time louder, more insistent, as if the forest itself were speaking. Alex stepped forward, instinctively drawn toward the altar. The moment his foot crossed the boundary of the stone circle, the whispers stopped. Complete silence. Then the shadows moved. They saw figures, tall, thin, almost skeletal, emerging from the trees. Not running, not walking, but gliding, their faces featureless, smooth as stone. Alex screamed, and the figures froze for a moment, tilting their heads as though listening. Tyler grabbed Alex and pulled him back, stumbling over roots and rocks. Megan tripped, but Rachel caught her, and they all sprinted down the trail, the forest twisting and warping around them. Every path they thought they knew seemed wrong. The trees shifted, the stream ran in impossible directions. Panic took over. They finally stumbled upon an old ranger station, abandoned but intact. They barricaded themselves inside, hoping to wait out the night. But then came the knocks, soft at first, then rapid, urgent. The whispers returned, this time from inside the station, echoing off the walls, calling their names. Hours passed. Exhaustion set in. Rachel spotted a window partially open and motioned for them to climb out. One by one, they escaped, only to find the forest outside had changed. The path back to their campsite was gone. The sun had set, though it felt as though no time had passed. Desperate, they wandered in the dark, following strange lights that flickered between the trees. Every time they got close, the lights would vanish. Around midnight, Alex disappeared. 1 second he was there, clutching Megan's hand, and the next, he was gone. Only his scream lingered, echoing through the trees. They ran until dawn, eventually reaching the road where a passing car offered salvation. They reported Alex missing, but search parties found no trace of him. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. The forest had swallowed him completely. Weeks later, Tyler began hearing whispers in his apartment. Megan found scratches on her bedroom door that weren't there before. Rachel refused to camp again, but at night, she would wake to shadows moving in her room. It was as if the forest had followed them, marking them as those who had seen too much. The authorities never discovered what had happened, and Alex was never found. Travelers to the area still report strange lights in the forest, unnatural cold, and whispers that call your name, even when you are alone. The forest is patient. It waits. And it remembers. Story: the end. The forest road into western Montana was narrower than I remembered, choked with weeds, rutted from rains, branches clawing at my truck like they wanted me to turn back. But I kept driving, windows cracked just enough for the smell of pine resin and cold creek air to wash in. I hadn't planned to return to Lone Elk Ridge. Nobody with sense ever did. Not after what happened out there 22 years earlier. Not after people whispered stories about that weekend, about 3 missing hunters, about screams in the ravine, about the search party that came back white-faced and silent, refusing to talk about what they found. But I wasn't returning for the scenery. I was returning because my brother's last voicemail came from here. I replayed it at least 100 times during the 5-hour drive. His voice was shaky, breathless, terrified. Dean, there's something out here. Something's following me. I think it's the same thing Dad saw. I'm near the ridge. Please come. Don't bring anyone else. Don't tell Mom. Just come. Then static, a thud, a wet choking sound, and nothing. The call came in at 2:17 a.m. He went missing that same morning. His truck was found off the main service road, driver's door open, keys still in the ignition, headlights on. They searched for 9 days. They found nothing. But I know my brother. He wouldn't vanish. He wouldn't walk off. He wouldn't quit. Something happened to him. Something out there. And I was going to find out what. By the time I reached the old campsite, the sky was a bruised purple, streaked with dying orange. The clearing was exactly how I remembered it from when Dad brought us here as kids, wide, framed by tall Douglas firs with a view into the narrow, shadow-drenched ravine below. Dad used to point down into that ravine, telling us stories of elk trails and old mining shafts. But once, just once, when he thought we were asleep, I heard him tell Mom something different. That's where I saw it, he whispered. Tall, thin, looked like a man, but wrong. It watched me from the tree line for a full hour. Didn't move, didn't blink. I swear to God, it wanted to come closer. Mom told him he'd imagined it. Dad didn't argue. Dad never camped again after that. And now my brother had called me from that same ridge, telling me something was following him. I killed the truck engine and listened. Nothing but wind. Too much wind, actually. Stronger than it should have been for a calm evening. It whistled through the trees in uneven bursts like breathing. I unloaded my gear with shaking hands. Tent, lantern, knife. Dad's old 30-06 rifle, the one he gave me a year before he died. I'd fired it twice in the last decade, but I cleaned it before the trip like it was holy. The silence pressed around me, thick and expectant. I forced myself to move. If I stood still too long, I'd convince myself to leave. I walked the perimeter of the clearing, studying the ground, and I froze. Footprints. A single set. Boot prints, large, size 12, my brother's size. They led out of the woods, straight into the ravine, not along the trail, straight down the steep, rocky slope like he hadn't cared about slipping or breaking an ankle. My throat tightened. Why would he go down there, unless something chased him, or dragged him? A cold wave crawled up my spine. I set up camp quickly, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. When the lantern light flickered across the trees, I kept expecting to see something watching me, tall, thin, still. Nothing, just the sound of wind and distant creaking branches. By nightfall, the forest was black, Montana black, no stars, no moon, no ambient glow from distant towns, just pitch darkness pressing in from all sides. I sat by the fire, telling myself I'd go into the ravine at first light. Then something knocked, not on a tree, on my truck. 3 hard raps. I jumped, heart slamming, rifle halfway to my shoulder. The fire cast just enough light to see the side of my truck. No one there, but the metal still vibrated from the impact. I raised the lantern, scanning the tree line. Darkness. Dense. Suffocating. Then I saw it. A figure standing between 2 fir trees. Tall. Much too tall. Thin. Arms hanging lower than they should, facing me. My lungs froze. I tried to shout something, anything, but my throat locked. The figure didn't move, didn't sway, didn't breathe. The fire crackled. The wind stopped entirely. And in that silence, my mind flew back 22 years to my father's voice trembling as he whispered to Mom, "It looked like a man, but it wasn't a man." I blinked. The thing was gone. Not stepped away. Gone. I scanned everywhere, breathing hard. Nothing. My fingers shook uncontrollably. Every instinct screamed at me to get in the truck and drive away, but I forced myself to stay. If I left, I'd never know what happened to my brother. And that thing, it wanted me scared. I wasn't giving it what it wanted. At least that's what I told myself. I barely slept. Every time the wind brushed the tent, I jolted awake, gripping the rifle. Around 3 a.m., I heard something move outside, slow, heavy steps circling the tent, once, twice, then a whisper. So faint I thought it was my brother's voice. "Dean," I shot upright, pulse thundering. "Dean, help." I nearly ripped the tent zipper open, but then the voice changed. Not louder, not deeper, just wrong. Like someone who had never used vocal cords before was trying to imitate a human voice. "Dean!" I clamped a hand over my mouth to stop myself from making a sound. Branches snapped outside. Then something dragged across the tent wall. Not claws, not nails. A hand, but too long, too slow, too deliberate. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, I packed a day bag, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and climbed into the ravine. The air was colder down there, still and stale, like the sunlight didn't quite reach it. The slope was steep. My boots slid on loose shale with every step. Halfway down, I found the first sign. Fabric. A torn piece of my brother's jacket snagged on a thorn bush. I grabbed it with shaking hands. A few feet farther, I found something else. Blood. A thin line of it trailing down the stones, not enough to signal a fatal wound, but enough to raise every hair on my neck. My stomach twisted. Something happened to him here. I followed the blood trail deeper into the ravine. It grew fainter, then clearer again, like he was stumbling, trying to run, falling, getting up. Something big had moved through the area, too. The brush was crushed in long, sweeping paths, far too wide to be a human stride. I found deep impressions in the soil, almost like footprints, but not shaped like feet, long, curved, almost like they were made by a creature walking on elongated palms. My breath shook. I kept moving. Eventually, the ravine opened into a narrow clearing with a collapsed mining shaft. Dad had told us about these shafts, abandoned since the 1930s, unstable, dangerous. Search parties had checked some of them for my brother. But this one was different. This one had drag marks leading into it. Long, deep trenches carved into the dirt as if something had hauled a heavy body inside. I nearly vomited. But I forced myself forward. As I reached the entrance, the smell hit me. Damp earth, rotten wood, and something else. Something metallic. Something like old blood. My flashlight beam caught something on the cave wall. A handprint. Not my brother's. Enormous, long-fingered, pressed deep into the stone like the creature had strength no human possessed. My knees buckled. I staggered back, staring around the cave entrance like the shadows themselves might reach out. And then I heard it. Behind me. On the slope. Click, click, click. Slow footsteps descending the ravine. I turned. The figure stood 30 yards above me. Tall, lurching. Limbs too thin, too long, dangling unevenly. Its neck stretched at an unnatural angle, its head cocked like it was studying me. At first, its face was shadowed. Then it stepped into the light. Its skin was ashen, stretched tight over jutting bones. The mouth was too wide. The eyes were sunk in pits, but something inside them glinted like wet stone. And the worst part? It was wearing something I recognized. My brother's jacket. Torn. Blood-stained. hanging off its skeletal frame like a trophy it had taken. My blood turned to ice. The creature took a step toward me. Another. Its movements were jerky, wrong, like a puppet pulled by tangled strings. I raised the rifle, hands shaking so hard I could barely aim. "Where is he?" I choked out. My voice cracked. "Where's my brother?" The thing stopped. Its head twitched. Then, in a voice that was not human, in a voice that was trying to be human, in a voice that mimicked my brother's last voicemail, it said, "Elp." I nearly dropped the gun. It took another step. "Deanne!" Closer. "Don't go." Closer. "Stay." Something inside me snapped. I fired. The gunshot roared through the ravine. The creature jerked once, then darted sideways with inhuman speed, vanishing behind the rocks. I ran. I scrambled up the ravine slope, slipping, gasping, clawing at roots to pull myself up. Behind me, I heard it move through the stones, fast, skittering, too many limbs hitting the ground at once. But it didn't chase me directly. It followed, stalking, just out of sight. I tore back into the clearing, grabbed my gear, threw it into the truck, and floored it. I didn't stop driving, not for gas, not for food, not until I crossed the state line. I didn't tell the police everything. I couldn't. They'd think I was insane. They performed another search, found nothing. My brother's case remains open, but I know the truth. I know what took him, and I know it followed me. Because 2 nights ago at 3:14 a.m., my phone lit up with a voicemail. Unknown caller. No message. Just breathing. Slow. Wet. Too close to the microphone. Then, "Deanne," my brother's voice. And underneath it, click, 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 like long fingers tapping the phone. I deleted the message. It came back. I changed my number. It called again. And last night, outside my apartment, under the glow of the street lamp, I saw a shape standing completely still, head tilted at that familiar, impossible angle, wearing my brother's torn jacket, waiting. I don't know why it wants me. I don't know what it is, but I know this. It remembers, it learns, it mimics, and it never stops once it chooses someone. I feel it getting closer every night, and eventually, like my brother, I know it's going to take me too. Story the end. It was a late September weekend when Alex, Sarah, and Brian decided to go camping deep in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. They were all in their mid-20s, urban dwellers with a hunger for solitude and adventure. None of them were complete strangers to camping, but this trip was meant to be different. Off-grid, away from marked trails, in a part of the forest notorious for its dense undergrowth and uncharted paths. They arrived at the trailhead mid-morning, the sun shining through breaks in the golden canopy of early autumn leaves. After a few hours of hiking, lugging backpacks heavy with supplies, they found a secluded clearing near a small creek. It was perfect, hidden from the main trail and far enough from other campers to guarantee privacy. They set up 2 tents and started collecting firewood, joking about how off the grid they were. The first night, the forest seemed unusually quiet. There were the standard nocturnal sounds, the occasional owl, the rustle of small animals, but something felt off. Sarah swore she could hear whispering carried on the wind. When Alex and Brian asked her to repeat it, it sounded like nothing but the usual wind through the trees. They laughed it off, assuming she was letting her imagination run wild. Around 1 a.m., Alex woke to the sound of someone calling his name, low and distant, almost pleading. He nudged Brian awake, but the sound stopped before Brian could respond. They sat in their sleeping bags, listening intently. Every time Alex thought he heard it again, it vanished, swallowed by the forest. The next morning, they discovered something disturbing. Their campsite had been subtly disturbed. Branches were broken in a manner that suggested someone or something had circled the tents. The fire pit was untouched, but the ground around it showed deep, wide footprints, elongated and clawed, that disappeared into the underbrush. None of them recognized the tracks. They debated leaving immediately, but curiosity and stubbornness kept them there. They decided to hike further upstream, hoping to clear their minds. The deeper they went, the denser the forest became. Mist rolled along the ground, giving the trees an otherworldly quality. By late afternoon, they stumbled upon a small, abandoned cabin hidden among the trees. It looked decades old, with rotting wood and a sagging roof. As they approached, the air grew colder, heavier, and the smell of damp earth and decay filled their nostrils. The cabin door creaked as they pushed it open, revealing a single room. Inside, the walls were covered in scratches, deep and frantic, and the floor was littered with old, broken furniture. Brian joked that it looked like a horror movie set, but Sarah shivered. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered. "Something isn't right." On the walk back, the forest seemed to close in around them. Shadows moved unnaturally at the corner of their eyes, and every sound, snap of a twig, rustle of leaves, made them jump. They returned to their campsite as night fell, setting up the fire with a heightened sense of urgency. Around 11 p.m., the whispers returned, louder this time. Not the soft, drifting kind, but urgent, like they were being warned or called. Then came the sound of footsteps, not on leaves, but heavy, deliberate, circling their tents. Alex shined his flashlight into the darkness, and for a fleeting moment he saw them. Tall, thin, impossibly elongated figures with pale, featureless faces. They were standing just beyond the firelight, observing. The figures didn't move like humans, their joints bent in unnatural ways, their movements jerky and disjointed. The three friends froze, hearts pounding. The figures didn't advance, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. The snapping of twigs came closer, and a low, guttural growl echoed through the clearing. Brian grabbed a stick and shouted, hoping to scare them off, but the figures vanished into the shadows without a sound. The remainder of the night was filled with constant paranoia. Every gust of wind, every animal call, every movement in the brush seemed amplified. Sleep was impossible. By morning, they packed their tents without speaking. The tracks around their campsite had multiplied overnight, encircling the tents several times. The deep, clawed footprints led toward the forest's heart, where no trail existed. The friends didn't linger. They hiked back to their car as fast as possible, avoiding looking back. Weeks later, Sarah returned to the forest alone, convinced the previous night had been a hallucination. Her car was found abandoned near the trailhead. Inside the forest, rangers discovered her torn backpack and scattered belongings, but no trace of her body. The local authorities filed her disappearance as a probable wandering incident, but those who hiked the area reported hearing whispers and seeing strange shapes in the trees, tall figures watching silently. Alex and Brian never went camping again. They rarely spoke of that weekend, but both knew that something in the forest had observed them, patient and deliberate. Something that didn't need to move to be terrifying. Something that waited in the shadows, unseen but never absent. Years later, Alex received a letter with no return address. Inside was a single photograph of the forest clearing they had camped in, taken from a distance. In the photo, 3 tiny figures could be seen huddled around a small fire, except the figures weren't human. Their limbs were elongated, their faces blank. No words accompanied the image. No explanation, only the unmistakable knowledge that whatever watched them that night was still out there, still waiting, and still remembering. Story the end. The sky had already turned a bruised purple by the time we parked at the small trailhead outside of Gatlinburg. My friends, Jason, Claire, and me had been planning this weekend for months. We wanted to escape the city, hike a little, camp out, and maybe catch some early fall foliage before the cold set in. None of us had ever been camping in the Smoky Mountains at this time of year, and we all agreed the isolation was part of the appeal. The trail we picked was relatively obscure, barely more than a footpath winding through the dense forest. The sun was slipping behind the ridges, painting everything in shades of orange and gray. We hiked for about an hour before reaching a clearing beside a creek. The spot was perfect for a campsite, flat, open, and just enough trees to give us shelter from the wind. We set up tents quickly. Jason started a small fire, Claire unpacked the food, and I went to gather firewood. The air had a crisp edge to it, the kind that made every snap of a twig echo through the forest like a gunshot. As I moved along the edge of the creek, I noticed something odd. Footprints. They weren't human, at least not in the way I expected. The prints were too large and elongated, with deep grooves like something heavy had dragged its feet. They headed toward the woods and vanished under a thick layer of leaves. I shrugged it off, thinking it was just an animal, like maybe a deer that had slipped or something. But the deeper feeling that crawled up my spine told me otherwise. There was something wrong about the prints, a deliberate, unnatural quality to them. Night fell fast. The fire crackled, and the forest seemed alive with the usual sounds of nocturnal creatures. But then I noticed it, something in the way the darkness seemed too heavy beyond the firelight, like the trees were closing in on us. Claire laughed at my uneasy glance. "You're imagining it," she said, but I didn't feel reassured. Around midnight, the first noise came. It was subtle at first, a low, dragging sound like something heavy being pulled across the forest floor. It came from just beyond the clearing, in the thick shadows. Jason joked that it was probably a bear or a raccoon, but the sound didn't match any animal I'd ever heard. It was slow, deliberate, and methodical. The sound circled the clearing. Drag. Pause. Drag. The hairs on my neck stood up. Claire froze. Jason dropped a log into the fire, the crackle masking our uneven breathing. Then came the whispering. Faint, unintelligible at first, but clearly voices. Low, murmuring, almost chanting. It wasn't coming from the trees right above us. It was coming from the darkness beyond the firelight, circling closer. I wanted to call out, to tell whoever or whatever it was to leave, but my voice stuck in my throat. My fingers gripped the edge of the fire pit as though holding on to sanity itself. Suddenly a shape emerged at the tree line. At first I thought it was another camper, maybe a hiker who had lost their way. But the figure was too tall, impossibly thin, with arms that reached almost to the ground. Its head was tilted at an unnatural angle, and the firelight caught its eyes, hollow, black, reflecting nothing. Claire screamed. Jason leapt to his feet, swinging a branch at it. The figure didn't move, just glided forward, silently, unnaturally. The drag sound intensified, not from the figure, but behind it. Something was coming along the forest floor, something big, scraping along the leaves, making a rhythm with the figure's approach. We ran. Not toward the trail, not toward safety, but in a panicked circle around the fire. Our shouts seemed to dissolve into the night, unheard, ignored. The figure paused, cocking its head as if studying us. Then the drag sound stopped behind it. Silence fell so suddenly it was oppressive. Even the fire seemed to dim. And then the smell hit. Sour, wet, metallic, like blood and rot mixed together. My stomach churned violently. We bolted for the trailhead, hearts hammering. The forest seemed endless, shadows stretching in ways that didn't make sense. Every time we glanced behind, the figure was closer, sometimes at the edge of our vision, sometimes gone entirely. We didn't stop running until we reached the road. Breathing ragged, soaked with sweat and fear, we piled into Jason's truck and tore back toward Gatlinburg, headlights cutting through the pre-dawn fog. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the image. I tried to tell people, but no one believed me. Jason stopped answering my calls. Claire insisted it had been a dream, and I was left alone with the memory of those eyes and the dragging sound. A month after the trip, I received a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a small figurine, wooden, crudely carved, a tall, thin figure with hollow eyes, a twisted posture, and arms that reached almost to the ground. Beneath it was a note, written in shaky, nearly illegible letters. "Next time you stay." I burned the figurine. I burned the note. But at night, in my dreams, I can still hear the dragging, circling, waiting for me somewhere in the woods. Story the end. The forest was silent when they arrived, the kind of quiet that made every footstep sound like a gunshot. 4 friends, Matt, Claire, Devin, and Lisa, had driven 6 hours from Ohio to the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania for a weekend of camping. They wanted solitude, a break from the noise of city life, and they got it. No cell service, no other campers, just miles of towering trees and dense undergrowth. The first night was uneventful. They set up their tents near a small clearing beside a creek, built a fire, roasted marshmallows, and shared stories. Devin tried to tell a scary story, but everyone was too tired to react. By 11 p.m., the fire had dwindled, and they crawled into their tents. Matt was the first to wake. A cold draft pressed against his sleeping bag. He unzipped the tent slightly, and the moonlight showed the trees outside. Something felt off. The air seemed heavier, the shadows too deep. He froze when he heard it. A whisper, faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind. "Matt." He jerked upright. His heart thumped. He strained his ears. Another whisper, softer. "Matt." He grabbed his flashlight and stepped outside, careful not to wake the others. The clearing was bathed in pale moonlight. The creek gurgled gently, but the forest beyond was too dark. Matt's eyes scanned the trees. Nothing. Then he saw it. Movement. A figure standing just at the edge of the woods, like tall and naturally thin. It didn't step forward, didn't move, but its presence pressed down on him like a weight. Matt blinked, and it was gone. Shaken, he went back to the tent and tried to wake Claire, but before he could, he heard a low scratching at the edge of the clearing. It sounded like nails scraping the bark of trees. He froze. The sound grew louder, circling them, never quite getting closer but never leaving. Matt shook Claire awake. "Something's out there," he whispered. Claire rubbed her eyes. "You're imagining things." "Get up," Matt insisted. "Look." She reluctantly peeked out. Nothing, just shadows, trees swaying in the wind, but Matt could see her body tense. Something about the forest tonight was wrong. They woke Devin and Lisa. The four huddled together in the tent, trying to stay quiet, listening. The scratching continued, sometimes punctuated by soft thuds like something heavy stepping over roots and fallen branches. Hours passed. Dawn finally arrived, gray and misty. The forest seemed normal again. They packed up their gear, eager to leave the area. But when they hiked along the trail to their car, they noticed something strange. Enormous footprints pressed into the soft earth. Not human, not bare. Long toes, claws, and elongated heels. They followed the prints for a few minutes before deciding it was too dangerous to investigate. They drove back toward their campsite's entrance, trying to shake the fear. But the forest didn't let go. That night in their hotel, Matt couldn't sleep. He kept seeing shadows moving past the windows, whispers brushing against his ears, voices calling his name. The next day, they went back to retrieve some forgotten gear from the campsite. When they arrived, the clearing was undisturbed. No footprints, no sign of the figure, no disturbances in the undergrowth. Yet, Lisa swore she saw a shadow move in the corner of her eye. Devin felt a presence behind him while gathering firewood. They left that afternoon swearing never to return, but the memories followed them. That whispering voice, the tall figure, the enormous footprints, it haunted their dreams. Months later, Matt saw a news report about a missing hiker in the same area. No body was found. Witnesses claimed to have seen a tall, thin figure in the forest near where the hiker vanished. The group never camped together again. Each of them carries a piece of that forest with them. The memory of being watched, stalked, and hunted by something that isn't human, something that waits silently in the woods. Sometimes late at night, they hear whispers calling their names, just soft enough to make them question their sanity. And deep down, they all know. If they ever go back to Allegheny National Forest, that tall figure will be waiting. Story, the end. The forest was dense and quiet as we drove down the winding road leading to Pine Creek Campground. It was late September, the air crisp with a hint of approaching winter, and the leaves were turning every shade from fiery red to golden yellow. My friends, Alex, Sarah, and Jake, were all buzzing with excitement. We had planned this trip for months. A weekend escape from the city, complete with hiking, fishing, and nights around the campfire. What we didn't anticipate was how quickly the peacefulness of the forest could turn sinister. We arrived at the campground just as the sun was dipping behind the hills. Most of the sites were empty. Only a few campers were scattered around, already setting up their tents. We picked a secluded spot near a small creek, its gentle babbling creating an oddly soothing backdrop. The ground was soft with fallen leaves, perfect for our tents, and the towering pine trees provided a natural windbreak. We set up our camp, laughing and joking, oblivious to the shadows creeping between the trees. By the time we got the fire going, night had fully settled in. The woods, which had seemed so inviting in the daylight, now felt imposing and alive in a way that made your skin crawl. Crickets chirped, an owl hooted, and the occasional rustle of leaves made us glance over our shoulders. We tried to ignore it, telling ourselves it was just animals moving through the underbrush. Around 10 p.m., we had eaten, shared a few beers, and were starting to wind down. Alex suggested a short walk to stretch our legs. The moon was almost full, casting silver light over the forest floor. We followed the narrow trail along the creek, our flashlights slicing through the darkness. About half a mile down, we stumbled upon a small, dilapidated cabin. It looked abandoned, the windows dark and the door hanging off its hinges. No one in the campground had mentioned it. "Creepy," Sarah whispered, a nervous smile on her face. "Should we go in?" "Why not?" Jake said with a smirk. "We're already here. Let's see what's inside." The air grew colder as we stepped inside. The cabin smelled of damp wood and mold, and the floor creaked under our weight. On a table in the center of the room, there was a strange collection of objects. broken dolls, old photographs, and what appeared to be a journal. I picked up the journal, flipping through pages filled with scrawled handwriting that grew increasingly erratic. It spoke of someone watching the woods, following hikers, and leaving marks in the forest to warn intruders. The last entry was smeared with what looked disturbingly like blood. "Okay," I said, my voice shaky. "That's enough. Let's get out of here." As we turned to leave, a sudden banging echoed from the other side of the cabin. We froze, hearts pounding. The door slammed shut on its own. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment we were in complete darkness. A whisper seemed to float through the air, low and unintelligible. Panic set in as we all shouted, trying to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the door swung open violently, sending us stumbling back into the night. We didn't speak as we ran back to our campsite. Once there, we tried to convince ourselves it was just the wind, the creaking of old wood, anything to rationalize the fear clawing at our throats. But as we sat by the fire, I noticed something unsettling. Footprints, bare, small, and dirty, circled our tent. Not animal tracks, human, but they didn't match ours. Whoever or whatever had been in the cabin had followed us. We debated calling it a night, but none of us could sleep. The forest seemed alive, every snapping twig and rustling leaf setting our nerves on edge. At around 2 a.m., we heard it. Soft at first, then growing louder. A low humming like someone chanting in the distance. Alex grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the trees. Nothing. Then the humming stopped, replaced by the sound of footsteps, slow, deliberate, circling the campsite. We packed everything into the car in silence, hearts racing, and decided to drive to the nearest town for the night. As we started the engine, a figure appeared between the trees, barely visible in the headlights. A man, or something like a man, stood perfectly still, staring at us. His clothes were ragged, his hair long and matted, and he didn't move as we backed out. As soon as the car hit the road, he vanished. We didn't speak much on the drive. The closest town was over 30 miles away. When we finally checked into a motel, the sense of relief was palpable, but unease lingered. None of us slept well. At breakfast, Jake mentioned a local legend. A hermit had lived in Pine Creek decades ago, known for spying on campers and leaving traps in the woods. He supposedly disappeared one winter, but locals claimed his spirit, or something claiming his form, still haunted the area, particularly near the old cabin. We laughed nervously, but deep down we all knew what we had seen wasn't entirely natural. On the drive back to the city, I kept glancing at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the figure following us. Nothing appeared, but the fear stayed. Months later, curiosity got the better of me. I researched the area, digging through old newspapers and local records. There were reports of hikers disappearing in Pine Creek, often near that very cabin. The articles hinted at a pattern. Those who ventured alone or in small groups often didn't return. Even stranger, locals avoided the site altogether, especially after dark. Some claimed the cabin itself was cursed, a beacon for something malevolent that preyed on trespassers. The thing is, none of us had ever been alone in the woods. That night, when the door slammed and the humming started, we were together. Whoever or whatever was out there didn't care about numbers. It was patient, calculated, and it was watching. Every now and then I drive past Pine Creek, and I see the forest there, dense and dark, almost alive in a way that makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I know the cabin is still there, hidden among the trees, waiting. I've never gone back. None of us have. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through my city apartment, I swear I hear the faintest rustling, the soft hum of a chant, and I remember those footprints circling our tent. I've told this story to a few friends, and they all laugh it off. It's just the woods, they say. Your imagination. Maybe they're right. Maybe it was just an old cabin, the wind and our fear magnifying every sound. But I can't shake the memory of that figure between the trees, staring at us as we drove away, perfectly still, and then vanishing. And I definitely can't forget the way the forest felt that night, as if it was alive, as if it was breathing, and as if it was hungry. Years later, I learned that campers still disappear in Pine Creek every year. The authorities chalk it up to accidents, bad weather, or people getting lost. But the locals know the truth. Some things, they say, shouldn't be disturbed. Some places in the woods are better left alone. The cabin, they insist, is one of them. I've never forgotten that night. Every time I hear about someone planning a camping trip to Pine Creek, I warn them. Some laugh, some scoff, but I know the truth. The woods are patient. They watch. They wait. And they don't forgive those who intrude. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can see the cabin, dark and silent, the journal on the table, the footprints circling the tent, and the figure standing perfectly still between the trees, watching. And I know, no matter how far away I am, the memory will never leave me. Story, the end. It was late September when Logan, Brooke, and Dylan set out for a weekend camping trip in the George Washington National Forest in Virginia. The three of them were college friends looking for an escape from the city, eager to hike and camp far from roads and cell service. Logan had been camping since he was a kid, Brooke had a taste for adventure, and Dylan considered himself fearless. They had no idea how wrong that confidence would prove. They parked at a small, unmarked trailhead and hiked for hours along narrow, overgrown paths. The forest was dense, with towering oaks and maples, the floor thick with fallen leaves and tangled roots. By mid-afternoon, they found a small clearing beside a shallow stream, hidden from view. It was perfect, flat, dry, and quiet, eerily quiet. After setting up 2 tents and collecting firewood, they cooked a simple dinner over a campfire. The forest seemed unusually still. No birds, no insects, only the whisper of wind through the trees. Brooke remarked on the silence, but Dylan laughed it off, joking that the forest was sleeping. The first night, around 11 p.m., Logan heard it first, a faint whisper, barely audible, drifting from the tree line. He nudged Dylan. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Dylan muttered. "It sounded like someone calling my name." Brooke's eyes widened. "I thought I heard it too. My name." They tried to convince themselves it was the wind, or perhaps their imagination. But the whispers continued, soft at first, then more insistent, circling their tents, moving with the breeze. Occasionally, a low, dragging sound accompanied the whispers, like something large and heavy moving slowly through the underbrush. At 2 a.m., the three of them were awake, huddled in the tents. Logan shined his flashlight toward the edge of the clearing and saw them, tall, impossibly thin figures, standing just beyond the firelight. Their limbs were elongated, bending at unnatural angles. Their faces were pale and blank, devoid of features. They didn't move forward, yet the feeling of being observed was suffocating. Branches snapped and leaves rustled closer to the tents. A low, guttural growl echoed from the forest, then a dragging sound passed around their campsite. They dared not move, hardly breathing, as the forest itself seemed to close in on them. By dawn, the clearing had been subtly altered. The ground was disturbed, claw-like prints encircled the tents, and broken branches littered the area. The creek nearby had debris arranged in small, intentional patterns, almost like a warning. They didn't linger. They packed quickly and hiked back toward the trailhead, constantly feeling watched. Shadows flitted between the trees, always at the edge of vision. At one point, Logan stumbled and looked up to see one of the tall, thin figures standing silently, observing, before melting into the trees. Weeks later, Dylan disappeared during a solo hike in the same forest. Search teams found only his gear, strewn across the trail, and deep, elongated footprints leading into dense woods that no one dared enter. Brooke and Logan never went back. Years later, hikers reported glimpsing the figures, moving unnaturally among the trees, arranging sticks and stones in patterns around small clearings. Some said the figures whispered names of people who had trespassed. Others claimed to hear dragging sounds following them as they fled. Logan still wakes at night to faint whispers in the wind, calling his name, a reminder that whatever dwells in those forests is patient, unrelenting, and never forgets those who enter its shadows. Story, the end. The sun was already dipping below the thick pine canopy when we finally found a clearing to set up camp. I had gone camping with my 3 friends, Mark, Jenna, and Luke, for what we thought would be a long weekend escape from the city. The smell of damp earth mixed with pine was intoxicating, a sharp reminder that this was not our concrete world anymore. We parked the SUV on a narrow dirt path and began unpacking our gear, unaware that this would be the last time the 4 of us would feel completely safe. The campsite itself wasn't far from a small stream, though it was mostly hidden by thick underbrush. We were drawn to it because of the water source, assuming it would make for easy cooking and washing. I remember the moment we stepped through the trees into that clearing. The forest seemed quieter than usual. Not peaceful, quiet, just muted, like it was holding its breath. Birds weren't chirping, insects weren't buzzing. The only sound was the rustling of our boots over dead leaves. Mark joked about it. "This place is creepy already, and it's not even dark yet," he said, trying to lighten the mood. Jenna rolled her eyes, but I noticed her fingers fidgeting with the straps of her backpack. Luke didn't say anything, he rarely did, and just started gathering firewood. I thought nothing of it at the time. Setting up the tents took longer than expected, mainly because the ground was uneven and scattered with roots. We laughed at ourselves for struggling with tent poles, unaware that every laugh seemed to get swallowed by the forest. By the time the fire was crackling, shadows had stretched unnaturally long, flickering across the trees. There was a chill that seemed to seep in from nowhere, and it made me pull my hoodie tighter. We sat around the fire, roasting hot dogs and telling exaggerated ghost stories, as campers tend to do. But the air had a weight to it, almost like the forest was listening. That's when I first noticed the sound, a soft, dragging shuffle coming from somewhere beyond the circle of firelight. I froze mid-laugh, straining my ears. The others didn't seem to hear it, or maybe they were pretending not to. It was faint, irregular, and almost hesitant, like someone was stepping lightly, then pausing, then moving again. "Probably a raccoon," Mark said, waving a marshmallow over the flames. But the sound didn't match a raccoon. Raccoons scamper. This was deliberate, cautious, human-like. We tried to ignore it, but the uneasy feeling stayed with us through the night. Around midnight, I woke to a whisper of movement near my tent. I thought maybe one of the others needed the bathroom, but when I peeked outside, I saw nothing. Just trees swaying gently in the moonlight. But then I saw it. Footprints in the soft earth near our fire pit. They weren't deep, but they were unmistakably human, and they led directly toward the woods. I nudged Luke awake. "Hey, look at this," I whispered. His eyes were wide when he saw the prints. Jenna woke up after we whispered for a few minutes, and even Mark seemed shaken when I showed him. We debated whether to leave immediately, but the nearest town was over an hour away, and it was late. We convinced ourselves it was someone else camping nearby, maybe a hiker wandering off the trail. Still, none of us slept well. The next day was overcast, and a heavy mist hung over the forest. We tried to stick to hiking trails, telling ourselves the previous night was just our imaginations. By noon, though, we realized something was off. The trail markers we had relied on were gone. Not just faded, but completely absent, as if they had never existed. The path we thought we were on twisted back on itself, leading us in circles. And then we heard it again, the same soft dragging sound coming from somewhere just beyond the tree line. We tried to keep calm. "It's probably a hunter," Luke suggested. But hunters usually announce themselves. This was quiet, too careful. And then we saw the eyes. At first, I thought it was a reflection from the sun, but the movement didn't match any animal I've ever seen. Two small, dark eyes staring at us from between the trees, disappearing every time we tried to look directly at them. By the time we got back to the campsite, tension had replaced our playful energy. The fire pit had been disturbed. Ashes were scattered as if someone had kicked through them. Our backpacks were moved slightly, not stolen, just shifted. And worst of all, the footprints from the night before had returned, this time circling the tents. That night, sleep was impossible. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us jump. Around 2 a.m., Mark swore he heard whispering right outside his tent. I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the darkness, and for a brief second I saw a figure. Tall, thin, hunched slightly, just standing there watching. When I blinked, it was gone. We debated leaving, but the car was parked deep enough that it would have taken us another hour to navigate the trails in darkness. So we tried to ignore it, huddled around the fire. But the sense of being watched never left. The whispers turned into low murmurs that seemed to echo through the trees, too low to understand but too persistent to ignore. On the third day, we tried to leave the campsite and find a different trail out. That's when things escalated. The forest became suffocating, the mist thick and almost tangible. Every direction looked identical. Every tree looked the same. And then we saw them. More figures, moving just at the edge of the fog. Some were crouched, some standing, all watching. Their movements were deliberate, silent, and every time we tried to approach, they disappeared. Luke tried to lead us to the SUV, claiming he remembered the route, but the path seemed to twist and fold on itself. Hours passed, and panic began to set in. We shouted for help, but our voices seemed absorbed by the forest. We found more footprints, but they weren't ours. They were long, thin, and ended abruptly as if the owners simply vanished into thin air. That night, desperate and terrified, we made the decision to sleep in the SUV. Locked doors, windows up, every interior light on. I could hear the dragging again, circling the vehicle, sometimes stopping at the windows, and then a faint, breathy laugh that sent chills down my spine. None of us slept, and by morning, exhaustion had made our nerves raw. We left the campsite immediately at dawn. I don't know if we moved in the right direction or just got lucky, but after what felt like hours, the trees thinned, and we found the dirt road that led back to the main highway. The forest receded behind us, the mist lifted, and for the first time in 3 days, we felt safe. We never spoke of what happened in detail after that trip. Mark and Luke refuse to camp anymore, and Jenna won't go anywhere near forests after dark. I've tried to rationalize what we saw. Hunters, pranksters, a group of hikers, but nothing fits the patterns, the timing, the deliberate circling of our campsite. And I've never been able to shake the feeling that we were being watched long before we even noticed it. Months later, I read a local news report about hikers who went missing in the same area. Their bodies were never found. Families reported strange sightings of figures in the forest, whispers carried on the wind, and footprints that appeared out of nowhere. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop hearing the drag of feet and the faint whispering that seems to echo in my memory. Camping used to be my escape. I used to love the woods. But after that trip, every forest, every tree, every shadow reminds me of those eyes watching, always just out of reach. I don't know what it was, and I'm not sure I want to. Some part of me fears that it's still out there, waiting for the next group to wander into its territory. The thing is, I know we were lucky. Most people who encounter it don't come back. And I'm not sure luck fully explains why it let us leave. Maybe it was curious. Maybe it wanted to toy with us. Whatever the case, that forest is not safe. And I know I'll never go back to the place where we laughed around that first fire, oblivious to the eyes watching us from the shadows. I've since avoided camping entirely, and I warn everyone I know about that area. Some people laugh it off, call it paranoia, but they weren't there. They didn't see the figures moving just beyond the mist, didn't hear the drag of feet when no one was near, didn't feel the whispering just at the edge of hearing. I know what we encountered was real, and I know it's still out there. Maybe it will leave other people alone, maybe it won't. But I know that forest has a memory. It remembers. And it waits. Even now, when the wind blows through the trees near my home, I can't help but hear it. The faint dragging of feet, the whispers that curl around the edges of my consciousness. I've learned to sleep with lights on, to check the locks twice, to keep my phone close, because somewhere beyond the safety of civilization, something watches, patient, waiting for the next campers who dare enter its domain. Story, the end. The fog rolled in faster than the forecast predicted. Thick, wet, and strangely warm for a late September night in northern Michigan. It clung to the pines like fingers, coiling low to the forest floor in a way that made everything look washed out and dreamlike, like the woods weren't fully there. I should have turned back when it swallowed the road behind me, but I kept driving. I had planned this camping trip for weeks, desperate for a break from my job and the noise of the city. A couple days alone with my dog, my journal, and the woods. That was the plan. Easy. Peaceful. But nothing about that night ended up peaceful. The old logging site where I set up camp sat about half a mile off a dirt access road. Flat ground, a small clearing, a ring of boulders that looked like they had been placed there decades ago by other campers. The trees around the clearing were unnaturally tall, straight as telephone poles, blocking out most of the twilight. My dog, a German Shepherd mix named Ranger, paced in tight circles as I unloaded the truck. He wasn't usually nervous. Ranger was 10 years old, confident, steady, the kind of dog who only barked if there was a reason. But that evening, his ears were pinned back, his tail low, his head constantly turning toward the tree line. "Relax, bud," I said, reaching down to scratch his neck. "Probably just deer." He didn't relax. He kept staring into the trees like something was staring back. I remember thinking that the woods looked wrong. I'd camped all around Michigan, Upper Peninsula, Manistee, Huron National Forest, but I'd never seen an area where the trees lined up so perfectly, spaced almost evenly, like someone had planted them in a grid a long time ago. There were no fallen branches, no brush choking the ground, no dead logs, just smooth pine trunks, bare forest floor, and a thick fog that seemed to pulse between the trees. I had barely finished pitching my tent when I heard a noise, a soft clicking sound. At first, I thought it was branches tapping together in the wind, but the air was dead still. Ranger's head shot up, and he let out a low, trembling growl I'd never heard before. The clicking came again. Click, 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 click. Too steady, too rhythmic. Then it stopped. For a minute, I stood completely still, holding my breath, listening. Nothing. I shook it off. The forest at dusk plays tricks on your ears. I lit a small fire, heated a can of soup, and watched the fog swirl through the clearing like it was alive. Ranger lay at my feet, staring outward, stiff as a statue. When the darkness fully settled, the clicking returned. But this time it wasn't out in the woods. It was behind my tent. Click, click, click. Slow, deliberate. Ranger shot to his feet and barked, loud, teeth bared, hackles raised. I grabbed my flashlight and swung it around the clearing. Nothing there, but the clicking didn't stop. I stepped carefully toward the back of the tent, Ranger glued to my side. The fog was too thick to see more than 10 feet ahead. Click, click. Then, suddenly, a shadow moved in the fog. Tall, thin, wrong somehow, like the proportions were just slightly off. My flashlight beam hit it and passed straight through. A trick of the fog, I told myself. A branch, a deer. But deer don't make clicking sounds, and deer don't stand still like that. Unmoving, silent. I shouted, "Hey, who's there?" The clicking stopped instantly. The shadow tilted its head. Ranger barked again, but this time he stepped backward, pressing against my legs, something he had never done in his life, not even when he faced down a bear on our property. Then the shadow turned and moved deeper into the trees without a sound. Not a snap of a twig, not a rustle of foliage, just gone. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my camping chair with Ranger at my feet, staring into the fog until the sun came up. I told myself I'd pack up and leave first thing in the morning. No use sticking around if there were weirdos out there. But when morning came, the fog hadn't lifted. If anything, it was thicker. And that's when I realized the ground around my camp had changed. Tracks. Dozens of them. Not footprints, handprints. Human handprints pressed into the dirt, leading out of the clearing and into the trees. Some were small, child-sized. Others were longer, fingers too stretched, too curled, like something had dragged them forward. My stomach knotted so hard I doubled over. Ranger whined and nudged my hand, trying to pull me toward the truck. I didn't need convincing. I packed at record speed, threw everything into the back, and started the engine. As the truck crawled down the trail, I glanced into the rearview mirror. Something was following us. The fog behind the truck rippled like something tall and thin was moving through it, pacing the truck's speed. Every few seconds I saw a glimpse, a long limb, a sharp angle, something slipping behind a tree just before the fog swallowed it again. Click, click, click. The sound followed us the entire mile back to the main dirt road. Not loud, not aggressive, just steady, watching, keeping pace. It wasn't until I hit the paved road that the fog abruptly stopped at the tree line. Completely stopped, like it was afraid to cross the boundary. I drove straight home without stopping once. But the story didn't end there. 3 days later, I took Ranger for a walk in our neighborhood park. It was early morning, still cool and quiet. For a moment, everything felt normal again. Then Ranger froze. His ears snapped forward. His tail went stiff. He stared toward a cluster of trees at the edge of the park and growled, "Click, click." I heard it. Soft, rhythmic, coming from the shadows between the trees. I yanked Ranger's leash and backed away fast, heart hammering. I didn't see anything, but I felt it. Watching. Waiting. Following. It's been months since the trip. I still hear the clicking sometimes outside the house beneath my bedroom window or when I take out the trash after dark. Ranger refuses to go outside at night now. He just stands at the doorway, staring into the yard, trembling. Whatever I saw or whatever saw me, that night in the fog didn't stay in the forest. I don't know how far it followed. I don't know what it wants. But sometimes when the house is quiet and the night is too still, I hear that same steady rhythm. Click, 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 like fingertips tapping on my window. Story the end. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. Just a couple of friends, some tents, and the kind of fresh air only the Appalachians could offer. Kyle, Jenna, and Marcus had been planning it for weeks. They picked a remote campsite in North Carolina, far off the beaten path, accessible only by a narrow, winding dirt road that seemed to vanish into the forest. GPS barely worked there, and the last gas station was nearly an hour away, but that was part of the charm. Or so they told themselves. They arrived around noon on Friday. The air was warm and thick, with the smell of pine, damp earth, and the faint musk of something wild. Kyle parked the old pickup on a flat patch near a creek that gurgled quietly, reflecting sunlight through the swaying branches. They unloaded their gear, joking and laughing, completely unaware of the unease that had been quietly settling in the woods. As they started pitching tents, Marcus noticed something odd, a set of footprints near the creek. They were large, barefoot prints deep in the mud. Probably a deer, he said. But Jenna frowned, pointing out that deer don't walk on two legs. Kyle shrugged and waved it off. They were young, confident, and not prone to superstition. By mid-afternoon, the campsite was set, and the three went for a short hike along a narrow trail that led deeper into the forest. The canopy overhead was so thick that the sunlight barely touched the ground. Birds chirped nervously, and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush made the trail feel alive. The further they went, the stranger it became. They came across an abandoned cabin, just the frame and a sagging roof, as if nature was slowly swallowing it. Inside, broken furniture lay scattered, and the air was stale and cold despite the summer sun outside. Kyle, ever the skeptic, suggested exploring it, while Jenna hesitated, feeling a sudden chill crawl up her spine. Inside the cabin, Marcus found something that made him pause. Crude symbols scratched into the floorboards, circles intersected with lines, some kind of sigils. He ran his finger over them, and the wood felt sticky. Not with sap, but something darker. "Guys, this is weird," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. Kyle laughed nervously and said it was probably just graffiti left by some kids, but Jenna's unease deepened. She insisted they leave, and they did, but the feeling of being watched lingered. They returned to camp as the sun started to dip behind the trees. The forest grew darker, and the shadows lengthened in unnatural ways. They built a fire, the crackle of flames offering comfort against the growing darkness. They told stories, laughed, and tried to ignore the way the woods seemed to hum around them, as if alive. Around 10 p.m., they heard it, the first sound that truly frightened them. A low guttural growl, far off at first, then closer, circling the camp. Kyle tried to joke about it, calling it a bear, but the sound was wrong. It wasn't like any animal they had ever heard, deep, resonant, and intelligent. It wasn't hunting prey, it was watching. The growling didn't stop. They shone flashlights into the trees, but nothing moved, just shadows. Then came the whispers, soft, almost imperceptible, like breath on their ears. Words they couldn't understand, but the tone was clear. Warning, threat, fear. Marcus suggested leaving immediately, but their truck was now nearly an hour's hike back. They debated staying in the tents, but Jenna refused, saying she couldn't sleep. They decided to take turns staying awake, keeping the fire alive. Hours passed, each minute stretching like an eternity. The growls circled, the whispers came closer, and every rustle in the underbrush felt like movement toward them. Around 3 a.m., the first real attack came. Something hit the side of Marcus's tent, a heavy thud that knocked him off the cot. He scrambled out, flashlight shaking, and caught a glimpse of something, tall, impossibly thin, moving with unnatural speed between the trees. It wasn't human, not quite. Its limbs were long, ending in claw-like fingers, and its eyes glowed faintly in the dark. They ran, grabbing whatever they could, flashlights, knives, a small cooler, and stumbled blindly through the forest. Every direction looked the same, and every step felt like it led them deeper into a labyrinth. The whispers became voices, calling their names, mocking them, promising pain. At some point, Kyle tripped and fell into the creek. The cold water shocked him awake. When he looked back, Jenna and Marcus were gone, or maybe they were ahead. It was impossible to tell, the darkness playing tricks on his eyes. The forest was alive with movement, though nothing solid appeared. Branches whipped at his face, roots tried to trip him, and the growls were all around, echoing as if the forest itself had teeth. Hours later, or maybe minutes, Kyle stumbled onto the dirt road. The forest stopped abruptly, the trees thinning like someone had drawn a line. The road was empty, silent. He collapsed there, trembling, thinking he had escaped. He didn't notice the footprints until he looked back, large, humanoid, tracking alongside his path from the woods. The next morning, rangers found the campsite. The tents were shredded, the fire pit cold, and the cabin had disappeared entirely, as if it had never existed. Kyle was gone, and so were Jenna and Marcus. The only signs of them were small personal items scattered through the mud and 3 sets of footprints leading into the forest, and one much larger set deeper in the shadows that never came back. The locals never talk about that part of the woods, and any mention of the trio is met with silence or warnings. Hikers who wander too close sometimes hear whispers, laughter, and the low growl of something watching just beyond the trees. And sometimes, in the middle of the night, they see eyes, glowing faintly, following them from the shadows. Some say the forest keeps its own, that it doesn't like visitors. Others claim it isn't just a forest, that it's something older, something that waits. Kyle's family held out hope for years, but eventually the search was called off. The woods swallowed the 3 of them completely, leaving only questions and a cautionary tale for anyone daring enough to camp there. Hikers report strange encounters even now, footprints appearing out of nowhere, whispers calling their names, and fleeting glimpses of something humanoid but wrong, always just beyond the light of the campfire. People come and go, some never returning, while others leave with a story too terrifying to forget. One local man told a journalist, "If you hear the whispers, don't answer. If you see the eyes, don't look, and whatever you do, don't go near the creek after dark." That advice has saved a few, but many ignore it. They think they're brave, they think they're smart, and then they disappear. The forest doesn't forget, it doesn't forgive, and it's always watching. Story the end. The sun was already sinking behind the thick pines when we finally found the clearing. The smell of damp earth and pine needles filled the air, and the distant calls of birds were fading into the quiet hum of the forest at dusk. We were 5 friends from college, Mark, Lisa, Jason, Erica, and me, seeking a weekend escape from the city. None of us were seasoned campers, but the idea of roughing it in the wilderness sounded exhilarating. We laughed and joked as we carried our gear deeper into the woods, oblivious to the feeling that had begun to settle over the place, a subtle tension that we brushed off as exhaustion from the hike. We set up camp near a small creek. The water gurgled softly, and the shadows of the trees danced in the last light of day. As the fire crackled to life, we unpacked our backpacks, sharing snacks and swapping ghost stories for laughs. The air was cool, and the forest seemed alive in a way that made every rustle or snap of a branch feel amplified. I remember thinking that it was beautiful in a wild, untouched way. As darkness fully fell, our laughter had quieted to murmurs. Mark had gone to gather firewood. Lisa and Erica were inside the tent, arranging sleeping bags, and Jason and I sat on a log near the fire. It was around 10 p.m. when we first heard it, a faint whispering carried on the wind. At first, I assumed it was the creek or maybe a branch brushing against another, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be natural. "Did you hear that?" I asked, leaning closer to Jason. He shrugged. "Probably just the wind, man. Or an animal." But it didn't sound like an animal. The whispering was almost human, but distant, as if someone were calling our names just at the edge of hearing. "Guys," Jason called softly. "Mark? Lisa?" No answer. We both stood, shining our flashlights toward the tree line. That's when we saw movement, quick, deliberate shadows flitting between the trees. It was too fast for a person to run. Our hearts started pounding. "Maybe we should wake the others," I suggested. By the time we woke Mark, Lisa, and Erica, the forest seemed unnaturally still. Even the creek's gurgle had softened to a trickle. I noticed for the first time how dark the woods were, how the firelight barely touched the tree line. We joked nervously, trying to convince ourselves it was just our imaginations. But the tension didn't fade. Later that night, I woke to a sound I will never forget. The whispering had returned, louder this time, circling the camp. I blinked, my heart racing, and saw a figure, or maybe several, just beyond the firelight. They were tall, unnaturally thin, almost blending into the trees, but the way they moved made my stomach twist. I nudged Jason, whispering, "Do you see that?" He froze, eyes wide. Yeah, he whispered back. We couldn't make out faces, but there was something wrong about the way they shifted, almost gliding instead of walking. I wanted to scream, to wake everyone, but my voice caught in my throat. The figures didn't approach directly. Instead, they moved around the perimeter of our camp, their presence pressing down on us in a way I couldn't explain. By morning, the figures were gone, leaving only broken branches and footprints in the mud that were unlike any animal I'd seen. Too long, too narrow, with claw-like impressions at the ends. We didn't speak of it much, more out of disbelief than denial. The day passed uneventfully, with us hiking, swimming in the creek, and trying to convince ourselves it had all been a dream. That night, things escalated. Around 11 p.m., we were gathered around the dying embers of our fire when the whispering returned. This time, unmistakably voices. We could make out words, though not fully. Something about leaving and alone. Panic set in. Lisa wanted to pack up and go, but our car was a couple of miles back along a rough trail. Then we heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, circling the camp. They were heavier than the previous night's shadows suggested, and now we could hear multiple sets, pacing just outside the ring of firelight. The whispering became more coherent, almost chanting. Jason shone his flashlight toward the sound, and for a split second we saw them clearly. They weren't human. Their limbs were too long, their heads too small, faces obscured as if wrapped in shadows. Their skin, or whatever it was grayish and seemed to ripple in the dim light. The sound they made wasn't a voice, but a layered, almost mechanical hiss, punctuated by the whispers we'd heard. The air around us felt electric, the hairs on my arms standing straight up. In a frenzy, we tried to leave. Mark tripped over a root, crashing to the ground. The figures didn't pursue, but the whispering followed us, echoing through the trees like it was inside our heads. We ran blindly, cutting through underbrush, our flashlights bouncing and swinging, until we reached the main trail leading back to our car. We didn't stop. Not once. By the time we reached the parking area, dawn was breaking. Exhausted and terrified, we piled into the car and drove without speaking, the forest shrinking behind us. None of us wanted to return. Weeks later, I read an online forum about hikers in that area who reported seeing strange, elongated figures at night. Some had disappeared without a trace. A few mentioned whispering voices, almost guiding them deeper into the woods. I tried not to think about it, telling myself it was a local legend meant to scare tourists. But deep down, I knew what we had encountered wasn't a story. The nightmares started shortly after. Each night, I would wake to whispering, the same voices from the forest circling my bed. Jason said the same, though we never spoke about it much. Erica began to avoid sleeping altogether. The forest had followed us, somehow, attaching itself to our minds. Months passed, and I tried to put it behind me. But when I checked my old photos from the trip, I froze. In every picture where the trees appeared in the background, faint shadows lurked. Tall, thin figures that weren't there when we took the photos. Their faces were obscured, but their presence was undeniable, almost smiling at us. I stopped sharing the story with most people. No one wants to believe something like that. But sometimes when the wind shifts just right, I can hear it again. The whispers calling from the shadows. Not far away, just beyond the edge of perception. And I know, without a doubt, they're still out there. Waiting. Watching. We never returned to the forest. None of us ever camped again. The others moved away, tried to forget, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I swear I see those shadows at the corner of my vision, slipping between the trees just like they did that first night. They never run, never chase, but they always follow, always wait. I thought leaving would end it, but some nights, when the wind carries a certain rhythm, I hear the whispers again. They don't sound angry or hungry, just patient, waiting for the next time we, or anyone, dare to enter their woods. The memory of that night never fades. The shadows, the whispers, the oppressive feeling that we were trespassing in a place we were never meant to see. It all lingers, a permanent scar on my mind. And I know it's still out there. Watching. Waiting. Story the end. The sun had barely started dipping behind the pine-lined ridges of the Adirondacks when we rolled into the small, nearly empty campground. My friends Jason, Meredith, and I were the kind of people who loved the idea of getting away from civilization, even if it meant camping in places that seemed to have been forgotten by time itself. We'd driven hours from the city, weaving through narrow back roads until the GPS finally sputtered and gave up entirely. The campground was little more than a dirt clearing with a few weathered picnic tables and a rickety sign warning of bears. The smell of damp earth and pine sap hung heavy in the air, and I remember thinking that already, something about this place felt off. We pitched our tents quickly, each of us working silently. Meredith hummed to herself a nervous tune, while Jason and I argued lightly over whose flashlight batteries were still functional. By the time the sun fully disappeared, the forest had swallowed the campground in a darkness so complete that even the starlight seemed hesitant to penetrate it. We lit a small fire, the flames flickering weakly against the surrounding blackness. I was the only one brave enough, or foolish enough, to volunteer to scout the perimeter of the campground with a flashlight, and as I wandered, I felt an almost magnetic pull from the dense woods behind the clearing. It started with the noises. At first, it was subtle, snaps of twigs like someone walking just beyond my flashlight's reach. Then came low, guttural groans, almost human, almost animal, that echoed between the trees. I froze several times, expecting to catch a glimpse of something moving. Every time I swung my flashlight in the direction of the sounds, there was nothing, and yet the noises continued, shifting, circling around me. I remember feeling a cold, prickling sensation at the base of my skull, like being watched by hundreds of unseen eyes. When I returned to the fire, I found Jason and Meredith sitting in silence, the air between us heavier than it had been in the car ride up. "Did you hear that?" I asked, and they exchanged a glance, faces pale in the firelight. "Yeah," Meredith whispered. "It's like whispers." She paused, then added, "I thought we were imagining it." But none of us were imagining it. Around the perimeter of our campsite, the whispers continued, soft and fragmented, words that made no sense yet somehow sounded urgent. We decided to stay close to the fire. Hours passed, or maybe it was minutes. The night seemed to stretch endlessly, folding in on itself. At one point, I swore I saw a figure, tall, impossibly thin, at the edge of the firelight. It didn't move like a human. Its limbs were jerky, unnatural, and it seemed to watch us silently, tilting its head as if studying us. I blinked, and it was gone. Jason laughed nervously, trying to make a joke, but I could see the tension in his jaw, the way his eyes darted toward the darkness beyond the fire. Meredith, sitting with her knees pulled up to her chest, refused to look in that direction at all. Around midnight, the fire began to die, the last sparks hissing into the blackness. That's when the banging started. At first, we thought it was just a tree branch falling, but it continued rhythmically, like someone or something was knocking on the trunks around the campsite. Louder, closer, moving in a circle around us. Jason grabbed a flashlight and shone it toward the noise. The beam caught the same lanky figure I had seen earlier, standing just beyond the tree line. Its face was obscured, but the way it moved, like it was jerking to the rhythm of a broken puppet, made my stomach turn. Then it disappeared again, as if melting into the shadows. We stayed in our tents after that, trying not to breathe too loudly, trying not to think. Sleep didn't come. Occasionally, the whispers would brush against the sides of our tents, soft enough that we couldn't tell if they were outside or inside. At one point, I heard a scraping noise against the nylon wall, slow and deliberate. Meredith whispered my name, trembling, and I shined a small flashlight outside the tent. Nothing. But the scraping didn't stop. It circled, moving with an intelligence that made me want to vomit. By dawn, none of us had slept. The morning light brought little relief. The trees, once merely dark and foreboding, now seemed alive. Shadows stretched unnaturally, and there was a smell, like decayed leaves mixed with iron, that lingered in the air. We decided to pack up and leave immediately, but when we tried to drive away, Jason's truck wouldn't start. The engine turned over, sputtered, then died. We tried pushing it, trying to call for help, but there was no signal. It was as if the forest itself had swallowed us, severing any connection to the outside world. We were forced to walk. At first, we thought following the dirt road back would be enough, but soon it became clear we weren't on a road at all. The forest twisted in impossible ways. Familiar landmarks vanished and the whispers returned, louder now, surrounding us completely. They weren't random anymore. They were calling our names, mocking us, repeating things we had said only moments before. I remember screaming at Jason to run, but every direction we took seemed to lead us back to the campsite, to the clearing where the fire had been. Hours, or perhaps it was days, passed. We began to see more figures in the trees. Thin, shadowy, some hunched, some standing impossibly tall, all watching. We couldn't tell if they were following us or if we were walking through them. Sleep-deprived and terrified, we started to argue, pointing fingers, our minds fraying under the weight of the darkness and the whispers. At one point, Meredith vanished. One moment she was clutching my arm. The next, she was gone, leaving only the echo of her scream swallowed by the forest. Jason and I kept moving, but I knew he was slipping too. He kept muttering about voices telling him to go back, about something he had seen in the trees that wasn't human. And then I saw it, fully. A figure crouched on a branch, head lolling unnaturally, eyes black pits reflecting no light. Its mouth opened in a grin too wide for a human face, and a sound like nails scraping metal came from somewhere deep in its throat. I don't know how long we ran. At some point, the forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees that all looked the same. The whispers became a constant roar, filling my head, telling me things I didn't want to hear. Jason finally collapsed, and when I turned to help him, I saw dozens of figures standing just beyond the trees, watching. They didn't move toward us, they just waited. And then, slowly, they began to step back into the shadows, fading until there was nothing but the trees. I don't remember finding the road. I woke up at the edge of the highway, alone, Jason and Meredith gone. My car was there, running as if nothing had happened. I drove straight home, not daring to look back. The police found no trace of my friends or any campsite matching my description. The authorities suggested I might have wandered off and gotten lost, that maybe my friends had decided to head back to civilization without me. But I know better. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispers. They're faint, almost teasing, like someone brushing their fingers over the back of my neck. I avoid forests now, avoid camping, avoid even thinking about that night. I've tried to tell people what happened, but no one believes me. They laugh, suggest it was stress, exhaustion, imagination, but I know the truth. There are places in the woods where the normal rules don't apply, where something watches and waits, patient and hungry, and I know in my bones that if I ever return, it will be waiting for me. Story the end. The first night, everything seemed normal enough. We had set up camp in the heart of the Smoky Mountains, the area we'd picked because of its relative isolation. The nearest ranger station was at least a 20-minute drive away, and cell service was almost non-existent. It was just the four of us. Me, my brother Jake, our friend Emily, and her boyfriend Mark. We had been planning this trip for months, and everyone was itching for a weekend off from the constant stress of work and school. We arrived late afternoon and spent the first few hours hiking to find a suitable clearing for our tents. We were careful to set up near a small stream, both for water and for the ambient noise to mask any wildlife that might wander too close. The sun was setting by the time we finished setting up, and we all agreed that the campsite looked perfect. After gathering firewood, we built a modest fire and cooked our simple meals over it. The first night passed quietly. We told ghost stories, drank beer, and laughed, feeling completely at ease under the blanket of stars. It was around 2 a.m. when the first weirdness began. I was the first to wake. The air around the campsite felt wrong, too still, too heavy. I could hear the stream bubbling, the fire crackling, but there was something else. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves. I froze, listening. At first, I thought maybe it was a deer or a raccoon, but the steps were too measured, almost human. I nudged Jake awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He grumbled and turned over. "Probably just a raccoon." "No," I said. "It's walking, not running, just walking." Emily and Mark stirred as well, and we all strained to hear. The steps stopped, but then we noticed something else. The smell. A rotten metallic scent filled the air, like decaying flesh. That was when we all realized none of us had brought flashlights out to the fire. It was too dangerous to leave the fire unattended, and we thought the moonlight was enough. "Let's just stay quiet," Mark said. "Maybe it'll go away." Minutes passed. The footsteps never returned, but the smell lingered, making us gag. None of us slept the rest of the night. Every shadow beyond the firelight seemed to twitch unnaturally, and every snap of a branch felt like someone moving closer. By morning, we were exhausted and jittery. We decided to go for a hike to shake off the nerves. The sun helped, but even then, something felt off. We found a narrow trail that led deeper into the woods and began walking. About 20 minutes in, Emily suddenly stopped and pointed. "Did you see that?" she asked. A figure had been standing among the trees, partially obscured by the trunks. It wasn't moving now, but it was impossible to mistake. A man, maybe in his 40s, wearing a filthy coat and boots caked in mud. His face was pale, and his eyes seemed to be too large, staring directly at us, even though he was 30 feet away. "He's just a hiker," Jake said, trying to sound confident. "Who hikes out here looking like that?" I asked. Before any of us could react, the man turned and disappeared into the trees, moving silently, too fast for any human to run. The hairs on my neck stood on end. We agreed to head back to camp immediately. By the time we returned, our campsite felt violated. The fire had burned down to embers. Our tent zippers were undone, though nothing seemed stolen. I checked the stream for any tracks, but there were none. Just the regular animal prints of raccoons, deer, and birds. Whatever had been there had left no trace. That night, the strange occurrences escalated. Around midnight, a low growl rolled through the campsite. It was not a dog, not a bear, not anything I could identify. It was guttural and deep, vibrating through the air. The sound circled the campsite for nearly half an hour, pausing intermittently as if mocking us. We didn't sleep that night either, huddled together in our tent, clutching whatever we could as weapons, sticks, a pocket knife, and Mark's hiking axe. By the third day, we were exhausted. We debated leaving, but we had only just hiked in and didn't want to risk moving in the dark. We tried to rationalize everything. The footsteps, the smell, the pale man, the growls. Perhaps it was a combination of stress, isolation, and overactive imaginations. That day, we stayed close to the stream, catching fish for dinner and trying to rebuild some semblance of normalcy. It was late afternoon when things got truly terrifying. I was alone at the edge of the stream, trying to rinse some fish in the water, when I noticed movement on the opposite bank. My stomach dropped. It was the man from before. He stood perfectly still, staring at me, just like yesterday. I froze. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I knew he could outrun me through the dense forest. Slowly, I backed away, keeping my eyes on him. Then, something even stranger happened. He lifted one hand, pointing directly at me, and then he whispered softly, just loud enough for me to hear, "Don't trust the fire." I stumbled back, almost falling into the stream, and bolted toward camp. Jake and Emily were waiting there. I tried to explain, but my words sounded insane, even to me. By then, the man was gone. That night, we decided to do something reckless. We built a huge fire, one that we hoped would keep anything away. We took turns keeping watch, burning wood until the flames were towering. The growling returned, circling the campsite again, but this time it stayed at the edges, never coming too close. Around 2 a.m., the fire dimmed, and that's when we saw them, shapes moving just beyond the light. 4 figures, tall and unnaturally thin, dressed in tattered clothing. They didn't walk, they glided over the ground. Their faces were hidden in the shadows, but we felt their eyes on us. Mark shouted and swung his axe, but the figures didn't flinch. One of them raised a hand and pointed at our tent the way the man had. Then they vanished. The next morning, we didn't wait to pack. Everything we brought was hastily thrown into our bags. We ran to the car, trying to ignore the feeling of being followed. As we drove out of the forest, I looked in the rearview mirror. For a brief moment, we saw a figure standing on the edge of the tree line, tall, thin, with eyes that glinted unnaturally in the early morning light. Then it was gone. Back in civilization, we told ourselves we had imagined most of it, that the stress and lack of sleep had caused hallucinations, but none of us ever forgot the smell of decay, the low growls, or the man whispering from the shadows. Weeks later, we checked news reports of the area. Nothing about missing hikers, nothing about predators. But there were stories, buried in local forums and old newspaper clippings, about disappearances and strange figures in the Smokies dating back decades. Some described glowing eyes in the dark. Others talked about shadowy men pointing before people vanished. No one knew what they were, but everyone agreed on one thing. People who encountered them never stayed in the area long. To this day, I can't explain what we saw. I can't explain the smell, the growls, or the man's voice in the dark. And every time I drive past the mountains, I feel that same prickling on the back of my neck, the unshakable certainty that something is out there, watching, waiting, and always pointing. Story the end. The sun was just slipping below the horizon as we drove down the winding road toward the campsite. My friends and I, Jake, Melissa, Chris, and I, had been planning this trip for months. It was early October, the air crisp, the trees bursting with shades of red and gold. Our destination was a small state park in upstate New York, the kind of place that looked perfect on Instagram but had a reputation locally for people vanishing or hearing strange things at night, rumors that we all laughed off. We arrived as darkness was settling in, setting up our tents by the edge of a clearing. The park was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. We started a fire, roasted marshmallows, and joked about ghost stories, each trying to outdo the other. By 10 o'clock, we were all exhausted, and despite the stories, I felt a comfortable calm, the kind you get when surrounded by friends and the wilderness. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of snapping twigs. At first, I thought it was a deer or some raccoon, common enough in these woods, but as I listened, the sound became rhythmic, deliberate, like someone pacing just beyond the clearing. I nudged Jake, who slept closest to the edge of the tent. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. Jake mumbled something, pulling the blanket over his head. I got out quietly, careful not to wake anyone else. The air was colder than I expected, and the moonlight barely penetrated the canopy of trees. I could see faint shadows moving just outside the light from the fire. A figure, tall and thin, emerged from the darkness. It didn't make a sound, but kept pace just beyond the tree line. I froze. Then, a loud bark shattered the silence. Chris's dog, Max, a golden retriever, was in his tent, growling and straining at the leash. The figure vanished. I ran back to the tent, my heart hammering. I woke everyone, explaining what I'd seen. They were skeptical, though Melissa admitted she had felt like someone, or something, was watching us. We tried to laugh it off again, blaming shadows and imagination. I volunteered to stay up a bit longer, keeping the fire alive. That's when I noticed strange footprints in the dirt around the perimeter of our camp. They weren't human. They were long, narrow, and deep, as if something heavy had pressed into the soil. We examined them closer by flashlight. The prints led away from the clearing, disappearing into the trees. The next morning, the unease from the previous night lingered. We went on a short hike, hoping fresh air and daylight would calm us. The park was empty, eerily so, and the silence between the rustling leaves felt oppressive. About half a mile down the trail, we found another set of footprints, these ones much larger and unmistakably human. The dirt around them was disturbed, like whoever had walked there was dragging something. By the time we returned to camp, the fire pit had been disturbed. Our firewood was scattered, and the small cooler we had kept near the tents was overturned. Nothing was stolen, but the message was clear. Someone, or something, had been close while we slept. Tension replaced our initial excitement, and no one wanted to admit they were scared. That night, we decided to sleep with flashlights on, doors zipped tightly, and Max chained near the tent. Around 1:30 a.m., a strange humming sound filled the air. Not a tune, just a low, vibrating hum that seemed to come from all directions. I froze, listening, and realized it was accompanied by footsteps circling the tents. Melissa started crying quietly. Jake whispered we should leave, but our cars were parked a good 15-minute walk away on the trail, and leaving in the dark felt like a death sentence. Chris suggested making noise, clapping and shouting, so we did. "Hey, we see you! Come out!" But the hum didn't stop. The footsteps quickened, then abruptly vanished. The next morning, we made the decision to pack up and leave. As we walked back to the car, the forest seemed alive, almost watching us. The sun filtered through the trees, but there was no sense of relief. About halfway down the trail, Chris stopped. "Look," he said, pointing. Etched into the side of a tree was a message, scratched deep into the bark. "You shouldn't be here." None of us spoke. The silence was thick, our stomachs turning. We quickened our pace, finally reaching the parking lot. No cars were around, except ours. Relief was immediate, but the memory of those footsteps and that humming stayed with me. A few weeks later, I found a post online about the same park. A local hiker had disappeared in the exact area we had camped. The description matched the night we had spent there. Footprints, disturbed campsites, strange noises. Police had found no evidence, no tracks leading away, nothing. I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been lucky, maybe watched, maybe tested, but ultimately let go. None of us spoke much about it afterward, but the paranoia stayed. Whenever someone suggested camping there again, everyone recoiled. Even now, years later, I remember that rhythmic pacing, the humming, and the long, unnatural footprints in the dirt. It wasn't over. The memories followed me home. A few nights after our trip, I woke up to the same humming sound. My apartment was on the third floor, in the city, with no trees around. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but the sound persisted. Then scratching came at the window, long, deliberate claws dragging down the glass. I never called anyone. I didn't report it. There was no logic to explain it, no way to confront it. I stopped camping entirely, never went back to the woods, never returned to that park. Friends tried to console me, said it was stress or the imagination, but I knew the truth. Whatever followed us from that campsite wasn't bound by distance. Years later, I learned that others had reported strange occurrences in that same area. Families had abandoned campsites after hearing footsteps circling their tents. Backpackers had vanished with nothing but footprints and overturned supplies left behind. Authorities chalked it up to animals or people playing pranks, but anyone who's been there knows better. I still get the humming sometimes, especially when I'm alone. At first, it was every few months, then every few weeks. I've moved states, changed cities, but it doesn't matter. It's patient. It waits. And somewhere I know it still follows, silent and unrelenting, reminding me that some parts of the world, some woods, are not meant for human presence. I've learned not to fight it, not to chase it, but I also know better than to go back. And every time I hear a twig snap outside my door, I feel the same cold dread from that night, decades ago, when we laughed at ghost stories and a figure circled our campfire. I know now that the stories weren't jokes, they were warnings. The last time I camped, it wasn't in the wilderness. I stayed in a cabin, locked doors, thick walls, and yet on the first night the humming came again, faint, almost teasing. I ignored it, buried myself under blankets. But the sound persists, a reminder that some places, some entities, never let go. I often wonder if we were meant to leave, or if we were being observed for some sinister reason. The scratches on the tree, the scattered firewood, the footprints, these were markers, evidence that we had trespassed into a world that isn't ours. And though I survived that night, the experience marked me. It changed the way I see the wilderness, the darkness, and the quiet spaces where humans think they are alone. I will never camp again, not in that park, not anywhere remotely similar. And I will never forget the sound of those steps pacing around our tent, the hum vibrating in the cold night air, and the feeling of being watched by something that should not exist. I tell people the story now, cautiously. Most don't believe me. Some laugh. A few go silent, their eyes reflecting the same unease I felt. That's when I know they understand. Some things are real. Some woods are alive. And some nights the darkness waits. Story the end. It was the kind of trip that appealed to all of us. Raw, back to basics. 4 days in the wilderness with nothing but tents, backpacks, and minimal gear. We'd picked a remote section of forest in the Appalachian Mountains, not too far from the New River Gorge. We were 3 friends, me, Sarah, and Tom, seasoned enough to know what we were doing, but foolish enough to believe nothing bad would happen. Day 1 was peaceful. We followed a trail that wound through oaks and pines, crossed a small creek, and then climbed to a ridge overlook where the wind whispered through the leaves. In the evening, our campfire crackled under a sky full of stars so bright it made our eyes ache. We roasted marshmallows, told stupid jokes, and felt like we'd left the world behind. That night, I slept in a small 2-person tent with Sarah. Tom was in a battered single tent maybe 20 yards away. The forest was quiet and comforting, at least until a sudden noise broke the calm. Something heavy dragging across the ground. Sarah stirred and I froze. A branch snapped, then a slow shuffle. We peeked out through the mesh flap. Nothing. Just darkness. Around 2 a.m, I woke again, this time to breathing. Deep, ragged breaths, so close it felt like someone was right next to the tent. My heart pounded so loud I was sure they'd hear it. But I shifted. A mistake. And the sound vanished. We lay awake for hours, wide-eyed and too afraid to move, unsure whether to whisper, scream, or stay completely still. Morning came, but nothing looked different. The forest around us seemed untouched. We chalked it up to animals, maybe a deer or a bear or some clumsy raccoon. Tom didn't mention hearing anything when we met him for breakfast. We laughed nervously, packed up, and hit the trail. Day 2 felt heavier. As we trudged further into the woods, the path narrowed, overgrown in places. The trees were ancient, thick with moss, and shadows clung as though alive. The sense of isolation felt magnified, like the forest itself was watching us. We found a clearing by a small stream and decided to set up camp early. The sun dipped low and we pitched our tents. Sarah joked about ghosts, Tom told a silly story about Bigfoot, and I busied myself starting the fire. But as darkness settled, something changed. The usual night sounds, crickets, frogs, wind, were there, but there was an undercurrent now, an unplaceable rhythm, a whispering breath deep in the tree line. After we made dinner, I wandered off by myself to pee. That's when I heard it, a low murmur, almost like talking, followed by the snap of twigs. I froze. For a long moment, I thought I glimpsed a figure, just a silhouette, standing among the trees. Then it moved, and I blinked, and it was gone. I told myself it was my imagination, but when I returned, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling. Back at camp, we tried to laugh, but our voices felt hollow. We kept the fire going extra long, watching the darkness beyond its light. Eventually, I went to sleep, but sleep barely came. Every rustle made me tense. Every distant sound raised an alarm in my mind. Sometime around midnight, I jolted awake at the sound of thudding footsteps. Not light footsteps like an animal, but heavy, slow, deliberate. Right outside my tent, my breath caught. I couldn't tell if it was one footstep, then another, or a continuous drag. It circled. First from one side of the tent to the back, then to the other side. I lay perfectly still, holding my breath. The breathing came again, louder this time, as though the source was leaning right into the fabric. My mind raced. Human? Something else? I whispered for Sarah. No answer. Panicked, I tried to unzip the flap, but my fingers trembled. Before I could, the steps stopped. Silence swallowed the forest. Then a single snap, a branch breaking, and whatever it was walked away. I didn't sleep after that. Dawn felt too far away. When morning came, we packed silently. None of us talked about what had happened, maybe because we didn't believe our own ears. On day 3, we decided to push deeper, going off-trail for more solitude. The forest grew denser. Moss covered the tree trunks, so thick it looked like green fur. The underbrush was tangled. Thorns snagged our pants. At one point, Tom tripped, lost his footing, and scraped his knee. He laughed it off, but the mood stayed tense. Late in the afternoon, we found a clearing that seemed perfect. Flat ground, good wind protection, and a small brook for water. We set up camp. Sarah and I built a fire again. Tom was quieter than usual, staring into the trees with an uneasy expression. As the sky darkened, thunderstorms rolled in. The wind picked up, rain tapped the tent fly, lightning flashed behind the treetops, and thunder rumbled like the growl of an ancient beast. We huddled in our tents, listening to the forest shout. But even as the rain pounded, we both felt exposed, like the storm was cover for something worse. In the middle of the night, the fire died. We cracked our tent open to listen. Rain had drenched the wood, snuffing out the flames. The forest felt even darker, the shadows denser. The breathing came again, this time right outside the tent, accompanied by dragging sounds as though something heavy was pulling itself across the ground. I wanted to scream, but Sarah gripped my hand. It moved slowly, pausing. I could have sworn I saw something crouch, shape shifting in the darkness. It wasn't a bear. Its breathing was too ragged, too deliberate. The dragging stopped. Then a voice, barely a whisper, as though hissed through lips pressed close to fabric. Leave. My heart almost stopped. The voice was human, but broken, strange. Then footsteps again, going away. We lay frozen, not daring to move. Morning came after what felt like hours. When we unzipped and looked out, the rain had softened the ground, leaving muddy prints, deep grooves, not quite paw prints, not quite human footprints. They formed a trail that framed our camp, then disappeared into the trees. We didn't mention it. We couldn't. On the 4th day, things escalated. We packed up early, but as we broke camp, Tom revealed he'd left his backpack behind. Somehow, in the confusion of low visibility and panic, he just walked off with his tent and sleeping bag. We had to go back. My stomach nodded. We returned to the clearing. I tried to follow the same trail we'd made in, but something was off. The forest had changed. Branches were broken in places they hadn't been before. The bushes seemed trampled, but not by us. The air felt heavier. Tom muttered, "Guys, this isn't right." He crouched and pointed. There were footprints in the mud around his old campsite. Some were ours, but others weren't. These were too large, spaced strangely. He ran his fingers along the edge of one print and recoiled. "These are fresh," he said. Suddenly the forest went quiet, painfully so. The wind stopped, the bird calls vanished, the rain ceased, even the stream seemed to hush. We stood paralyzed. Then a distant branch crack. Something moved in the trees. We dropped our packs and ran, not back along the trail we came, but off into the wilderness, just moving, scrambling, climbing, until we were panting, bleeding, exhausted. I didn't dare look behind me, but I knew somehow we were being followed. When we finally found the marked trail again, relief washed over me, but I knew it wasn't over. The forest felt alive, malicious. We didn't stop to rest, didn't stop to think. We stumbled down the mountain until we reached the old ranger trailhead. By the time we made it to our car, hours later, we were shaking, silent. We drove out without another word. Back in civilization, we tried to shake it off. Friends asked how the trip was. We laughed, said it was normal, nothing to write about. But late at night, I'd wake up, sweating, replaying the sounds, the dragging, the breathing, the whispers. A month later, I looked up stories about missing campers in that region. I found old reports, hikers who vanished without trace, search parties that turned up nothing, footprints that didn't match any known species. There were speculation pieces, cryptid, deranged hermit, escaped convict. No one knew. Rangers said nothing specific. I called Tom once on a whim. He sounded different. When I asked him about the footprints, he said, "You weren't imagining it. Something was out there. Something that knew we weren't supposed to be there." Sarah never camped again. Tom swears he hears it sometimes, in his dreams or when he's alone in the woods. Breathing, dragging sounds, whispers. Me? I keep to day hikes now. I don't sleep under the stars anymore. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I swear I hear something breathing outside my window, slow and deliberate, as though just waiting. Story the end. The weekend started innocuously enough. 4 friends, Jake, Melissa, Tony, and Lauren, loaded their gear into Tony's old Subaru and headed out for a camping trip in the Appalachian foothills of Virginia. They had chosen a remote site, miles from the nearest road, based on a recommendation from a friend of a friend who had claimed it was secluded, quiet, and beautiful. What they didn't know was that quiet, in this context, often meant something out there doesn't want you around. The drive was scenic, winding through dense forests that darkened quickly as the sun dipped behind the mountains. They laughed and joked about ghosts and Bigfoot, teasing each other as the car rattled over the gravel road. They found the campsite just as the sky was bleeding orange and purple, a small clearing open to a creek, and beyond it, the forest thickened so much that the trees seemed to lean in, as though listening. They set up camp quickly. The tent was pitched, the fire pit built, and the cooler unpacked. It was all standard fare, but there was an uneasy silence every time one of them glanced deeper into the trees. Something about the forest made them feel watched, though each brushed it off as nerves or imagination. That first night, the sounds of the woods were unnerving. Owls called at odd intervals, and every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. They sat around the fire, drinking beer and telling stories. Lauren was the first to hear it, a faint whispering, like someone muttering just beyond the edge of the firelight. "Probably the wind," Jake said, forcing a laugh. But even as he spoke, the whispering seemed to shift, moving closer, as though circling the fire. Tony, who had been staring into the darkness, suddenly stiffened. "Did you guys hear that?" he asked. "Hear what?" Melissa said, "It's just the forest," Jake said, but his voice was less certain than he intended. The whispering stopped, and they all laughed nervously. They went to bed shortly after, the fire dying down to embers, leaving only the moonlight filtering through the trees. Around midnight, Jake awoke to the sound of something scratching at the outside of the tent. His heart rate spiked. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, moving along the tent's fabric. He nudged Lauren. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. She did. They froze, listening. The sound was precise, almost as if claws were being dragged across the canvas. The others stirred as well. Probably a raccoon, Tony mumbled, though his tone lacked conviction. Or a bear. But bears didn't usually tap at tents like that. The scratching abruptly stopped. Silence descended again, heavy and expectant. Hours passed, the forest seeming to breathe around them. In the morning, they found nothing unusual, only faint paw prints in the dirt that none of them recognized. The tracks didn't match anything they had ever seen in the forest, large, elongated, and clawed, with a spacing that suggested something large and fast. They tried to shrug it off and spent the day hiking, but the forest seemed to close in on them. Every turn of the trail felt like a corridor, every tree a sentinel. They laughed nervously at shadows that seemed to move when they weren't looking. That night, the whispers returned. This time, they weren't distant. They were just beyond the firelight, low and sibilant, repeating words they couldn't understand. Tony suggested they leave, but Jake insisted it was just imagination, that no one could hurt them here. At around 2 a.m., Lauren woke up screaming. The others rushed out to the fire. She pointed to the trees. "There's someone out there. He's just standing there," she cried, shivering. There was no one visible there, only the trees swaying in the wind. Or was it the wind? They all strained their eyes, and for a moment a tall figure emerged briefly between the trunks. Thin, unnaturally tall, face obscured, and eyes that reflected the firelight. When Jake moved closer, it vanished. "We need to leave," Melissa said firmly. They packed in silence, hearts hammering, as every snapping twig seemed like an ambush. Tony volunteered to scout the path back to the car. He didn't return. Minutes stretched into an hour. Panic set in. Jake grabbed a flashlight and started calling Tony's name. That's when the whispers changed. Low, guttural, now in English, repeating their names, taunting them. The darkness seemed alive. Suddenly, Lauren screamed again, pointing behind Jake. He swung the flashlight and froze. Dozens of figures now emerged from the trees, moving in silence, unnaturally tall, their limbs long and jerky. They didn't run or walk. They glided. The four friends ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping their faces, roots tripping them. Jake turned to see the figures following, keeping pace without effort. They reached the clearing near the creek and stumbled into the car. Melissa and Lauren dove in. Jake struggled with the keys. In the chaos, Tony appeared, standing in the middle of the clearing, staring blankly. "Tony!" Jake yelled, but Tony didn't respond. His eyes were wide and empty. One of the figures stepped toward him. He didn't move, didn't flinch, and then, as if in a blink, Tony was gone. The figure that had approached flickered, disappearing like smoke in the wind. Jake started the car, tires spinning on the gravel. They drove through the night, not daring to stop, the trees pressing close on either side of the road. No matter how far they drove, the whispers lingered, faint but constant, as if the forest itself was inside the car with them. When they finally reached the main highway hours later, the sun was rising. Exhausted, shaken, they didn't speak. They didn't tell anyone for weeks, but eventually Jake confided in a ranger about the campsite. The ranger's face went pale. "You mean the old Hollow Creek site?" the ranger asked. "Nobody goes there anymore. People vanish there, always at night. We've searched, never found anyone. Some say the forest, it's alive, feeding off fear. Others say it's the spirits of people who disappeared, hunting for company." Jake shivered at the thought. "And Tony?" he asked. The ranger's expression didn't change, but his voice dropped. "Some never leave. Some are already part of it. The friends never returned to the woods, but nightmares followed them. Shadows in rooms, whispers in the dark, the feeling of eyes on them when no one was there. They would wake screaming, seeing fleeting glimpses of the tall, thin figures in mirrors or windows. Months later, Jake received a photo in the mail. There was no return address. It was a photo of the four of them standing by the campfire the first night, except standing just behind Tony, slightly out of frame, was a figure. Tall, thin, face obscured, eyes glowing faintly in the firelight. Melissa, Lauren, and Jake met once more to discuss what they should do. Destroy it? Ignore it? None of them could. And then the whispers returned, not in the photo, but in the room, low and guttural, calling their names. Tony was gone. They knew where he had gone, though no one else could see him, and they knew, one day, one of them would follow. Years passed. Jake moved across the country, trying to outrun the memories. Melissa relocated as well. Lauren, however, never fully escaped. She claimed she would sometimes wake in the middle of the night and hear faint footsteps outside her door. Every now and then, a shadow flickered in the corner of her bedroom, tall and thin, watching, and she would whisper Tony's name, and the shadow would pause, tilting its head as if acknowledging the call. None of them spoke about it publicly. They knew that once you saw what they saw, the forest would never let you forget. And deep down, they knew it wasn't just the forest. It was waiting, patient and eternal, for the next camper who dared to trespass. Some nights, Jake dreams he's back at the clearing, fire dying, Tony's eyes empty, the whispers surrounding him. And every time he wakes, he feels the same weight of unseen eyes, the same cold brush of something just beyond perception, reminding him that the forest never forgets. Even now, decades later, people still vanish at Hollow Creek. Campers go in, some never return, and those who do, they hear whispers. Story, the end. It was late August when a group of 5 friends, Matt, Sarah, Kevin, Lisa, and Jordan, decided to escape the city heat and head to the Smoky Mountains for a weekend of camping. They'd all grown up in Tennessee, and though most had been camping before, none had spent much time deep in the backcountry. They wanted to disconnect, hike, and maybe even fish, but most importantly, they wanted to relax. They arrived at the trailhead just after noon. The parking lot was nearly empty, the air heavy with the smell of pine and earth. The sun filtered through the trees in golden slats, and the distant hum of a creek promised a serene backdrop. Matt, the unofficial leader of the group, spread out a paper map on the hood of his car. "I read about this trail online," he said, pointing at a squiggly line on the map. "It's supposed to be remote, but there's a clearing near a small lake where we can camp overnight. No one goes out there much." "Remote is good," Sarah said, adjusting her pack. "I don't want a bunch of families breathing down our necks." They set off on the trail, laughter and joking filling the air. The path wound through thick forest, the soil damp beneath their boots, and the occasional rustle of wildlife, making them pause and peer into the shadows. Birds called overhead, and the distant sound of running water grew louder as they followed the trail deeper into the mountains. By mid-afternoon, they reached a narrow ridge that offered a sweeping view of the valley below. They paused, snapping photos and drinking water. The air was crisp, cooler than they expected, and the forest seemed to grow quieter the further they went. "Almost there," Kevin said, checking his watch. "The lake should be just past this next bend." When they finally arrived, the lake was smaller than they expected, more like a pond, but beautiful in the fading sunlight. Mist hovered over the water, curling around the roots of trees at the water's edge. They found a clearing big enough for their tents and started setting up camp. That night, after a simple meal of sandwiches and canned beans heated over a portable stove, they gathered around the campfire. Shadows danced across their faces, and the forest beyond the firelight was a deep, impenetrable black. "Did anyone else feel like something was watching us when we were hiking?" Lisa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Probably just wildlife," Jordan said, tossing another log onto the fire. Sparks flew upward and disappeared into the night. "I mean, it's the woods. Animals are everywhere." They talked and laughed for a while longer, eventually retreating to their tents around midnight. The forest was eerily silent, the usual nighttime chorus of insects and frogs muted as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. Sometime after 1 a.m., Matt woke up to a soft, scratching noise outside his tent. At first, he thought it was a branch rubbing against the fabric, but the sound was deliberate, too rhythmic to be random. He shook Sarah awake. "Do you hear that?" Sarah sat up, straining to listen. The scratching continued, now accompanied by a low, muffled thud like something heavy moving slowly in the underbrush. "Maybe it's a bear," she whispered, panic threading her voice. Matt grabbed a flashlight and unzipped the tent. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the edge of the clearing. Nothing, just the trees, tall and still. The scratching stopped abruptly. "Okay, probably nothing," Matt said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Maybe a raccoon or something." The next morning, Kevin noticed something strange. Their backpacks, which they had left neatly piled near the tents, were slightly moved, as if someone or something had rifled through them. Nothing appeared to be missing, but small items were out of place. "Guys, did anyone touch my water bottle?" Kevin asked. No, they all said in unison, exchanging uneasy glances. They tried to shake off the unease and went for a short hike along the lake. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, but there was a subtle, almost imperceptible feeling of being followed. Shadows seemed to shift just at the corner of their vision, and every few minutes they'd hear a branch snap far off the trail. By late afternoon, they returned to camp to find the firewood pile knocked over. Logs were scattered haphazardly, and the ashes of last night's fire had been disturbed, forming a rough circle around the center of the clearing. Okay, that's weird, Lisa said. Matt frowned. Maybe an animal, but it's too organized for a raccoon or deer. That night, they tried to stay close together, the fire burning bright. Around 2 a.m., the scratching returned. This time, it was accompanied by low, guttural growls, almost human, but wrong, too deep, too harsh. The sounds circled their tents, moving from one side of the clearing to the other. Jordan, trying to lighten the mood, whispered, "Probably just a bear. Maybe it wants our food." But the sounds didn't stop. They weren't like a bear. They were deliberate, methodical, almost like someone was pacing around them, testing their boundaries. Every now and then, a branch would snap right near their tents, making them flinch. Sarah's phone had no signal, and the sense of isolation pressed down on them. Kevin suggested they pack up and hike back immediately, but Matt argued that the sun wouldn't rise for another few hours, and it was too risky to navigate the trail in the dark. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the trees, high-pitched, terrified, and utterly human. Every one of them froze, hearts hammering. "Lisa?" Sarah called, voice shaking, but it wasn't Lisa. The scream was coming from deep in the forest, far enough that they couldn't pinpoint it. Then another scream followed, closer this time, followed by a thud, like someone or something had fallen. They huddled together in the tent, whispering frantic plans. Matt grabbed his flashlight and unzipped the flap cautiously. The clearing was empty, but the shadows seemed thicker than before, almost moving on their own. Then they saw it. A figure, tall and unnervingly thin, standing at the edge of the trees. It didn't move like a human. It lingered, almost floating, its head tilted as though studying them. The firelight flickered over it briefly before it vanished into the darkness, leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. None of them slept after that. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the underbrush, made them jump. By first light, they packed up in silence and started the hike back down the trail, hearts still pounding. It should have been over, but even in daylight, the forest seemed wrong. Branches hung unnaturally low, shadows lingered where there should have been none, and a constant feeling of being watched clung to them. They hurried, trying to ignore it, but as they descended, Matt noticed something etched into the bark of a tree. Rough scratches forming a crude, jagged symbol. "What the hell is that?" he muttered. They couldn't decipher it, but its intent was clear. Warning or threat, it didn't matter. They quickened their pace and eventually stumbled out onto the main trail, where they found a park ranger patrolling. Relieved, they explained what had happened, but the ranger's expression was solemn. "You're lucky to have made it out," he said. "That section of the backcountry has a history. Hikers go missing there sometimes. People talk about strange sounds, figures, things that seem human but aren't. Most just leave the area when it gets dark, but some don't make it out." The group didn't sleep for the rest of the day, driving straight back to the city. They tried to laugh it off, tell themselves it was a bear or a prank, but the image of that figure at the edge of the clearing haunted them. Months later, Matt returned to the same spot with a camera, determined to see if there was any trace of what they had encountered. When he developed the photos, he froze. One image showed the clearing exactly as they had seen it, but faintly reflected in the water was the silhouette of a tall, thin figure standing just behind where their tents had been. No one was there when the photo was taken. They never returned to the Smoky Mountains. None of them camped in the backcountry again. Sometimes late at night, they would hear scratching at the windows or in the shadows of their rooms. Soft, deliberate, unrelenting. No one could explain it, and they never spoke much about it to anyone else. But they all knew the truth. Whatever they had encountered in the mountains was real, and it had followed them back. Story the end. It was late September when 5 friends, Ryan, Kayla, Jordan, Melissa, and Tyler, decided to go camping in the remote stretches of the White Mountains in New Hampshire. The region was known for its beauty, rugged trails, and isolation. No cell service, no nearby towns, exactly what they wanted for a weekend of escape. They drove along winding mountain roads, finally reaching a narrow dirt path that led deep into the forest. The sun was already low when they found a suitable clearing beside a shallow stream. They unpacked their gear, pitched tents, and gathered firewood. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of pine needles and wet leaves. As darkness fell, they lit a fire, the flames flickering against the surrounding trees. The first night was eerily quiet. The usual chorus of crickets and frogs was absent. Kayla whispered that it felt wrong, that the forest seemed too still. The others laughed it off, but a subtle unease lingered. Around 1 a.m., Tyler woke to a faint scratching at the edge of his tent. He assumed it was a small animal, but then he heard breathing. Slow, deliberate, coming from outside. When he unzipped the tent flap and shone his flashlight, nothing was there. The shadows between the trees seemed to shift unnaturally, stretching toward him. By morning, the group decided to hike along a trail that led upstream. The forest was thick, sunlight barely penetrating the canopy. As they hiked, they noticed an unusual stone circle hidden in a grove of trees, the stones moss-covered and perfectly arranged. Jordan, curious, stepped closer. The air suddenly turned cold, and the whispers started, soft, urgent, calling their names in a language none of them recognized. Melissa grabbed his arm, warning him not to enter. But it was too late. Jordan's expression went blank for a moment, as if he were listening to something the others couldn't hear. Then he shook his head violently, breaking the trance, and ran back to the group. The rest of the hike became a nightmare. Paths they thought they knew twisted impossibly, landmarks disappeared, and the forest seemed to close in around them. At one point, they stumbled upon an abandoned cabin. The door creaked open on its own. Inside, it was dark, the air thick with decay. On the walls were strange symbols scratched into the wood, accompanied by faint, wet-looking handprints. Suddenly, the whispers returned, louder now, echoing from the corners of the cabin. Shadows coalesced into tall, thin figures with featureless faces. The friends screamed, rushing for the door, but it slammed shut before they could escape. The temperature dropped sharply. Their breaths came in clouds. The shadows moved closer, circling them. Hours, or maybe minutes later, the door swung open on its own. They bolted into the forest, running blindly. Tyler tripped and vanished into the darkness with a scream that echoed through the trees. The remaining four pressed on, exhausted, terrified. They finally reached the main road at dawn, where a passing car gave them their first glimpse of safety. Authorities were called, but search parties found no trace of Tyler. The stone circle and cabin were gone, as though they had never existed. Weeks passed, but the forest didn't let them go. Ryan heard whispers outside his window at night. Kayla saw shadows moving across her bedroom ceiling. Jordan had nightmares of faceless figures standing at the edge of every forest he passed. Melissa refused to be alone outdoors, the memory of the cold whispers in the stone circle haunting her. The forest had claimed one of them, marked the rest, and waited patiently for anyone foolish enough to return. Story the end. It was supposed to be a weekend like any other. 5 friends from college, Jake, Emily, Sarah, Matt, and Tom, decided to escape the city heat and head deep into the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania for some camping. They'd been talking about it for months, pooling their money for supplies, planning hikes, and joking about the haunted woods rumors that locals sometimes mentioned. None of them really believed in that stuff. Ghosts weren't their style. Adventure was. They arrived on Friday afternoon, the sun bright and the air crisp with the scent of pine. The dirt road leading into the heart of the forest was narrow and winding. Tom, the driver, made a running joke about how any wrong turn could land them in the middle of nowhere. By the time they found a clearing big enough for their tents, the sun was dipping low. The forest had that soft golden light that made everything look peaceful, almost magical. They unpacked, set up their tents, and built a small campfire. Jake, who had always fancied himself the storyteller of the group, insisted they share scary stories. The first few were tame, tales of campers losing their way, myths of wild animals, and the occasional ghost story someone had read online. But then Sarah mentioned a story she had heard from a local guide when she did a summer program in the area. "There's this place," she said, about a mile past the old creek. People call it the Silent Circle. Supposedly, campers go in there and they don't come out the same. Some say you hear things there that aren't there. Voices, whispers, footsteps. Even if you scream, no one can hear you. The group laughed it off, teasing Sarah for scaring herself more than anyone else. They settled in for the night, the fire crackling and the stars bright overhead. But as the night deepened, a strange feeling settled over them. Emily, the most sensitive of the group, said she felt like someone or something was watching. "It's just the woods," Matt said, though his voice wasn't entirely confident. They eventually went to their tents. Sleep was uneasy. Around 2 a.m., Jake woke up to the sound of something scratching against the edge of the tent. He froze, listening. It stopped. Then there was a low thud, like a branch hitting the ground. Jake nudged Emily, whispering about what he heard. "Probably an animal," she whispered back, but her eyes were wide. They tried to sleep, but the sounds kept coming. Soft shuffles, the rustle of leaves, a faint whisper that seemed almost human. Tom swore he heard a voice calling his name. Matt muttered about it being their imagination. But when Sarah woke and checked outside her tent, there was nothing. The forest was still. Quiet. Too quiet. Morning brought a false sense of relief. They joked about their nightmares over coffee and breakfast, trying to shake off the unease. By midday, they decided to hike. Emily had brought a detailed map, and they planned a circular route that would take them past the creek Sarah had mentioned. At first, the hike was beautiful. Sunlight filtered through the trees, birds sang, and the air smelled of wet earth. But as they approached the old creek, a strange silence fell. Not the natural quiet of the woods, but a heavy, oppressive silence. Even the birds seemed to vanish. "That's weird," Matt said. "No birds, no bugs, nothing." Jake laughed nervously. "Just extra creepy woods." Then they saw it. A circle of stones, almost perfectly round, about 10 feet across. The stones were moss-covered, dark and slick with moisture. Jake, being curious, stepped closer. "Don't," Emily said sharply, but he ignored her. As soon as he stepped inside the circle, the air seemed to shift. A chill ran down his spine. The whispers started, soft, almost inaudible, like hundreds of voices just out of understanding. He tried to step back, but his legs felt heavy. Panic surged. "Jake!" Sarah shouted, reaching for him. Suddenly, the whispering stopped. Jake fell to his knees, gasping. He looked around, and the rest of the group was staring at him, their faces pale. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Matt, trying to be rational, said, "Let's just get out of here." They hurried back to camp, feeling eyes on their backs the whole way. That night, none of them could sleep. Every shadow in the tent seemed alive. Every snap of a twig outside made them jump. Around midnight, a scream echoed through the forest. It was high-pitched, frantic, and terrifying. They ran out of the tents, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Tom tried to call out, but the voice didn't respond. It just echoed his own fear back at him. The next morning, Matt was missing. His tent was empty, his sleeping bag untouched. They called his name until their throats burned, but no response came. They scoured the area near the creek and the circle, but there was no sign of him, only the whispering, the soft, malevolent sound that seemed to laugh as it disappeared into the trees. They debated what to do. Call for help? The cell signal was non-existent. Hike out? The forest had a way of turning familiar paths into disorienting loops. In the end, they stuck together, moving cautiously, listening to every sound. The hike back was tense and silent. Emily kept checking the map, but nothing matched. Trails twisted impossibly, familiar landmarks vanished. The sun began to drop, shadows lengthening unnaturally. They heard it again, the whispering, closer this time, urgent, demanding. By nightfall, they stumbled upon a cabin. It looked abandoned, rotting wood, broken windows, and a door barely hanging on its hinges. Desperation overrode fear. They went inside, hoping to find shelter, a phone, something. Inside, the air was thick, musky. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling. The fireplace was cold, but there were signs someone had been here recently. A half-empty bottle of water, footprints in the dust. Then they heard it, soft tapping from the loft above. Emily wanted to leave, but curiosity, or terror, drove Jake up the rickety stairs. He found nothing, just old furniture covered in dust. But then he turned and froze. On the wall, written in smeared charcoal, were words that made his stomach churn. "You shouldn't be here." Suddenly, the door slammed shut. The temperature dropped. The whispering returned, louder, angrier, circling the room. They pounded on the door, but it wouldn't budge. Shadows stretched and twisted, forming shapes that weren't human. Something moved in the corner of the room, watching, waiting. Hours felt like days. When the first hint of light filtered through the broken windows, the door creaked open. They ran, sprinting through the forest, hearts hammering. By noon, they finally reached the main road. A passing driver stopped and helped them. They called the police, reported Matt missing. Search parties scoured the forest, but they found nothing. No footprints, no sign of struggle, no trace of the circle. Only Jake insisted he remembered it vividly. But no one believed him outside their group. Weeks later, Jake received a package in the mail. Inside was a single moss-covered stone about the size of his fist. Wrapped around it was a note written in the same smeared charcoal style he had seen in the cabin. "We are waiting." Emily moved to another state. Sarah refused to camp again. Tom quit hiking altogether. Jake never went back into the woods, though sometimes at night he would hear whispers, soft and insistent, coming from the corner of his room. They never found Matt. Not a trace, not a clue, just the empty echo of his absence and the memory of a forest that seemed to breathe with something ancient, patient, and hungry. Years later, travelers would sometimes report a strange circle of stones deep in the Allegheny forest, though no map ever marked it. Whispers in the night, disappearing hikers. People said the woods were cursed, but those who had experienced it knew it wasn't the woods. They were just the playground. Something else was out there, waiting, patient, watching. Story the end. The road to the campsite was a narrow, winding trail lined with thick pines that blocked out most of the afternoon sun. 4 friends, Ryan, Claire, Derek, and Lisa, had been planning this trip for months, seeking a weekend away from the city chaos. The forest was said to be remote, far from any real civilization, which was exactly what they wanted. By late afternoon, they reached the clearing where they intended to set up camp. The ground was uneven, dotted with rocks and roots, but they found a spot near a small creek. Ryan, always the optimist, claimed it was perfect for a night in the wilderness. Derek, skeptical as ever, muttered something about the area feeling off, but shrugged it off when Lisa teased him about being paranoid. They pitched their tents, collected firewood, and started a small campfire. As the sun sank behind the trees, shadows stretched long across the forest floor. The firelight flickered on their faces as they laughed, told stories, and roasted marshmallows. "I read about this forest online," Lisa said, her tone casual but with a hint of unease. "Apparently people have disappeared here. They call it Whispering Pines. The locals say it's because the forest watches you." Claire rolled her eyes. "Great, thanks for ruining the vibe," she said, but even she couldn't hide the shiver that ran down her spine. Night fell quickly. The forest grew unnaturally quiet, the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and frogs conspicuously absent. Ryan suggested they go for a short walk to stretch their legs. They wandered near the creek, the flashlight beams cutting through the dense darkness. That's when they heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper coming from deeper in the woods. "Did you hear that?" Claire whispered. "Probably just the wind," Ryan replied, though his voice lacked conviction. But the whisper came again, closer this time, and unmistakably human. Derek froze. That's not the wind," he said. They turned to head back, but something made the hair on their necks stand up. Footsteps. Not the crunch of forest underfoot, but soft, deliberate steps following them. Every time they stopped, the steps stopped. Every time they moved, the steps moved. Back at camp, they barricaded the tents with logs and tried to convince themselves it was an animal. But then the whispers returned. Distinct words this time, voices calling their names in low, urgent tones. Hours passed. Sleep was impossible. Around midnight, Lisa saw movement near the edge of the clearing. A shadow, humanoid but impossibly tall and thin, slipped between the trees. She froze, pointing it out to the others, but when they shone their flashlights, there was nothing. The next morning, they decided to hike out. They packed quickly, keeping close together, and followed the trail they had come in on. But the forest seemed to shift around them. Familiar landmarks disappeared, the creek twisted in impossible directions, and the trail they thought they knew vanished. By midday, panic set in. They stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, hidden deep in the woods. The door was slightly ajar, and they rushed inside to seek shelter from the sweltering heat. Dust covered the furniture, but it was otherwise empty, or so it seemed. Then the whispers began again, louder now, coming from inside the cabin. They echoed through the walls, circling them, growing in intensity. Ryan tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Then they heard it. Footsteps above them, pacing, deliberate, and slow. Derek suggested they climb into the loft to investigate, but the stairs were weak. When Ryan stepped up, the floorboards creaked ominously. Halfway up, a cold hand seemed to brush against his back, though no one was there. He screamed, stumbling down. The cabin fell silent for a moment, and then a voice, low and guttural, whispered, "Leave now." Terrified, they finally forced the door open and ran. The forest seemed to close in around them, paths twisting, shadows stretching. Hours of running felt like minutes, minutes like hours. By nightfall, they reached a main dirt road where a passing truck finally gave them a way out. Weeks later, Ryan couldn't shake the feeling of being followed. At night, he heard whispers outside his window, faint but persistent, calling his name. Lisa, Derek, and Claire experienced the same thing, though none could explain why. None of them returned to the forest, but rumors persisted. Hikers claimed they saw shadows moving between the pines, distant whispers carrying through the night, and stones arranged in strange patterns that appeared and disappeared. The forest seemed alive, patient, and hungry. Years later, those four friends remained haunted, not just by the memory, but by the feeling that the forest had marked them, that it was only a matter of time before it came back to claim what it wanted. Story the end. Fog rolled low over the Washington backcountry as Eric, Dana, Mason, and Olivia drove up the narrow Forest Service road that wound 40 miles away from the nearest highway. It was early September, the season when chilly nights crept in, but the forests still held the smell of summer moss and pine. Their plan was simple: 3 nights of camping near an old fire lookout tower, a place Mason had read about on a backpacking forum. According to him, it was quiet, isolated, and had the best damn sunrise view in the Cascades. Eric wasn't convinced. He loved camping, but he preferred maintained campgrounds or at least trails that showed recent boot prints. This place was different. The road had no signs. Their GPS died 20 minutes back, and the forest around them felt too still, as if even the birds were holding their breath. "Just wait till you see the view," Mason said from the passenger seat, tapping the map he'd printed. "It'll be worth the drive." "It better be," Olivia muttered, pressing her forehead to the window. "This place looks like where people disappear." "Oh, come on," Dana laughed. "It's beautiful. You're just paranoid." Olivia didn't answer. She kept her eyes fixed on the trees blurring by, towering first, standing so close together that the sunlight struggled to slip through. The road eventually ended at a dirt pull-off barely big enough for one car. Fallen branches littered the ground, and the trailhead sign was so weathered it was illegible. But the air was crisp, and the sky stretched clear and blue above the treetops. They shouldered their packs and began the hike uphill. The trail was faint, swallowed by undergrowth in places, but Mason insisted they were going the right way. For a while, it felt peaceful. The forest was quiet, but not unnaturally so, just remote. A squirrel darted across the path, and the wind sighed through the branches. It wasn't until they reached the first ridge that things began to feel strange. "Stop," Eric said, holding out his arm. There, on the trail ahead, lay a torn hiking boot. It was sun-faded, the heel chewed away, the laces broken. But the shoe wasn't old. There was still dust on it, not moss. Next to it were 3 deep gouges in the dirt, as if someone had dragged it with force. "That's weird," Dana murmured. "Probably an animal got a hold of it." Mason said quickly. "A coyote or something." Olivia stared at the gouges, her face pale. "Coyotes don't drag boots like that." They stepped around it and kept walking. By the time they reached the lookout tower, the sun was dipping behind the mountains. The tower was old, abandoned, really, but still standing. Weather-beaten boards creaked in the wind, and the metal supports groaned occasionally. The small cabin at the top looked intact, and someone had built a fire ring nearby decades ago. "This is perfect," Mason said, triumphant. They set up their tents and got a fire going as darkness fell. Dinner was simple. Noodles boiled over the flame, a few granola bars, some beer Mason had insisted on hauling up. They laughed, told stories, teased each other, but sometime around 10 p.m. the forest changed. The wind died. The air stilled. The trees seemed to lean inward like silent giants listening. Then they heard it, soft at first, barely noticeable over the crackling fire, a rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Eric frowned. What's that? Mason shrugged. Maybe a branch hitting the lookout tower. But the tapping wasn't metallic. It was hollow, like knuckles hitting wood. Tap, tap, tap. Is someone out there? Dana whispered. They listened. The tapping came again, slightly faster as if responding. Olivia's voice trembled. It's coming from the tower. They pointed their headlamps toward the lookout. The old structure loomed in the darkness, legs disappearing into the black beneath it. Nothing moved. Probably just the wind, Mason said unconvincingly. But the forest was still. Too still. They turned in for the night around midnight. The fire was dying, and exhaustion crept in despite their unease. Eric and Dana shared one tent, Mason and Olivia another. For an hour, everything was quiet except for the occasional creak of the tower shifting in the breeze. Then, just after 1 a.m., Eric woke to footsteps. Slow, heavy, walking inches outside the tent. He held his breath. The steps circled the tent once, then stopped. Dana, he whispered, do you hear that? She stirred, rubbing her eyes. What? The footsteps began again, this time moving toward Mason and Olivia's tent. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Olivia's voice rang out. Who's there? The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence. Then something scraped across the side of their tent. Long, deliberate, like fingernails dragging along fabric. Olivia screamed. Mason scrambled out of the tent, flashlight in hand, shouting, Hey, back off! His light swept the clearing. Nothing. No footprints, no rustling bushes. Nothing. What the hell? Mason said, voice shaking. Something was just here. They stayed awake until sunrise, huddled together, flashlights in hand. Every few minutes, they heard subtle movements in the woods, twigs snapping, brush shifting, but nothing came close again. When morning finally broke, fog clung thick around the tower. Dana pointed to the base of the structure. Guys, look. Deep gouges ran across one of the wooden supports. 3 parallel marks, each about a foot long, identical to the ones near the boot. Mountain lion? Mason offered weakly. Mountain lions don't make scratches like that, Eric said. They debated hiking back immediately, but the fog was so dense they could barely see 5 feet ahead. The trail would be dangerous. We wait until it burns off, Mason insisted. It's fine. Let's just stay together. Reluctantly, they agreed, spent the morning near the dying fire, every sound twisting their nerves tighter. At noon, the fog thinned enough to see the trail. They packed up quickly. Just as they started down the path, Olivia froze. What is that? A shape stood deep in the trees. Tall, too tall, unnaturally thin. Its arms long, hanging at its sides like dead branches. Its head tilted sharply, as if studying them. But it wasn't close enough for them to see its face, or maybe didn't have one. Move, Eric whispered. Now. They walked fast, almost jogging. The figure didn't follow, at least not visibly, but the forest noises seemed wrong. Silence came in waves. Occasionally they heard faint tapping again. Tap, tap, tap. Dana suddenly screamed, Stop! They froze. Another boot lay in the center of the trail, black, clean, newer than the one they'd seen earlier. Please tell me that's Mason's spare, Eric said. It's not mine, Mason said quietly. 3 gouges tore through the dirt beside it. They hurried faster. The forest seemed to close in, the trees pressing closer, the shadows lengthening. It felt as if something walked parallel to them, just out of sight. Every now and then, Olivia gasped, I saw it, I swear I saw it, pointing into the woods. The tapping echoed now and then, sometimes behind, sometimes ahead, sometimes impossibly to the side. Hours passed. The trail looked unfamiliar. They should have reached the ridge by now. We're lost, Dana said, voice breaking. No, Mason insisted, though his voice cracked. No, we followed the trail. We didn't turn anywhere. Eric checked the map. His hands shook. The trail doesn't split. We should be right. But the forest didn't match the map. And then they found the fire ring. Not their fire ring. Another one. Older. The stones blackened, half buried by leaves. And beside it, a torn sleeping bag, a rusted pocket knife, a hat with a faded logo. Someone else camped here, Olivia whispered. But when? Eric knelt. This stuff is old. Years. Dana pointed at the trees. Eric scratched into the bark in uneven, jagged letters. Don't stay after dark. Below it, 3 deep gouges. They didn't wait. They bolted. Branches whipped their faces. Roots caught their feet. They didn't stop until the forest finally thinned and the ranger station came into view. An old wooden building near the road, boarded in places but still in use. A ranger stepped outside, startled. "What's wrong?" Eric doubled over, gasping. "Something's out there. Something followed us." The ranger's face changed. Not confusion. Recognition. "Where were you camping?" he asked. Mason answered, "Near the old lookout tower." The ranger's jaw tightened. "That area's closed." "There were no signs," Dana said. "There were," he said. "Last week a storm knocked 2 down." He motioned for them to come inside. Locking the door behind them, he said quietly, "About 10 years ago, a search and rescue volunteer vanished near that tower, and 5 years before that, a couple, and before them." He stopped himself. "What is it?" Olivia pressed. "What's out there?" The ranger shook his head slowly. "I don't know, but people who come back from there say the same things you did. Footsteps, scratching, something watching, a tall figure in the fog, and tapping. Tap, tap, tap." A sound echoed from the roof of the ranger station. Soft, deliberate. The ranger's face drained of color. "Get away from the windows." They froze. Tap, tap, tap. This time along the wall, slow, dragging taps. Something moved across the roof, heavy but quiet, like long limbs shifting. The ranger whispered, "It followed you." The tapping crawled from the roof to the front step. Then silence. A long, stretched shadow slid under the doorframe. Not a person's shadow. Something distorted. Something wrong. The ranger raised his rifle, hands shaking. The tapping started again, not on the door, not on the walls, inside the station. Behind them. They turned. A tall shadow stood in the back corner of the room, its limbs impossibly long, head tilted slightly. Its form rippled like smoke, yet its presence was solid, wrongly solid. Olivia screamed first. The ranger fired. The shadow flickered, then vanished. The lights went out. The taps came from everywhere, all around them, above them, behind them. Tap, tap, tap. Someone grabbed Eric's arm, not one of his friends, cold, impossibly strong fingers tightening. He yelled and jerked away. The ranger shouted, "Get out! Run! Go!" They burst through the back door and sprinted toward the road. A single car sat parked, the ranger's vehicle. They piled in, screaming at Eric to drive. Something slammed onto the roof. Hard. Eric floored the gas. The car fishtailed, gravel spraying. Whatever was on the roof clung tight until they hit the pavement. Then it slipped off, disappearing into the tree line. They didn't stop driving until they reached the nearest town, miles away, shaking and crying, covered in dirt and scratches. They tried to tell police. No one believed them. But the ranger station, when authorities went to check it, was empty. No ranger, no footprints, just 3 deep gouges across the wooden floor. Months later, Eric still hears tapping at night, sometimes soft, sometimes urgent. Tap, 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 tap from the window, from the attic, from the closet. Dana hears it too, and Mason and Olivia, whatever they saw in the forest didn't stay there. It followed them home. Story the end. The first time we went camping in the Shenandoah National Park, I thought it would be the perfect getaway. 4 friends, a weekend, and a small clearing we'd found on one of the less traveled trails. My name is Ethan, and the others were Sarah, Ben, and Lisa. We were all in our mid-20s, city kids used to the buzz of life, and this was supposed to be a break, a chance to breathe without sirens or screens. We arrived just before sunset on a Friday. The dirt road narrowed until it became barely wide enough for my old Jeep. The trees crowded us on either side, their branches scratching against the roof as if warning us to turn back. But none of us believed in warnings like that. We unloaded our gear, set up tents in a small clearing near a creek, and started a fire. The woods felt alive, but in a peaceful way, at least at first. Around 8 p.m. after dinner, we decided to sit by the fire. The sky was clear, stars spilling over the treetops, and the air smelled of pine and damp earth. Then Sarah spoke up, voice low. "Do you guys hear that?" We stopped talking. At first, it was subtle, a soft scratching sound like twigs being stepped on, but not close enough to identify. It seemed to circle the campsite. Ben laughed. "Probably a raccoon or something," he said, but Lisa shook her head. "No, it's bigger. Something heavier." We tried to ignore it, but every time the sound returned, it felt closer, as if circling just outside the light of the fire. Then came the whispers, barely audible at first. Low, sibilant murmurs, almost like they were carried on the wind. We all froze, listening. They weren't saying words we could understand, but the tone was unmistakable. It was mocking, taunting, and somehow patient, like it had been waiting. By 10 p.m., the fire was dying, and unease had settled over us like a thick blanket. I volunteered to check the perimeter with my flashlight. As I walked, the beam caught movement between the trees, a tall, thin silhouette that darted behind a tree faster than any human could move. My stomach dropped. When I called the others to show them, it was gone. We decided to retreat to our tents and keep the flashlights on, but sleep was impossible. Every rustle, every snap of a branch made us jump. Around 1 a.m., Lisa screamed. Something had grabbed her tent, shaking it violently. We ran out with knives and flashlights, but the clearing was empty. The ground was disturbed. Large footprints, barefoot, mud clinging to them, but they didn't belong to any animal we recognized. Panic set in. We debated packing up, but the Jeep was stuck in the mud, and even if we could get it out, the forest seemed to stretch endlessly around us. Every step toward the road felt like walking deeper into a maze. Then we heard it, heavy breathing, close, right behind the tents. We spun around with flashlights, and that's when we saw it. A figure, impossibly tall and thin, its arms reaching nearly to the ground, glowing eyes reflecting the flashlight beams. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like it was part human, part shadow. It didn't attack immediately. It just watched, tilting its head, almost curious. We ran. The four of us sprinted blindly through the woods, tripping over roots and crashing through underbrush. The figure followed, silent except for the rustle of branches and an occasional snap that sounded like bones. It didn't make a sound, yet we could feel its presence pressing down, watching our every move. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time had no meaning in that forest. Every direction looked the same, trees forming an endless wall of darkness. Eventually, we stumbled onto an old abandoned ranger station. It was boarded up and falling apart, but inside we found enough shelter to hide. We barricaded ourselves and tried to rest, flashlights casting jittery shadows on the walls. At dawn, we peeked outside. The clearing was empty. No footprints, no evidence of the creature, nothing. We ran back to the Jeep, which had somehow cleared the mud on its own. Driving back to the main road, we didn't speak. The forest behind us was silent, serene, as if nothing had happened. We never spoke about that night to anyone else. But every now and then, when one of us goes camping alone or even walks near wooded areas, we hear whispers just at the edge of hearing, or see tall, thin shapes moving in the shadows. And sometimes, late at night, a pair of glowing eyes appears just outside the window. It's like it follows us, or maybe waits for the next mistake, the next time we think we can leave our city lives behind and step into its domain without consequence. The forest doesn't forget. It watches. It waits. Ben moved to Colorado the following year. Lisa moved back home to Chicago. Sarah and I never camped again. We tell ourselves it was a hallucination, paranoia brought on by exhaustion, but none of us can explain the footprints, the speed, or the eyes. Some things in the woods are older than us, smarter than us, and hungrier than we could ever imagine, and the forest always remembers. Story the end. Rain fell in steady sheets as the group of friends trudged up the muddy trail leading to Black Hollow Campground in West Virginia. There were 5 of them: Alex, Jenna, Mike, Sophia, and Ryan. The air was thick with the smell of wet leaves and moss. They'd been planning this trip for months, a weekend away from college life, to pitch tents near the river, hike through the densely wooded hills, and escape their phones and assignments. By the time they arrived, the sun was setting behind a wall of dark clouds. They set up their tents on a small clearing near the riverbank. The sound of flowing water was soothing, masking the occasional rustle from the forest. Rain had stopped briefly, leaving puddles and mud everywhere. Night fell quickly, faster than they expected. They lit a small fire and sat around it, sharing snacks and stories. Sophia suggested they tell scary stories, and Ryan volunteered first, recounting a tale of hikers disappearing in Black Hollow decades ago. Most of the campers had shrugged it off, dismissing it as local legend. By 11 p.m., the fire had burned down to embers, and the friends retreated to their tents. Alex, unable to sleep, unzipped his tent slightly to peer outside. The moon was mostly obscured by clouds, and the forest looked darker than it had during the day. That's when he heard it, faint footsteps on the muddy ground coming from the tree line. Probably just an animal, he muttered to himself, but his stomach tightened. Then a voice whispered, barely audible over the river's roar, "Alex." He froze, blood running cold. He could have imagined it. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally. He grabbed his flashlight and stepped outside the tent. The beam swept across the clearing. Nothing. No campers, no animals, just trees dripping with rain. Suddenly he heard the whisper again, this time closer. Alex? His heart raced. He stumbled backward into his tent, slamming it shut and waking Jenna. I heard someone calling my name, he whispered. Jenna shook her head. It's the wind. Go back to sleep. Mike, Sophia, and Ryan woke shortly after. Alex insisted they stay awake, but everyone was groggy and scared. They sat together by the dying embers of the fire. Around midnight, a scratching noise began. Slow, deliberate, circling the clearing. It wasn't animalistic. It was too precise, too heavy. Suddenly, the air grew colder, almost unbearably so. Sophia shivered violently. The group huddled together, flashlights sweeping the perimeter. The scratching stopped. Then came a low, guttural growl from the tree line. What is that? Ryan whispered. Before anyone could answer, a dark figure emerged from the woods. It was tall, impossibly thin, with elongated limbs and a featureless face that seemed to absorb the light from their flashlights. It didn't run or walk. It glided silently across the forest floor. Panic erupted. The friends scrambled to grab their gear and run. The figure didn't chase them, but followed silently, keeping pace just beyond the trees. Branches snapped under their feet as they fled toward their cars. They didn't speak on the way back, hearts hammering, adrenaline surging. By the time they reached the main road, the figure had vanished into the night. The next morning, they returned to the campground, hoping the terror of the previous night was a dream. But the clearing was littered with strange tracks, huge, clawed, unlike any animal or human footprint. Some prints seemed to stretch for miles into the forest, disappearing into the dense trees. They packed quickly and left, vowing never to return. But the memory of that night lingered. Months later, Alex started hearing his name whispered while alone in his apartment. Sophia's dreams were invaded by a tall figure standing silently in the corner, watching her sleep. Mike would occasionally see a shadow move in the corner of his eye, long limbs bending in impossible ways. Researching the area, they discovered that Black Hollow had a history of disappearances and odd sightings. Campers, hikers, and locals told stories of a tall watcher, a creature that roamed the woods, calling names, mimicking voices, and luring people into the forest never to return. The friends stayed in touch, sharing every strange experience, every shadow or whisper. They never camped again, and none of them returned to the Allegheny wilderness. But sometimes when the wind is right and the trees sway in a certain way, they swear they can hear a whisper, soft and chilling, calling their names. Alex, Jenna, Mike, Sophia, Ryan. And they know. Some things in the forest never forget. Story the end. It was a cold October weekend when Ethan, Claire, and Ryan decided to go camping in the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. They had planned the trip for weeks, eager to escape the city's relentless noise and to test themselves against the isolated wilderness. They weren't complete novices. Ethan had grown up camping, Claire had been on several backpacking trips, and Ryan was confident in his survival skills, but none of them had ever camped in this section of the forest, where trails were scarce and cell service was non-existent. They arrived late in the morning and hiked several miles along a narrow, overgrown trail. By early afternoon, they found a small clearing near the edge of a ridge. A thin layer of fog hung over the forest floor, and the tall trees loomed like silent sentinels. They set up 2 tents, collected firewood, and started a small campfire. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. For a while, everything seemed normal. As night fell, however, the forest's atmosphere shifted. The usual sounds of nocturnal wildlife seemed muted, replaced by a heavy, oppressive silence. They ate a simple dinner and sat around the fire, joking to mask the unease settling over them. Around 10:30 p.m., Ethan noticed something moving at the edge of the clearing. "Did you guys see that?" he asked, pointing toward the shadows. "See what?" Claire replied, squinting into the darkness. "I don't know. A figure, maybe? Something moved over there." Ryan laughed nervously. "It's just the trees moving in the wind, man. Relax." But the feeling of being watched persisted. Then came the whispers. At first, faint and unintelligible, drifting with the wind. Ethan swore he heard his name. "Ethan. Ethan." He froze. It said my name. "Don't be ridiculous," Ryan said, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's just the wind or an animal. Go to sleep." They retreated into their tents, but sleep did not come easily. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sounded deliberate. At 2 a.m., Ethan woke to the sound of slow, heavy footsteps circling the tents. He shook Claire awake, whispering, "Something's out there." They listened as the footsteps continued, accompanied now by a low, wet dragging sound, as though something large was being pulled along the forest floor. The sounds paused for several seconds, then resumed. Claire shined her flashlight out the tent flap. For a brief moment, she thought she saw two shadowy figures, tall, unnaturally thin, almost skeletal. Their limbs were elongated, moving in a jerky, unnatural rhythm. When she blinked, they were gone. The three of them huddled together in the tent until dawn, too frightened to make a sound. By morning, the campsite had changed subtly. The ground around their tents was disturbed. Long, clawed footprints circled the clearing, leading off into the trees where no trail existed. Shaken, they decided to pack up immediately and hike back to the trailhead. The forest seemed alive in a new way. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, and shapes moved just beyond the tree line. Occasionally, Ethan would swear he saw the thin figures watching from between the trunks, never advancing, or just observing. As they descended the ridge, the whispers returned, faint and almost mocking. They quickened their pace, adrenaline keeping fear at bay. By the time they reached the parking lot, they were silent, drained, and shaken to their core. Weeks later, Ryan returned to the area alone, hoping to face whatever had scared them. He was never seen again. Search parties found his abandoned backpack and camping gear deep in the forest, but there was no trace of him. Locals who hiked the area later reported hearing whispers in the trees, seeing elongated figures at the edge of the clearing, and feeling the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Ethan and Claire never camped again. They spoke rarely of the experience, but each night, in the quiet moments before sleep, they could still hear faint whispers calling their names, as if the forest itself had taken notice and refused to forget. Years later, hikers reported finding small, eerie cairns, piles of rocks arranged in circles in areas previously undisturbed. Sometimes at the edge of these cairns, the telltale long footprints would appear, then vanish, leaving no explanation but the certainty that whatever had watched Ethan, Claire, and Ryan was still out there, patient and waiting. Story the end. The first thing I remember about that trip was the heat. A thick, oppressive August heat that clung to our skin even as we drove with the windows down, blasting warm air through the truck. My cousin Daniel sat in the passenger seat, flipping through an old atlas like we were traveling in 1985 instead of using GPS. His idea, not mine. "Technology ruins adventure," he'd said. I didn't argue. I just drove. We were headed into the northern Idaho woods, farther up than I'd ever been. Daniel had been working construction jobs nonstop and insisted we needed a break. "Just a few nights," he'd told me. "Get our heads right, breathe clean air." I didn't know then how badly I'd come to regret agreeing. We reached the entrance to Clearwater National Forest around mid-afternoon. The trees were impossibly tall, their branches overlapping like a ceiling. The deeper we drove, the darker it got. Even before anything strange happened, something felt wrong. Too quiet, too still. By the time we reached the dirt spur road Daniel circled on the atlas, the sun had vanished behind the ridges. We bumped along for several miles until we hit an open patch of ground overlooking a narrow ravine. The site looked untouched, undisturbed, almost pristine for a forest used by hunters. Daniel grinned at me. "Told you this place was perfect." We set up camp near the tree line, where the ground was soft with pine needles. A fire pit of old stones suggested someone had camped there long ago, though the stones were darkened only by age, not soot. Daniel said they looked like border stones, which set me on edge for reasons I couldn't explain. But the first day went by fine. We cooked canned chili over a fire, talked about work, old memories, stupid trouble we'd gotten into as kids. Everything felt normal until the forest went silent. It wasn't gradual. One moment the trees buzzed with cicadas and distant bird calls, the next, total stillness. Even the wind seemed to stop. I remember Daniel looking up mid-sentence and saying, "You hear that?" I did, or rather I heard nothing, which was worse. A few seconds later came a faint cracking sound, like a branch snapping under weight. Not far, maybe 20-30 feet beyond the tree line. We both froze. "Probably an elk," Daniel whispered, but I'd heard elk move before. They were heavy, clumsy, loud. This wasn't like that. The snap was careful, controlled. We turned our flashlights toward the woods. Beams of white light cut between the trees, but we saw nothing. Still, the feeling lingered, being watched. After a few minutes with no more sounds, Daniel shrugged it off. Probably nothing. Forest noises. But I kept glancing at the trees, uneasy. It wasn't forest noise when the forest itself had gone dead silent. We slept lightly that night. I woke at least a dozen times, ears straining for movement. At one point, I heard what sounded like soft footsteps circling the outer edge of our campsite. Not hurried, not animal-like, slow, deliberate. I kept the noise to myself. In the morning, something strange happened. While boiling water for instant coffee, Daniel frowned at the ground near the tree line. "You see this?" he asked. I walked over and immediately felt my stomach drop. Footprints. Human footprints. But here's the thing. They were bare, not booted, not sandal-shaped, bare feet. And the ground was cold from the night. No one walked barefoot through pine needles, rocks, and brambles in the middle of the Idaho wilderness. The prints were long, narrow, almost claw-like in shape. They also weren't complete impressions. The toes dug deep into the earth, but the heel barely registered, as if whoever made them was walking on the balls of their feet. "And it came from that direction," Daniel said, pointing deeper into the woods. He tried to brush it off as maybe some weird hermit, but his voice shook. We decided to hike out toward a nearby stream a few hours later, mostly to get our minds on something normal. Following the map, we started down a deer trail, winding through thick brush. The deeper we went, the more I felt eyes on us. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder, certain I'd see someone standing behind a tree, but no one was there. After about 40 minutes, we reached the stream. It was narrow but fast-moving, carving a white path through black stones. Daniel knelt to splash his face with cold water. That's when I saw it. Across the stream, standing half hidden behind a tree, was a figure. Tall, extremely tall. Its frame thin, almost unusually so. I thought maybe it wore brown clothing at first, but when it slightly shifted, I realized that color was its skin. Dark, muddy, almost bark-like. Its arms were long, too long, hanging past its knees, and its head was tilted, like it was studying us with curiosity. I couldn't see its face. The tree obscured the details, but I knew it was staring right at us. My breath caught. "Daniel," I whispered urgently. He looked up, annoyed, then saw where I was staring. The moment his eyes locked on the figure, it slipped silently behind the tree. Not quickly. Not like an animal startled. Slowly. Smoothly. Like it didn't need to hurry. Like it knew it had time. "Jesus Christ," Daniel breathed. We didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't blink. Nearly a full minute passed before Daniel finally whispered, "We need to go. Now." We didn't run, but we walked fast. Every crack of a twig behind us made my pulse jump. I expected it to follow, but we didn't hear it again. By the time we reached camp, we were drenched in sweat despite the cool air. "We pack up at first light," Daniel said. "Not staying another night." I agreed instantly. But that night, that was the worst. We didn't bother with a fire, didn't want to draw attention. Instead, we zipped ourselves into the tent early, hoping to wait out the darkness. Hours crawled by before the sound started. At first, it was the same soft footsteps circling the camp. Always circling, pausing, starting again. I held my breath each time they stopped, praying they'd move on. But then something changed. The footsteps came right up to the tent wall. I saw the silhouette of a long hand press against the nylon. Fingers stretched wide, too wide. They dragged downward slowly, a faint scratching sound rising with the movement. Daniel grabbed my arm, his nails digging in. I didn't blame him. We stayed absolutely still. The hand paused near the bottom of the tent. Then suddenly, something sniffed. Right outside, a long, deep inhale like it was smelling us through the fabric. Then another. Daniel mouthed, "Don't move." The sniffing moved along the side of the tent, back and forth. Slow, curious, then silence. For several minutes, I thought it had left. I was wrong. Something pressed against the top of the tent, leaning on it, bending the poles inward. Not enough to collapse the tent, but enough to show weight. I looked up and saw a distortion of the fabric, like a head, or something shaped like one, hovered inches above me. I didn't breathe. Finally, after what felt like hours, the weight lifted. The footsteps returned to circling, then faded into the forest. We didn't sleep at all. At dawn, we packed as fast as humanly possible and threw everything into the truck. When I walked around the back to secure a strap, I stopped dead. There were prints everywhere. Not just in the soft dirt, on rocks, on fallen logs, even high on the trunk of a tree like something had climbed or leaned against it. The prints surrounded the entire campsite, all barefoot, all identical. We left without looking back. But the forest didn't let us go easily. The dirt road we'd taken in was narrow and winding, but I had memorized the turns. At least, I thought I had. No matter which way I steered, the road didn't seem familiar. Trees looked wrong. Landmarks disappeared. When we should have reached the main road after 30 minutes, we were still deep in the forest. Daniel grew pale. We're lost. We can't be, I said. There's only one road. We drove for another hour with no signs of exit. The forest pressed in closer, branches scraping the sides of the truck. The air felt heavier. I kept expecting the tall figure to appear in the road ahead. Finally, just as panic was about to break us both, the trees opened and we burst onto the paved highway. No warning, just forest, then asphalt. Daniel looked at me. That wasn't there before. I didn't disagree. We didn't talk the rest of the drive home. But the story doesn't end there. 2 weeks later, Daniel sent me a photo. It showed his backyard, grass, fence, old shed, and behind the shed, barely visible in the shadows, was a tall shape, thin, dark, watching. He moved apartments the next day. But here's the thing. Last night, while taking out the trash, I heard something in the woods behind my house, a soft, deliberate step, then another. I shined my flashlight into the trees, heart pounding. At first, I saw nothing, but then, between two pines, something shifted, slowly leaning out, tall and bent, as if studying me with curiosity. Just like before. It didn't move closer. It didn't run. It just watched, waiting. I backed slowly into my house and locked the door. The light from inside pressed against the window, but beyond the glass, the tree line was pitch black. I swear I saw the silhouette once more before it melted back into the dark. I haven't slept. I keep listening for footsteps. Because whatever we saw out there, whatever walked barefoot across the forest floor, followed us, circled us, smelled us, it didn't stay in Idaho. It followed us home. Story the end. The first time I heard the knocking, I thought it was just the wind. I'd been camping in the Ouachita National Forest in Arca for nearly a decade. Solo trips, group trips, short weekends, week-long backpacking runs. I knew the sounds of the woods. I knew the creaking branches, the shifting soil, the distant calls of night birds. I knew when something was normal and when something wasn't. But that knocking, slow, hollow, rhythmic, wasn't normal. It had been years since my uncle disappeared in that same forest. My family rarely talked about it anymore. The official report said he wandered off trail during a hunt and got lost. The case went cold after a month. No body, no clues, no sign. The forest just swallowed him like it had swallowed plenty of people before him. I didn't come back to look for answers. I told myself that 1,000 times it was just a camping trip. A way to get out of my head after a brutal year of work. Still, when I packed my truck that Friday night, I caught myself double-checking the map, marking the area where he disappeared, even though I had no intention of going near it. My campsite was far from that place, or at least that's what I thought. The drive into the forest was long and winding, the canopy hiding most of the sky until the sun dipped beneath it. By the time I reached the unmarked clearing, the air had cooled, and the shadows stretched long and thin between the trees. I got out, stretched my legs, and immediately felt something off. No birds, no crickets, no hint of wind. Just that heavy stillness like the forest was holding its breath. I tried to shake the nerves off. It was a new area. I wasn't used to the sounds yet. Sometimes the woods go quiet for a bit before nightfall. It wasn't anything unusual. I set up camp, pitched my tent, gathered some wood, and got a fire going before full dark set in. The flames crackled, pushing back the shadows. I heated some chili and watched the sky fade from purple to black. That was when I heard the first knock. Soft, hollow, like wood striking wood. The sound carried through the trees, echoing faintly. 3 taps, slow and deliberate. Knock, knock, knock. I paused mid-bite. It didn't sound close, but it definitely wasn't far. Maybe a couple 100 feet out, distant enough not to be a threat, but clear enough that it wasn't imagined. I waited, listening. The forest stayed still. After a minute, I exhaled and finished eating. Woodpeckers knock too. So do branches when they tap together. No big deal, but something deep in my stomach twisted. Woodpeckers don't drum in perfect, evenly spaced taps. Branches don't knock in patterns. I tried to ignore it. I cleaned up, stoked the fire, read a little by lantern light. The knocking didn't return, at least not that night. But around 2 a.m., I woke to something else. Breathing. Not my breathing, not an animal snorting or rustling. Human breathing, right outside the tent. Slow, wheezing, wet almost. For a second, I froze, unsure if I was still dreaming. Then I heard the grass shift. Something heavy leaned against the outer wall of the tent. The nylon pressed inward, inches from my face. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. My heartbeat pounded so loud I was sure whoever or whatever was out there could hear it. The breathing grew louder, closer. Then, right next to my ear, knock. One single tap on the tent wall. I jerked backward, fumbling for the hatchet I kept by my sleeping bag. The breathing stopped instantly. The weight on the tent wall lifted. For several seconds, everything was silent. Then I heard footsteps, slow, dragging footsteps, moving away from the tent and into the woods. I didn't sleep again until the sun rose. When light finally crept through the nylon, I crawled out of the tent, gripping the hatchet tight. That's when I saw the prints. Bare footprints. Human. Large, maybe size 12 or 13. The toes dug deep into the soil, as if the person walked with a heavy, uneven gait. The prints circled my entire campsite, around the tent, around the fire pit, around the tree where I'd hung my pack. They didn't lead to a trail. They didn't lead to the road. They led into the thicker part of the woods, where underbrush was too thick for anyone to walk barefoot comfortably. I followed the tracks for maybe 30 yards before they just stopped. Not faded. Stopped, like the person vanished mid-step. I went back to camp, heart pounding so hard I felt nauseous. I told myself I would leave after breakfast. No point in sticking around to see who or what came by last night. But I never got the chance. While I cooked breakfast, I heard something snap behind me. I spun around, hatchet raised. It was a tree, or rather, what was carved into the tree. A handprint, huge, covering nearly the entire trunk, fresh. Deep gouges like fingers had dug into the bark. 5 long grooves, too long for a human hand. I stared at it, unable to breathe. I hadn't seen it yesterday. It wasn't old. Someone or something had carved it overnight. That was all I needed. I dumped the fire, grabbed my gear, and started loading the truck. I kept glancing at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out and start walking toward me. No one did. But the forest felt wrong. Too quiet, too still, too aware. I had just closed the tailgate when the knocking returned. This time it came from deep in the forest, but not too deep. 30 yards at most. Knock, knock, knock. A pattern. 2 taps. A long pause. 1 tap. The same pattern my uncle used when he knocked on our door when I was a kid. Knock. His little signature, so we knew it wasn't a stranger. I felt my throat tighten. I hadn't heard that rhythm in almost 15 years. I climbed into the truck, hands shaking, and started the engine. Gravel spat under the tires as I tore out of the clearing. I didn't look back. Not when the knocking grew louder, echoing between the trees. Not when I saw a shape move in my mirrors. Tall, pale, humanoid, half hidden by the pines. Not even when it stepped closer to the road, almost into the open. I kept driving until I hit pavement, and I didn't stop until I reached town. I told myself I imagined it. Stress, sleep deprivation, the tricks of a quiet forest. But 2 nights later, the knocking started again. Not in the woods, not outside. This time on my apartment door. Knock, knock, knock. The same rhythm, my uncle's rhythm. I froze on the couch, unable to move. The knocking repeated, a little louder this time. Knock, knock, knock. I crept toward the peephole with my heart hammering. I forced myself to look. What stared back was not my uncle. A tall figure stood in the hallway, facing the door. Its head tilted too far to the side, like its neck couldn't stop turning. Its skin was pale, stretched too tight over the bones. Its eyes were wide and unblinking, reflecting the hallway light like glass. Its hands, too long, too thin, too many joints hung limp at its sides. It took a slow, shuddering breath. And then it lifted one hand and knocked again. Knock, 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 knock. My uncle's rhythm, my uncle's signal. But that wasn't my uncle, not anymore. I backed away from the door. Then I ran. I grabbed my keys, bolted out the back exit, got in my car, and didn't stop driving until state lines were behind me. I moved a month later. New town, new job, new apartment, new number. I didn't tell anyone why. For a while, things were quiet. Then last week, around midnight, I heard something outside my new window, soft at first, barely noticeable, then clearer. 3 slow taps. Knock, knock, knock. And when I opened the curtains, there were handprints on the glass, large, bare, familiar. And the fog outside the window was pressed in a shape, like a face had leaned close, breathing against the pane. I don't know how far it followed me. I don't know how long it's been watching. But I know this. Whatever's knocking on my door, learn the rhythm from my uncle, and it isn't going to stop. Story, the end. The first night had seemed ordinary enough. We arrived at Cedar Hollow around 6 p.m., late August sun slanting through the pine trees and painting the forest floor in streaks of gold. I was with my college friends, Megan, Chris, and Tyler. Our plan was simple: hike, fish, tell stories around the campfire, and enjoy the quiet. Cedar Hollow was supposed to be one of those classic American camping spots, remote enough to feel like wilderness, but not so isolated that help was far away. We set up our tents in a clearing near a small lake. The water was dark but calm, reflecting the sky like glass. By the time we started the fire, the air had cooled and the forest was alive with sounds: frogs croaking, leaves rustling, an occasional owl hoot. It felt peaceful, almost magical. Megan suggested we take a short hike before dark, so we grabbed our flashlights and wandered along a narrow trail that ran parallel to the lake. The first signs that something was off came when we noticed footprints. Not human. Well, not quite human. They were too long, too wide, and the toes were oddly spaced, almost claw-like. At first, we laughed, joking that it must have been some huge animal, but the prints didn't lead anywhere. They circled back, forming a rough, jagged pattern around the trail. "Maybe someone's playing a prank," Chris said, though his voice lacked conviction. We shrugged it off and headed back to camp. Dinner was uneventful, but the forest felt different at night. Shadows seemed to stretch and move, and the wind carried a faint, almost whispering sound. Tyler swore he saw a figure watching us from across the lake, but when we shone our flashlights, nothing was there. Around midnight, the real horror began. Megan and I were sitting by the fire while Chris and Tyler were in the tents, trying to sleep. That's when we heard it, a low, guttural growl coming from the woods. It was too deep to be a coyote, too deliberate to be the wind. The sound circled our campsite, moving closer with every moment. Chris poked his head out of the tent. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My skin was crawling. The growl was followed by the snapping of twigs, heavy footsteps, deliberate moving around the perimeter of the clearing. Megan grabbed my arm. "We need to leave," she hissed. Before we could convince the guys, a shadow detached itself from the tree line. At first it looked like a man, hunched and tall, but its movements were wrong, jerky, unnatural, almost inhuman. Its eyes caught the firelight, reflecting like polished metal. We froze, unable to breathe, unable to move. Then it vanished. Just like that, into the darkness. The rest of the night was a nightmare. Every rustle, every whisper of wind sounded like it was following us. We barely slept, and when morning came, the forest looked almost cheerful, almost innocent. But we knew better. Around the lake, we saw more footprints, claw-like impressions in the mud. And then we found something worse. Scratch marks on the sides of the tents, deep, gouged into the fabric, as if whatever had circled us had tried to get inside. We debated leaving immediately, but the nearest road was miles away, and none of us wanted to hike alone through those woods. So we packed slowly, every shadow making us jump, every sound sending us scrambling for our flashlights. As we walked toward the trailhead, Tyler noticed a figure standing on a ridge overlooking the lake. It was watching us, completely still, the way a predator watches prey. He waved, thinking it was another camper. The figure didn't move. As we got closer, it disappeared. Not walked away, disappeared as if it had never been there. When we finally reached the road and flagged down a passing car, relief washed over us, but none of us spoke much. In town, over breakfast, we asked about Cedar Hollow. That's when the locals told us the stories. Hikers disappearing, campers reporting strange figures in the woods, claw marks on trees, strange growls in the night. Some claimed it was a forest spirit, others a hermit gone mad decades ago, but everyone agreed the woods were dangerous, and Cedar Hollow had a history of drawing people in and not letting them leave easily. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a bear. Maybe we were just spooked. But we all knew the truth. Whatever was in those woods that night wasn't human. It was patient. It was calculating. And it had been watching us long before we noticed it. Years later, I still think about that night. about the shadow that vanished on the ridge, about the footprints circling our tents, about the growl that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Megan still refuses to camp in anything more than a public park. Chris doesn't talk about it at all. Tyler, he's convinced it followed him home. Some nights, he says he hears it outside his window, just breathing, just watching. Cedar Hollow is still there. The lake is still dark and calm. The forest still seems peaceful in the daylight, but I know better. The woods wait. They watch. And sometimes, if you're unlucky, they choose a target. They don't need reason. They don't need motive. They just wait. And when they strike, it's quick, silent, and terrifyingly final. I've never gone back, and I never will. And if anyone tells you Cedar Hollow is a good place to camp, I would tell them the same thing I tell anyone brave or foolish enough to ask. Some forests aren't just trees and trails. Some forests are alive, and they remember every person who walks among them. Story the end. The first sign that something was off came the moment we hit the dirt road leading to Willow Creek Campground. I had been camping plenty of times with my buddy Jake, but this stretch of forest in northern Pennsylvania had a kind of oppressive quiet that I hadn't noticed before. It was early October, the kind of crisp autumn weather that makes your lungs ache pleasantly with every breath, but the air here had a weight to it. Dark clouds stretched across the sky, though it wasn't quite raining, and the trees bent over the road in long skeletal arcs that made the narrow path feel like a tunnel. Jake was driving his old pickup, and I was staring out the passenger window, watching the shadows flicker between the trunks. "Man, it's quiet," I said. He chuckled a little nervously. "Yeah, too quiet maybe, but that's what we came for, right? Some peace, some fishing?" I nodded, but the quiet gnawed at me. We'd been laughing and talking on the drive up, joking about ghosts in the woods, and how I'd probably scream at every rustle of leaves. But that humor felt hollow now. Every mile into the forest seemed to stretch time, and every turn of the road made the truck feel smaller, swallowed by the tall pines that crowded the edges. When we finally pulled into the campground, the first thing I noticed was that it didn't look like a normal sight. There were no other cars, no voices, nothing. Not even the faint hum of insects. The parking area was wide and gravelly, but the spaces between the trees were overgrown, and the fire rings were rusted and crumbling. Jake parked anyway, and we unloaded the gear in silence. As we set up our tents in what appeared to be the largest clearing, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I told myself it was just the isolation talking. It had been months since either of us had been out in the woods, and maybe my brain was just on high alert. By the time the sun was low in the sky, we had a fire going. The flames cast long, jittering shadows across the clearing. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't. The shadows looked wrong. They moved independently of the trees, stretching and flickering as though alive. I caught myself staring into the dark forest beyond our firelight, thinking I saw movement, but every time I blinked, there was nothing. We had a simple dinner, canned chili heated over the fire, some bread, but I barely touched mine. My stomach had turned tight and cold, the kind of nervous churn that comes when you know something is wrong, even if you don't know why. Night came fast. We went to our tents, zipped ourselves up, and tried to sleep. I don't know how long I lay there, staring at the dark ceiling of my tent, listening. The forest was silent, except for one subtle thing, a faint crunching. Pine needles being pressed down in slow, deliberate steps. I froze. "Jake?" I whispered. No answer. The steps continued, circling the perimeter of the clearing, moving closer and farther, then stopping entirely. My pulse pounded in my ears. I wanted to call out, but I was terrified. Finally, the steps faded. I waited for hours, afraid to sleep. Eventually, exhaustion overcame me. I drifted in a light, restless sleep. Morning came with the sound of birds, finally, though their calls felt tentative, almost nervous. Jake was already up, brewing coffee over the fire. I mentioned the footsteps, expecting him to laugh it off. "I didn't hear anything," he said. "Probably just you dreaming." But deep down, I knew I hadn't dreamed it. We spent the day hiking to the nearby creek, a half-mile trek along a trail that twisted and climbed in ways I hadn't remembered from the map. The forest was dense, older than I expected, with massive roots and trees that looked like they had stood there for centuries. Something about the way the sunlight struggled to reach the forest floor made the shadows feel alive, constantly shifting just out of the corner of my eye. At the creek, the water was clear and cold, rushing over rocks in a soothing rush. We fished, but I couldn't concentrate. Every time I looked up, I felt as though someone or something was standing just at the edge of the trees, watching. By the time we returned to the campsite, the sky was a deep shade of gray. The wind had picked up, rustling the treetops, but strangely, the clearing around us remained still, as though it were cut off from the movement around it. We built the fire early, trying to keep ourselves calm. The warmth helped a little, but as darkness fell, the forest began to hum with life in a way that felt wrong. Not normal wildlife, but something heavier, deliberate. Twigs snapped outside the clearing, shadows shifted. I kept thinking I saw figures moving between the trees, tall, thin, humanoid, but wrong. At some point, I heard a low whisper. I couldn't make out the words. It was soft, almost melodic, but definitely human. I froze, looking around the firelight for the source, but there was nothing. The whispering stopped, then started again, moving through the trees. I woke Jake. "Something's out there," I hissed. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. "What?" "You're dreaming." "No. Listen." The whispering stopped as soon as he was awake, and the forest went silent again. I could tell he didn't believe me, but he stayed close to the fire. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Every time I dozed, I woke to the sound of crunching underbrush or whispers circling the tents. It wasn't until near dawn that it finally stopped. I stayed awake the entire night, too terrified to move. Morning came, gray and cold. The forest had changed overnight. The clearing seemed smaller, more enclosed, as if the trees had shifted closer. There were no footprints or tracks that we could see. But I found something in the soil near the fire. Small depressions in the dirt, circular, evenly spaced, almost like someone had been standing there in a perfect pattern. "Did you see this?" I asked Jake. He frowned. "Maybe an animal? Or someone else camped here before?" I shook my head. It didn't make sense. Nothing had moved that precisely except a human. And the clearing had been empty last night. We didn't speak much as we packed. Neither of us wanted to linger. By the time we hit the trail, the shadows of the forest seemed to stretch toward us, like they were watching our backs as we left. Every step felt heavier, as though the forest was resisting our passage. The hike back to the truck felt endless. The path twisted in unfamiliar ways, roots and rocks catching our feet. At one point, I was certain we had passed the same bend 3 times, though we were moving steadily downhill. I caught movement in the trees again. Tall, thin shapes, not human, slipping between trunks. We finally reached the truck, hearts pounding, breathing hard. The doors were locked, and we sped down the dirt road without a word. On the drive home, I kept thinking about the clearing, the whispers, the shadows. I couldn't explain any of it, and I didn't want to try. That weekend left a mark on me. I haven't returned to Willow Creek, and I avoid any camping in that part of the state. Friends ask why I stopped, why I won't go back to the woods. I tell them I had enough outdoor adventure for a lifetime. But in truth, I know what I saw, what I heard. Somewhere out there in the older parts of the forest, something watches, something waits, and it remembers. Even now, months later, I have dreams of the whispers circling my tents, of the tall shapes slipping silently between the trees, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. I wake up sweating, heart pounding, hearing the faintest crunch of pine needles that aren't there. I haven't gone camping alone since. I haven't even hiked in the woods after dark. But the memory of that weekend lingers, gnawing at the back of my mind like something alive. The forest isn't empty. Some places aren't meant for us, and I think Willow Creek is one of them. Story, the end. The first time I heard about Blackwater Ridge, it was from my uncle, a quiet man who never exaggerated anything. He told me the woods there were too old, his way of saying they held more memories than any human could comprehend. He didn't mean it poetically either. He meant it literally, like the trees themselves remembered every mistake people made inside them. I should have listened. But when my friends, Mark, Jesse, and Will, suggested a wee camping trip before summer ended, Blackwater Ridge seemed perfect. Remote, quiet, full of trails, and even a small river running through the valley. On the map, it looked like paradise. We left early Friday morning. The drive was long but scenic, passing through farmland, then winding deeper and deeper into forested hills. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was high and the smell of pine was thick in the air. Everything looked normal at first, just old forest, endless trees, and the faint sound of running water somewhere in the distance. We hiked about 3 miles in before finding a clearing near the river, a flat, open space surrounded by ancient trees with thick trunks and branches that seemed to lean inward, almost sheltering us. It was beautiful in that peaceful, untouched way national parks rarely are anymore. We set up camp, cooked lunch, and explored the area, ignoring how strangely silent everything felt. No birds, no insects. Even the wind seemed hesitant to blow too strongly through those trees. That first night, things were fine, until they weren't. Around 11 p.m., after the fire died down, we all crawled into our tents. I shared a tent with Will, while Mark and Jesse took the other. For an hour, maybe more, I lay awake listening to the river nearby, letting the steady sound lull me towards sleep. Then I heard footsteps. Very light, very slow. Grass bending under careful weight. I froze. At first I thought it was one of the guys getting up to pee, but the steps were too measured, too deliberate, no crunch of leaves, no snap of twigs, just soft, purposeful movement circling our tents. I whispered, "Will? You awake," he muttered, half asleep. "What? Do you hear that?" He held his breath. We both listened. Nothing now. Just silence. He sighed. "Probably a deer. Go to sleep." But I knew it wasn't a deer. Deer don't walk in circles around a campsite. Eventually I drifted off, though uneasily, the way you fall asleep after hearing a strange noise in your own house. The next morning, the four of us found the footprints. They weren't human. They were far too long, with narrow heels and toes that looked almost finger-like. They formed a perfect ring around our tents, like something had paced, studying us. Jesse backed up immediately, face pale. What animal makes tracks like that? None of us had an answer. We tried to dismiss it. People don't hike miles into woods only to turn around the next morning. We decided to stay, convincing ourselves it was a misprint from shadows or warped mud. But deep down, we all felt the shift. Something was wrong in those woods. Later that day, we hiked upriver to find a good fishing spot. A mile in, we came across something that made my stomach twist. Scratches, deep, violent gouges, covered the trees. 4 long marks running vertically, spaced like something large had dragged claws along the trunks. And not just one tree. Every tree for at least 50 yards had similar markings. Mark laughed it off, but it was a forced laugh, the nervous kind. "Bears do that," he said. Jessie shook her head. "Bears don't do it in straight lines like someone following a path." She was right. The gouges formed a trail leading deeper into the woods. That night, the forest felt heavier. Still no birds, no crickets, nothing. Even the river seemed quieter. When we sat around the fire, Mark told a story he'd read online about a creature locals in that region whispered about. A tall, thin thing that walked like a man but wasn't one, something drawn to travelers, especially those who stayed too long or wandered too far. He said the forest near Blackwater Ridge had dozens of missing hiker cases spanning decades. We laughed nervously again, but the tension didn't break. Hours later, we all went to bed early, exhaustion from the hike weighing on us. The night was silent again until the humming started. It was faint at first, just a vibration on the edge of hearing. Then it grew louder, drifting through the trees like someone whispering a tune without words. Not melodic, not human. Low, deep. A throat sound that made my skin crawl. I shot upright in my sleeping bag. Will whispered, "You hear it too?" Jesse and Mark whispered from their tent, "What is that?" We all listened, breath held. The humming grew closer. Then it stopped. Footsteps followed, slow, heavy, deliberate. Something brushed against the side of our tent. The nylon caved inward, like a hand or face was pressing into it from the outside. I saw its outline, tall, thin, impossibly thin, the shape of a head leaning in toward us. I didn't breathe, didn't blink, didn't move. The shape lingered for several seconds, then slid away, almost gliding. None of us slept. At dawn, we stumbled out of the tents, shaking and exhausted. More footprints surrounded the camp. Not the same as before. These were deeper, spaced farther apart, like whatever had pressed against the tent was enormous. We made a unanimous decision, pack up and get out. The problem was, something didn't want us to leave. Halfway down the trail, we found it blocked. A massive fallen tree, freshly snapped like it had been dropped deliberately across the path. The break was clean, almost too clean. like something strong had pushed it over. Will swore. Mark tried climbing it, but said he felt something watching him from the trees. We found another trail, or what looked like one, a narrow path cutting deeper into the woods. It wasn't on the map. We didn't want to take it, but what choice did we have? As we followed it, the forest grew darker. The trees leaned inward, branches twisting unnaturally. The ground softened like stepping on thick, spongy moss, though there was none. The air felt heavier, suffocating, and that's when we found the cabin. Old, rotting, sunken into the earth like it was trying to bury itself. Mark wanted to go inside. I begged him not to. Jessie refused to go anywhere near it. Will and I stayed with her while Mark crept in. Minutes passed, too many minutes. Finally, he stepped out, face pale, shaking. "We're not alone out here," he whispered. There's stuff inside." "What kind of stuff?" Will asked. Mark swallowed hard. "Clothes, backpacks, dozens of them, old ones, new ones. There's hair, bones, and symbols carved all over the walls." My blood ran cold. Jessie grabbed his arm. "We need to go." We kept walking, abandoning the trail entirely and cutting through the trees. Panic pushed us forward. Hours passed. The sun sank behind the mountains, and the humming returned. Behind us. Beside us. In front of us. Everywhere. Will screamed when he saw it, a tall skeletal figure moving between the trees, too fast to be human, too smooth to be natural. It flickered in and out of sight like a shadow being cast by nothing. We ran. Branches tore at our clothes. The forest floor shifted under us. The humming grew louder, now mixed with a clicking sound, like teeth knocking together in a hungry rhythm. Jessie tripped and fell. I grabbed her hand, dragging her up, but not before I saw a long arm, too long, reach out from the shadows, fingertips brushing her ankle. She shrieked. We didn't stop. By some miracle, we reached the trailhead just as the last of the light faded. The humming stopped the moment we broke through the tree line, like a switch being flipped. The forest went silent. Dead silent. Mark locked the car doors before the engine was even on. We sped away down the winding mountain road, gravel kicking up behind us. No one spoke. We didn't even look at each other. It wasn't until an hour later that I noticed something in the rearview mirror. A figure standing on the side of the road behind us, tall, thin, perfectly still, watching. Then, gone. We didn't stop until we hit the nearest town. Didn't sleep that night or the next. Weeks passed before any of us felt comfortable being alone outside again. Even now, years later, we don't talk about it much. People don't believe stories like this. They call them hallucinations, mass panic, tricks of the light, anything that lets them sleep at night. But I know what I saw. I know what followed us. I know what touched our tent. And sometimes on quiet nights when the wind is still, I hear humming outside my window. Low, deep, patient. And I remember my uncle's words. Some forests don't forget, and some things inside them don't stop hunting. Story the end. The night air in Pine Ridge was unusually still when 4 friends arrived at the remote campsite. Tyler, Megan, Evan, and Rachel had been driving for hours, eager to escape the city and spend a weekend in the Allegheny wilderness. The GPS signal vanished miles before the trailhead, leaving them completely cut off. They hiked to a small clearing near a river, set up their tents, and built a modest fire. The forest was thick, dark, and silent, except for the river's steady flow. As night fell, they shared snacks and laughter, but an underlying unease lingered. Pine Ridge had a reputation, stories of hikers disappearing, strange lights in the woods, and voices that lured people away from the trails. Tyler dismissed it as folklore, but Megan felt the tension immediately. Around 11 p.m., Evan, unable to sleep, unzipped his tent and stepped outside. The moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy. That's when he noticed a figure in the shadows near the tree line. It was tall, impossibly thin, standing unnaturally still. Its skin was pale, its limbs long, and its eyes reflected the moonlight in a way that seemed wrong. Evan froze, heart pounding, and blinked. The figure was gone. Moments later, Rachel heard a soft whisper. "Evan," she thought he was calling, but Evan shook his head. Then the whisper repeated, closer this time. "Evan." Panic set in. They woke Tyler and Megan. Together they scanned the woods. Flashlights slicing through darkness. The forest seemed to close in around them. Then came the scratching, low, deliberate, circling their tents. The sound wasn't animal. It was heavier, precise, as if something with long claws was tracing the edges of their campsite. Tyler insisted it was probably a bear. But the prints they discovered the next morning told a different story. Massive clawed tracks circled the clearing in a way no animal could manage. They led into the trees and vanished without a trace. That night, the figure returned. Tyler caught a glimpse just beyond the firelight, a silhouette with limbs too long to be human, head tilted, face featureless. It didn't move toward them, but seemed to study them. Every rustle of the underbrush sounded deliberate, as if something was stalking them, learning their habits, waiting for a moment to strike. By dawn, the friends were exhausted, haggard, and terrified. They packed quickly and retraced their steps to the car, constantly glancing back at the dense woods. On the drive back to town, silence settled over the car, broken only by occasional nervous glances. Weeks later, strange events continued. Megan swore she saw shadows moving at the edge of her bedroom at night. Evan heard whispers calling his name from the forest near his apartment. Tyler dreamt of long-limbed figures standing just beyond the trees, watching silently. Researching Pine Ridge, they discovered it had a long history of unexplained disappearances and sightings of a tall watcher, a creature that mimicked voices and followed hikers until they vanished. None of them ever returned to the Allegheny wilderness. Yet, even now, months later, they sometimes hear whispers through the wind, soft and deliberate, calling their names. And each time they do, they know that something in the forest is still out there waiting. Story the end. The gravel shoulder crumbled under my tires as I eased the old Jeep to a stop, dust spiraling upward in the cool Montana dusk. The trailhead sign looked like it had been clawed more than weathered, deep gouges scarring the wood, the carved letters barely legible, Sawyer Ridge Trail. Beneath it, someone had spray painted over the U.S. Forest Service emblem with a smeared red X. This place wasn't on any modern maps. I found it through an old coworker of my uncle's, a retired fire lookout who claimed Sawyer Ridge was the last place he'd ever camp. He wouldn't say anything more, no matter how I asked, just shook his head, said he wouldn't go near it even in daylight, which, for whatever reason, made me want to go more. It had been a brutal few months. I'd quit a job I hated, ended a relationship that had gone rancid, and watched my apartment rent skyrocket overnight. Everything felt overcrowded, noisy, suffocating. I needed a break, real solitude, actual wilderness. So when I found the ridge listed in an old hiking forum buried deep in a thread from 2011, and when 3 different people commented with vague warnings, not safe, don't camp alone, things move there at night, I decided that was exactly the kind of unplugged experience I needed. I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders and started up the trail. A thin plume of dust drifted behind me. The air felt too still, like the forest was holding its breath. No birds, no wind, just quiet, like Sawyer Ridge didn't want to be disturbed. The first mile was steep but beautiful. Pines climbed the hillside, their trunks straight and dark. The farther I went, the more the sunlight thinned between them. The ridge loomed above, rocky and sharp-edged. My plan was to reach the summit, clearing an hour before dark. The same clearing someone on the forum had posted a photo of. Their caption underneath had read, "Don't stay after sunset," which I'd assumed was a joke. Most things online are. The trail twisted, winding upward. At one tight turn, I froze mid-step. A tree, no, more like the mangled remains of one, lay torn open across the path. Not fallen, not rotted, torn. Fibers pulled apart in long splinters, as if twisted from the inside. I leaned down and touched the brake. It was smooth, polished the way fresh breakage sometimes is, except this wood was dry, gray, old. The bark around the tier had been scraped clean in long arcs, and there were marks in the dirt, lines, deep grooves. Something had been dragged, or something had dragged itself. I told myself it was probably a bear, a big one, maybe 2 fighting. That made enough sense to keep going. 2 miles later, the trail opened into the summit clearing, flat ground ringed by trees, a perfect 360-degree view of the endless darkening forest. The place felt untouched by people. No trash, no fire pit, no footprints, nothing but wild grass bending in a faint breeze. I set up camp in the center, figuring distance from the trees gave me the best visibility. The sun dipped lower, turning the sky blood orange. Shadows stretched like long fingers across the ridge. As soon as the last sliver of sun vanished, the breeze died entirely. The stillness set back in, heavy, absolute, like the entire mountain inhaled and refused to exhale. I ate a quick dinner, jerky and ramen cooked on my camp stove, and watched the horizon fade from orange to blue to the ink black of oncoming night. Stars blinked awake. My lantern flickered in the windless dark. Then I heard the first sound, a snap, not small, not like a squirrel or raccoon, a heavy break, maybe 20 yards into the tree line, too deliberate. I angled my lantern toward the noise. The tight beams of light illuminated only the first few rows of trees. Nothing moved. Then another sound. Not a snap, but a scrape. Something dragging against bark. Long, slow, then silence. I swallowed hard. Probably a deer, I whispered, even though deer didn't move like that. I decided to turn in early, figuring the tent walls might help my nerves. I zipped myself inside, switched off the lantern, and lay in the dark listening. Nothing. Not a single insect. No wind. The forest was a sealed tomb. I must have dozed off because at some point deep in the night a noise snapped me awake. At first I thought it was rain. Soft pattering. But when I listened closer I realized it wasn't falling from above. It was landing on my tent, and it was too spaced, too heavy, too slow to be rain. Plip. Pause. Plip. Pause. Something wet was touching the fabric. Dripping. I grabbed my flashlight and flicked it on. The beam showed dark streaks sliding down the inside of the nylon as the pressure of something traced across it from outside. One streak. Then another. Then 5. Parallel lines dragging downward. I held my breath. My heart hammered against my ribs. The line stopped halfway down the tent wall. Then something pressed against the fabric, hard enough to bend it inward. A shape. Broad. Flat. Moving slowly along the wall. Like a hand. But wrong. Much too large. Then it slid upward again. I scrambled backward until my spine hit my pack. Another sound joined the wet dragging. Breathing. Slow, rattling, hollow, directly beside my head. I clapped my hand over my mouth. The breathing grew louder, a quiet rasping as though someone was inhaling through a ruined throat. Then, from the other side of the tent, maybe 3 feet away, a second set of breaths, shallow, hungry. I froze. 2 of them. I didn't know how long they stayed. I didn't move, didn't blink, didn't dare make the smallest noise. Time dragged like thick syrup. Minutes. Hours. The breaths circled the tent, sometimes close enough for the fabric to bow inward. Around dawn, the breaths faded. Then, footsteps, but not normal ones. These were soft, almost gliding. Grass rustled, but not like something with weight, more like something tall and too thin brushing past. Eventually, silence returned. For the longest time, I didn't move. The fear settled into my bones, cold and deep. I waited until sunlight turned my tent walls faint gold before unzipping the door an inch. The clearing was empty, but the ground was not. Footprints in the dirt circled my tent, not shaped like boots, not like animal tracks. Long, narrow impressions. 5 deep punctures at the front, spaced like fingers instead of toes. No heel at all. As if whatever walked on them leaned forward unnaturally, balancing on its front digits. My throat tightened. The tracks led from the tree line, then split into 2 sets that circled opposite directions around my tent. Then they rejoined, heading back into the forest. My first instinct was to pack up and run, but the forest still felt wrong, charged, almost vibrating with watchfulness, like eyes followed every movement, and the footprints were fresh. Whatever made them might still be close. I grabbed my hatchet, not that it would help, and shoved everything into my pack with shaking hands. I doused my camp stove, stuffed my tent, half collapsed into my bag, slung the straps over my shoulders, and bolted toward the trail. I'd made it maybe 50 feet when something snapped loudly to my left. I turned. Sunlight slanted between the pines. The trunk stood silent. Then I saw it, partially obscured behind a tree. A shape, thin, too tall, limbs too long. Skin pale gray like cured ash. Its head was tilted in a jerking angle like a bird listening. No eyes, just smooth flesh where eyes should be. Its mouth was a slit stretching horizontally across its lower face, widening slowly as if tasting the air. I stumbled backward, heart pounding. The creature stepped out from behind the tree soundlessly. Then I heard more movement. Not ahead. Behind. I spun. Another shape stood 20 yards back on the trail. Identical. Still. Listening. My chest tightened. They were flanking me. I ran. Branches whipped my arms and face. My pack slammed against my shoulders. Every instinct screamed to move faster. I didn't look back, not even when I heard soft gliding sounds pursuing me. Not footsteps, just grass and pine needles rustling lightly, too lightly for anything that size. The trail bent sharply, and I nearly slipped on loose soil. A low branch clawed my cheek. I tasted blood. The forest felt tighter the farther I went, like the trees leaned inward to bottleneck me. Once something moved parallel to me, pale flashes between trunks, keeping pace effortlessly. The jeep was only a quarter-mile away when I heard the first call. A long, low moan. Not human, not animal. It vibrated through the trees like sounds struggling to be words. The creatures behind me clicked in response, fast, sharp, like insect mandibles. The call came again, closer this time. When the jeep came into view through the trees, I nearly screamed in relief. I sprinted the last stretch, threw myself inside, jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned. Once. Twice. Then died. No, no, no. I pumped the pedal. Again. The jeep sputtered but wouldn't catch. Something emerged from the trees to my right. Then another from the left. Two pale bodies gliding toward me, their long fingers hanging almost to their knees. Their heads jerked slightly with each breath. The one on the right opened its mouth. The slit widened. Wider. Wider. I turned the key again, shaking so hard I could barely hold it. The engine roared. I slammed into gear and floored it. Gravel exploded behind the tires. The jeep fishtailed, nearly hitting a tree, then surged forward onto the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, they didn't run after me. They didn't need to. One stood in the road watching. The other stood farther back, its head turning slowly to track my path through the trees, even once the road curved and I should have been out of sight. It was like they could feel where I was. And the entire time, they never blinked. I drove until I reached cell service, pulled over shaking, and tried to calm down enough to breathe. A ranger station was 15 minutes away. I went straight there and told the first person I saw that something dangerous was in the woods near Sawyer Ridge. The ranger, a woman in her 40s with a hardened look, froze the moment I said the name. Sawyer Ridge is closed, she said quietly. It wasn't marked. It's been closed since 1998. Then why isn't it posted? She hesitated, because people go looking when you tell them not to. I stared at her, throat tight. What is out there? She didn't answer, but her eyes said she knew, or at least knew enough never to go. I left town without another word. That night, in my apartment hundreds of miles away, I woke to a sound outside my bedroom window. A soft dragging, long, slow, like 5 wet lines drawn down glass. I sat up slowly, heart clawing its way into my throat. I forced myself to look toward the window. Moonlight glimmered on the glass. Something tall and thin was standing just beyond the curtains, a shadow with no eyes, watching, listening, listening. Familiar parallel streaks slid down the glass, leaving long, wet marks behind. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I haven't slept properly since. No matter where I go, I hear them sometimes. Soft steps, that strange rattling breath, the faint scrape of long fingers down unfamiliar surfaces. People online used to say Sawyer Ridge was cursed. They were wrong. It's a hunting ground, and once you camp there, once they've found you, they don't stop. Not until you're back on their land, or until they find a way to bring their land to you. Story the end. It was the last weekend in September when my friends, Josh, Megan, and I, decided to escape to the remote forests of Maine for some camping. We wanted a quiet trip, no cell service, just the sound of the woods. We had been planning it for months, picking a location that wasn't listed on any maps online, something truly off-grid. We arrived around mid-afternoon. The forest was dense, the trees old and towering, their roots twisting across the narrow dirt path like veins. We parked my car at the edge of a small clearing near a creek. The air was damp and carried the faint smell of something metallic. We shrugged it off, blaming it on fallen leaves and iron-rich soil. We set up our tents quickly and built a fire. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows grew long and thick. The forest was silent in a way that felt unnatural. No birds, no insects, just the occasional creak of a branch. Around 9 p.m., Megan noticed footprints near the creek. They were large, barefoot, and spaced strangely, as if whatever made them wasn't entirely human. Probably just some hunter, Josh said, trying to sound casual, but there was tension in his voice. I wasn't so sure. The prints were too deliberate, too symmetrical, and there was no other sign of human presence. We tried to keep our nerves at bay with small talk, but the forest seemed to close in around us. Then came the whispering. Faint at first, it sounded like someone calling our names from just beyond the tree line. We froze, holding our breaths, but the whispers didn't stop. They moved around us, circling, rising, and falling like waves. At about 11 p.m., something struck Josh's tent. A heavy thud, then silence. He yelled for us, and we rushed to his tent, only to find the flap torn and the inside empty. Panic surged. We grabbed flashlights and searched, but the clearing was empty. The prints by the creek now extended toward the woods, deeper than any human could have walked in the dark. We debated running, but the car was a 20-minute hike back, and the forest seemed endless. We stayed near the fire, taking turns keeping watch. Around 1 a.m., I saw it. A tall, thin figure emerging from the shadows. Its arms were too long, ending in clawed hands that scraped the ground. Its head tilted unnaturally, and its eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. It didn't run or attack, it just watched. Then, just as suddenly, it vanished into the trees. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. I couldn't tell. Every rustle, every snap of a branch made us jump. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, repeating our names in a mocking cadence. Megan swore she saw multiple figures moving between the trees, just out of the light. By dawn, we had no choice but to move. The path we had taken in seemed unfamiliar, distorted, twisted like the forest itself was rearranging. Branches clawed at our clothes, roots tripped us, and the shadows stretched unnaturally with the rising sun. Finally, we stumbled onto a logging road. The forest behind us was silent again. Normal, as if nothing had happened. We reported Josh missing, but the rangers could find no trace of him. No footprints, no tent remnants, nothing. The forest seemed to have swallowed him whole. Megan and I left immediately, but the memory never left. Every now and then I see shadows at the edge of my vision, or catch a glimpse of something too tall and thin to be human in the woods. And sometimes in the middle of the night I hear whispers, faint and patient, calling my name. The forest waits for those who wander too far. It doesn't forgive, it doesn't forget, and it doesn't release what it takes. Story the end. It was a crisp autumn weekend when 4 friends, Ben, Laura, Chris, and Jenna, decided to escape the city and camp in the remote woods of Vermont. They were seasoned hikers and campers, confident in their skills, and eager for a weekend of solitude among the trees. The drive-in was long, winding over old country roads that gradually dissolved into dirt trails, but that only added to the thrill. They arrived at a clearing just as the sun was dipping below the horizon. The area was quiet, the forest dense, and the air carried a damp, earthy smell. They set up their tents near a small pond, collected firewood, and started a modest fire. The crackle and warmth of the flames gave a sense of comfort, but the forest beyond the circle of light felt unusually still. Night came, and with it a heavy silence. Usually they'd hear owls, crickets, or frogs, but tonight, not a sound. Jenna, always the cautious one, felt a creeping unease. She whispered to Laura that it felt as if the forest itself was watching them, listening. The others laughed it off, but their laughter felt hollow against the stillness. Around midnight, Ben woke to movement outside his tent. At first, he thought it was an animal, but then he noticed faint footprints in the soft dirt circling their campsite, too large and oddly shaped to be any animal he knew. He shook Chris awake, and they watched in horror as the footprints circled their tents, never breaking the pattern, as though whatever made them was pacing, waiting. Then came the whispers. Soft, almost unintelligible at first, but growing louder. The voices called their names, urgent and insistent, echoing from every direction. Jenna screamed when she thought she saw a figure dart between the trees, impossibly thin, with pale skin that seemed to absorb the firelight instead of reflect it. Morning offered no relief. The footprints were gone, but the feeling of being watched persisted. They decided to hike out, following a trail marked on their map, but the forest seemed to twist and change. Landmarks they'd noted the previous day were gone, replaced by thick undergrowth and unfamiliar terrain. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon a circle of old stones, partially buried in moss arranged in a perfect ring around a dead tree. Chris joked it was an old ritual site, but the air felt heavier here, colder, almost alive. Ben felt compelled to step inside the circle, but Laura grabbed his arm, warning him. Something about the place made his skin crawl. Suddenly, the whispers returned, closer, angrier, surrounding them. Shadows stretched unnaturally, coalescing into forms that seemed humanoid but impossibly thin, faceless. They froze in terror as one of the figures drifted forward, moving silently, tilting its head as though studying them. Panic took over. They fled, retracing their steps, but every path seemed wrong. The forest warped around them, trees closing in, the stream twisting in directions that defied logic. Hours passed, though it felt like minutes. Exhaustion and fear blurred their senses. By nightfall, Jenna vanished. One moment she was holding Laura's hand, the next she was gone, leaving only a faint echo of her scream. The remaining three pressed on, finally emerging onto an old logging road as the first light of dawn broke. They called authorities, reported Jenna missing, and waited, but search parties found nothing. No footprints, no signs of struggle, no trace of the stone circle. Weeks later, Ben began hearing whispers at his apartment, faint at first, then persistent, calling his name when he was alone. Chris noticed shadows moving in corners where there were none. Laura woke one night to see a figure at the foot of her bed, impossibly thin, faceless, vanishing when she blinked. They never returned to the forest, but the memory of that weekend lingered, haunting them. The whispers, the shadows, the feeling of being watched, they were reminders that the forest had marked them, and that somewhere deep in Vermont's woods, something patient and ancient waited for the next victims. Story: the end. The wind had already started to pick up by the time we reached the fire road, that long, unpaved stretch cutting through the foothills like some forgotten scar. It was early October, one of those months where the air smelled like dry leaves and cold soil, and where daylight seemed to drain away faster than it should. My buddy Derek had convinced me and our friend Lucas to camp out near Black Elk Ridge, a place he swore had insane views and absolutely no tourists. I'd later realized there was a reason for that last part. The drive had taken us 5 hours from Denver, and by the time we parked Derek's dusty old Jeep beside a bent metal gate and the remnants of an old no trespassing sign, the sun was already hovering low over the ridgeline. I stepped out onto the dirt, stretching my legs while the chill settled into my jacket. Everything around us looked untouched. Dense pines, steep cliffs, and miles upon miles of wilderness that could swallow you without ever belching up a trace. "You sure this is the spot?" Lucas asked, closing his door with a hollow thunk. "Yeah, man." Derek slung his pack over his shoulder, grinning. "Trust me, I used to come out here with my uncle when I was a kid, best camping in the state." I remember glancing at that broken sign again. Something about the way it leaned, lettering barely visible through the weathering, made me uneasy. But Derek was already moving, and Lucas followed, and I didn't want to be the cautious one of the group. We hiked up the trail, which looked more like an animal path, for about 40 minutes before reaching a clearing nestled beneath the ridge. The forest was dense, the kind that muffles sound, and even the ground felt soft from layers of old pine needles. The clearing itself was sheltered by the rock face on one side and a sweeping view of the valley on the other. It really was beautiful. We pitched our tents, gathered firewood, and by dusk, we had a crackling fire going. The flames pushed back the shadows in dancing bursts, and soon we were telling dumb stories and heating canned chili while darkness pooled around us like black water. But even then, before anything truly strange happened, the forest had that feeling. A thickness, a pressure, like something out there was holding its breath. Around 9, the wind died completely. No rustling branches, no insects, just a dead, heavy stillness that made the three of us gradually talk quieter, each of us noticing it but not wanting to be the one to mention it. Then we heard the first sound. A snap. Sharp, like a heavy branch breaking under weight, not far away. All three of us went quiet at once. "Probably a deer," Derek finally said, though he didn't sound convinced. Lucas poked at the fire with a stick. "That wasn't a deer. Too heavy." We listened. Nothing followed. The night just sat there, swallowing the noise, swallowing our questions. Eventually, Derek shook his head and laughed nervously. "Relax. Bears don't come up this high. We're fine." But I kept glancing beyond the fire's reach, where the pines stood tall and black, their trunks like pillars holding up an unseen ceiling. Every so often I felt certain I saw something shift between them, a darker shape moving among the dark. Around 11, we stashed our food in the bear canister and climbed into our tents. Mine was closest to the rock wall, with Lucas's in the middle and Derek's on the far end, closest to the woods. I lay awake for a while, listening to the zip and flap of the nylon shift in the breeze. Eventually, sometime after midnight, I started drifting. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. Crunching softly in the pine needles. They weren't animal footsteps. Animals move unevenly, quickly, unpredictably. These were the measured steps of someone trying not to be heard. My pulse started pounding. I held my breath, listening harder. The steps were moving between our tents, closer and closer. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I almost called out to the guys, but something in my gut told me to stay silent. The footsteps paused right outside my tent. Not a sound, not a breath, just the faint smell of earth and something else. Something like old metal left out in the rain. Then the footsteps shifted, moving away, crunching lightly back toward the woods. I waited until I couldn't hear a thing anymore. Then I waited longer. Finally, when I felt I could breathe again, I whispered, "Derek? Lucas?" No answer. "Guys?" I tried louder this time. Lucas's groggy voice finally came. "What? Did you hear that?" I whispered. "No." But Derek didn't answer. A cold panic tightened in my chest. I unzipped my tent slowly and stepped out, shivering. The fire had died to embers, casting only a faint orange glow. Lucas peeked out of his own tent, his silhouette jittered with the weak light. "Derek?" he called. Nothing. We both stepped closer to his tent. The zipper was halfway open. That wasn't how he'd left it. "Derek?" I said, louder now. Still nothing. Lucas swallowed, then reached out and pulled the flap open. The tent was empty. The sleeping bag lay unzipped. His flashlight and boots were gone, but the rest of his stuff was still there. His pack, his jacket. "Dude," Lucas breathed. We both spun around when another sound broke the silence. A scream. Far off. From deep in the woods, it was unmistakably Derek, an awful strangled cry that cut off far too quickly. I froze in place. Lucas stumbled backward, cursing under his breath. The echo of that sound seemed to linger in the air long after it had faded. "What do we do?" Lucas whispered, voice shaking. I shook my head, my brain scrambling. We didn't have weapons. We didn't know the terrain. Running into the woods blind at night would get us lost or killed. "We wait until sunrise," I finally said. "We stay right here. We make a big fire. If he's hurt, daylight will help us find him." Lucas hesitated, but he eventually nodded. We got the fire roaring again, higher than before, and sat close to it, staring at the darkness just beyond its reach. Every snap of a twig, every shift of the wind made us jump. At some point, probably around 3 a.m., Lucas dozed off against a log. I tried to stay awake, but exhaustion tugged at me like heavy ropes, and despite everything, my eyes closed. A noise snapped me awake. Not a scream this time. Breathing. Behind me. Slow and rough, like someone with damaged lungs. I jerked upright. Lucas remained asleep beside me. I turned my head just enough to look over my shoulder. At first I didn't see anything in the flickering fire glow. Then something moved, right beside my tent, half hidden behind the shadows of a tree. A figure. Tall. Still. Watching. "Derek?" I whispered instinctively. The figure didn't answer. It just continued to breathe. Low, ragged, wrong. My skin prickled. Something about its shape wasn't right. Too elongated, too stiff. The legs seemed too long, and the way it leaned forward like it was listening or smelling. The fire crackled loudly, and in that moment of brighter light, I finally saw something clearly. Its head. Not a face, just a pale, smooth surface like stretched skin where features should have been. Something inside me cracked. I grabbed Lucas's shoulder violently. "Wake up, Lucas! Wake up!" He jolted awake, eyes wide. The figure stepped backward into the trees, melting into the dark so fast it was like it had never been there. Lucas saw enough of it to know I hadn't imagined anything. He scrambled to his feet. "What the hell was that?" I shook my head, unable to speak. We didn't sleep another second. The moment the sky even slightly lightened, we started packing. The forest felt alive around us again, but not in a comforting way. It felt like things were watching, waiting. We grabbed Derek's pack, figuring we'd search for him on the way out. But when we reached the foot of the ridge, we found something on the ground. His flashlight. And beside it, a streak of dark, dried blood. We debated following it, but the trail led into a dense thicket that didn't look remotely passable. And whatever that thing was, whatever we had seen, it wasn't human. We chose survival. We hiked down as fast as we could, practically jogging the final half mile to the Jeep. The entire time, I swore I heard something behind us, mirroring our footsteps far back in the trees. When we finally reached the Jeep, Lucas fumbled the keys twice before starting it. The moment the engine roared to life, both of us exhaled shakily. We got out of there without looking back. When we reached cell service 2 hours later, we called for search and rescue. They told us to wait by a ranger station. We spent the next 2 days answering questions. What we saw, what we heard, what happened. Search teams went up. They found nothing. Not Derek, not his boots, not his tracks. Not even the blood we swore we'd seen. Everything had vanished. After 3 days, search efforts were reduced. After 6, they were called off entirely. The official report said Derek likely got lost, fell somewhere the teams couldn't access. But Lucas and I know better. Something else was up there. Something that moved silently. Something that watched. Something that stepped around our campsite in the darkness with purpose. I still hear that breathing sometimes when I'm trying to sleep. Still see that smooth, featureless head. And the worst part, deep down, I'm terrified the forest didn't hide Derek. I'm terrified it kept him. And whatever was up there in those woods that night, it wasn't done taking. Story the end. It was early October when Ryan, Emily, and Matt decided to take a weekend camping trip in the Hoosier National Forest in Indiana. They wanted to get far away from the city, to hike deep into the woods and camp where no one else would be. Ryan had done plenty of solo camping before. Emily was adventurous, and Matt insisted he was experienced enough to handle anything. They laughed at the idea of getting lost until the forest proved otherwise. They parked near a little-used trailhead and began hiking mid-morning, backpacks loaded with gear. The trail quickly became overgrown, thorny branches clawing at their clothes, the path narrowing until they had to push through dense underbrush. By early afternoon, they stumbled upon a small clearing beside a creek. It was perfect, flat ground for tents, firewood scattered around, and the creek providing a source of water. As they set up camp, the forest seemed oddly quiet. No birds, no insects, just the occasional creak of trees and the whisper of wind. Emily commented on it, but Matt brushed it off. It's just the woods. Sometimes quiet is normal. The first night, they cooked over a small fire and laughed to pass the time. Around 11 p.m., a sudden rustle in the underbrush made Ryan freeze. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. "Probably a raccoon," Matt said, though even he sounded uncertain. But then came the whispers. Not human voices, not coherent words, just faint murmurs that drifted on the wind. Ryan swore he heard his own name whispered. "Ryan. Ryan." Emily heard it too. Their flashlights pierced the darkness, but the forest seemed to swallow the light, shadows dancing just beyond reach. At 2 a.m., the noises escalated. Branches snapped deliberately, and a dragging sound moved slowly around their campsite, circling the tents. Something heavy but not human was pacing. Ryan peeked out, and his heart nearly stopped. There, at the edge of the clearing, were 2 figures, tall, thin, impossibly elongated, limbs bent at angles that should have been impossible. Their faces were featureless, pale, and glistening faintly in the moonlight. They didn't move toward the tents, but they didn't need to. The sense of being watched was enough. The friends huddled in their tents, too terrified to speak, as the sounds moved around them. Dragging, snapping, whispering, the forest itself seemed alive with malevolence. Every time they tried to sleep, a shadow would flicker past the tent, just out of view. By morning, the clearing looked subtly changed. The ground was disturbed. Deep clawed prints encircled the tents, and branches were snapped and bent in strange, deliberate patterns. The forest seemed to have rearranged itself overnight. They packed as quickly as possible and started hiking back. Every time they turned a corner, shadows seemed to flicker at the edge of their vision. Rustling followed them even where there was no trail. At one point, Ryan tripped over a root and fell. When he looked up, a tall figure stood silently in the distance, watching, before dissolving into the trees. By the time they reached the car, they were shaken, silent, and unwilling to look back. The forest had claimed their peace, leaving only fear and unease in its wake. Weeks later, Emily went missing during a solo hike in a nearby section of the forest. Search parties found only her backpack, torn and abandoned near a creek. No footprints, no signs of struggle, only the eerie silence that had haunted their first camping trip. Ryan and Matt never camped again. They rarely spoke of the night in the Hoosier National Forest, but sometimes late at night they could still hear faint whispers on the wind, calling names, reminding them that the forest was patient and that whatever had watched them that weekend was still out there, waiting. Years later, hikers in the area reported strange sightings, tall, thin figures glimpsed between the trees, moving in jerky, unnatural ways, leaving deep-clawed footprints and disturbing the earth in ways that seemed intentional. No one knew why these beings lingered, but everyone who saw them knew the same thing. The forest doesn't forget. Story the end. The road into Black Fir Forest was barely a road at all, just two worn tire tracks carved through knee-high grass and mud. My brother Jason insisted we take his old Chevy Blazer instead of my sedan. "We're camping, not going to a hotel," he joked, tapping the cracked dashboard like the ancient truck was a loyal dog. I hadn't been camping in years. Work kept me indoors too often, and Jason said the same. 3 days, he told me, just 3 days to reset. That was the plan. Just 3 uncomplicated days. But the minute we drove under the towering firs, I felt it. Something thick in the air, something wrong. The trees seemed to swallow sound, leaving only the hum of the engine. No birds, no insects, not even wind. A silence so unnatural it pressed against your ears. We followed the forest map Jason printed from some hiking forum, turning off onto an unmarked dirt path barely visible between the brush. "This spot here," he said, pointing to a dot on the paper. "A few people said it's amazing, quiet, secluded, great fishing nearby." No one mentioned anything else. We found the clearing just before sunset. It was a wide space with soft moss instead of grass, surrounded by firs so tall their tops disappeared into the fading light. It felt isolated in a way that wasn't peaceful, more like being watched from every direction. But Jason didn't seem bothered. He jumped out, stretched, and breathed in deeply. "Man, this air feels good." It didn't feel good to me. It felt heavy, wet, thick. Still, I helped unpack. We pitched the tent, set up chairs, collected fallen branches for a fire. The sun was sinking fast, painting the trees gold before slipping away entirely. By the time the fire was crackling, the forest had gone pitch black, except for the flames licking upward. "You ever been somewhere this quiet?" I asked. Jason poked the fire with a stick. "Nice, isn't it?" "No," I said firmly. "It's not." He laughed, but his eyes shifted to the trees, lingering there a moment too long. We ate canned soup, swapped stories, tried to treat the night like any other camping trip. The flames made odd shadows dance across the tree trunks, stretching into strange shapes that swayed and snapped back like rubber bands. Then the sound came. A soft scraping noise, far off at first, like something dragging over rough earth. We both heard it. Jason paused mid-sentence. "What was that?" He whispered. I turned, flashlight in hand. The beam cut through smoke but revealed nothing. Just trees. A wall of them. "Probably a deer," Jason said, but he didn't believe it. I could hear it in his voice. The scraping stopped. "I'm sure it's fine," he muttered, but I kept hearing it in my head long after. We turned in early. The tent felt cramped and flimsy, the thin nylon between us and whatever was out there. The forest remained deathly silent. Even the fire popping outside sounded nervous, like it wanted to burn faster so it could be done. Around 1:17 a.m., according to my watch, I woke to a noise right behind the tent wall. Crunch. Then another. Slow footsteps. My breath caught. I didn't move. Jason slept beside me, snoring lightly. The footsteps circled the tent once, twice, 3 times, and then stopped directly behind my head. I held my breath until my lungs hurt. Something exhaled against the nylon. A hot, moist breath that pressed the fabric inward for a fraction of a second. I froze. I couldn't scream. Couldn't even shake Jason awake. I lay there praying it would leave. It didn't. A long finger, at least it felt like a finger from the shape, pressed into the tent wall, sliding slowly downward, tracing along the fabric above my shoulder. The pressure traveled inch by inch, dragging around the outline of my body as if mapping me. Then it disappeared. The footsteps retreated, carefully, like whatever it was walked on its toes. I stayed awake until morning. When Jason woke, I told him everything. He frowned, grabbed his boots, and stepped outside. I followed reluctantly. That's when we saw the prints. Not animal prints. Not human prints. Bare feet. Long, narrow, with deep indentations at the toes, but almost none at the heel. Like something walked by, pushing itself forward unnaturally. The tracks circled the tent multiple times. Jason's face drained of color. "What the hell?" We argued about leaving. Jason said we needed to stay calm. I said calm didn't apply anymore. But we'd hiked the entire day before and didn't know this forest well. Leaving at that moment could get us lost, hurt, or stranded. "We'll leave first thing tomorrow," he finally said. I hated it, but I agreed. Leaving at night seemed worse. We tried to make the day normal, hiking, fishing, exploring streams, but the silence followed us. The deeper we went, the more oppressive everything felt, like the trees were leaning in, listening. Around noon, we stumbled upon something unnatural. In a small clearing arranged in a perfect circle were piles of stones, maybe a dozen, each one topped with bones. Tiny bones, small enough to be from squirrels or rabbits, but arranged with disturbing precision. Jason bent down to inspect one. I grabbed his shoulder. "Don't touch it." He backed away. The prints were there too, barefoot, long. Leading in, we left quickly. By dusk, paranoia was chewing at both of us. Every sound made us jump. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling. And then, right as we reached our campsite, Jason stopped dead. The stones near our fire pit, our own stones, had been arranged into a small circle too. We hadn't done that. We didn't cook dinner. We didn't talk. We sat backs to the fire, facing the woods, clutching our flashlights, waiting for night to swallow us. It didn't take long. Around 10 p.m., the scraping returned. Not distant. Close. Very close. Jason whispered, "It's walking around us." I heard it too, the same slow, dragging step. Then a second set of steps, then a third. Multiple. They circled the campsite deliberately, like measuring, calculating. Jason raised his flashlight and pointed it just beyond the firelight. Something shifted behind a tree. Tall, thin, wrong. We both saw it. Our flashlights trembled in our hands. The figure moved, slowly, gracefully, its limbs too long, its body hunched as though its spine curved forward. It leaned out just enough for us to see the texture of its skin, dark, earthy, cracked like old bark. It had no hair, just a long head, slightly tilted, studying us from a distance. Then, another figure appeared behind it, and another. 3, 4, 5. All standing motionless, watching. Jason grabbed my arm. "We're leaving now. We didn't pack anything. We ran to the truck, fumbling the keys, throwing ourselves inside." Jason shoved the key into the ignition, turned it. Nothing. Again. Nothing. The figures began moving toward us, slow, deliberate steps. "Come on! Come on!" Jason yelled, slamming his palm against the wheel. On the fourth turn, the engine roared to life. He floored it. The truck bounced violently down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, shadows moved between the trees, keeping pace far longer than anything should have been able to. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the forest spat us out onto the paved highway. Jason didn't stop until we hit a gas station miles away. Inside the restroom, he splashed water on his face and stared at his reflection. "You saw them, right?" he asked. I nodded. He swallowed hard. "Good, because I thought maybe I was losing it." Neither of us mentioned the figures we'd glimpsed near the tree line when we pulled out of the gas station, or how one of them stood just close enough to the light to reveal those same cracked bark-like features, or how its long fingers twitched like it was memorizing the shape of the truck. We drove straight home, both of us checking the mirrors until sunrise. It's been months. Jason refuses to talk about it anymore. He quit his job, moved to another state, says he needed a fresh start. But here's the part I haven't told him. 2 nights ago, as I walked from my car to the front door, I heard a slow, dragging step behind me. I turned, expecting nothing. Instead, standing at the edge of the streetlight's glow was a tall, thin silhouette, unmoving, watching. Just like before, I froze until it slipped back into the dark. They followed us home. They watched us escape. And now they're waiting. Story the end. The first thing I remember about that trip was how unbelievably quiet the woods were. Not peaceful quiet. Unnerving quiet. The kind that settles into your bones and makes your instincts whisper that something is very, very wrong. My brother Matt had picked the place, Ridgetop Preserve in northern Colorado. A huge, sprawling forest that barely anyone visited anymore because newer, nicer campgrounds had been built closer to the highway. Ridgetop was old school, unpaved roads, miles of untouched timberland, strange local legends, and only one ranger on duty most afternoons. But it was cheap, remote, and supposedly beautiful, perfect for a long weekend, or so we thought. We left early Friday morning with our friend group, me, Matt, his girlfriend Laura, and our buddy Shane. The drive took almost 8 hours. The closer we got, the fewer cars we saw. The last hour was just gravel road and pine trees on either side, dense as a wall. When we reached the entrance sign, it was cracked, faded, leaning like something had tried to pull it down. Matt made some joke about rustic charm, but None of us laughed. The ranger station was empty when we arrived. Just an old wooden shack with a map, a sign-in sheet, and a bell that didn't ring when you pressed it. A handwritten note said, "If I'm not here, pick a spot and check in later. Ranger Holloway." We shrugged, signed our names, and headed up the long dirt trail into the woods. We picked campsite number 12, the furthest one from the parking area, right near a creek. It was oddly spacious, larger than most campgrounds we'd seen, like someone had cleared too much forest for it years ago, and nature never fully reclaimed it. The tree line surrounding it was dense, dark, and felt too close. The branches hung low, almost as if bending inward to listen. Still, we set up our tents, made a fire, and tried to enjoy the evening. Dinner was relaxed, and by the time the sky turned orange behind the treetops, we were laughing, roasting marshmallows, and finally beginning to enjoy ourselves. But even then, it felt like the forest was listening. As soon as the sun dipped completely, the whole atmosphere changed. The forest went dead silent. No crickets, no frogs, no wind, no rustling, just nothing. We all noticed it, and no one liked it. "Probably predators nearby," Shane said, though he didn't sound confident. We went into our tents around 11 p.m. I shared one with Matt, the others paired up. I fell asleep easily, but woke up about 2 hours later to a sound I still can't forget. A soft, deliberate footstep, then another, and another. Slow, heavy, circling the campsite. I nudged Matt awake. He blinked groggily, but when the next step came, his eyes snapped open. "Shit," he whispered. We listened, frozen, while the steps circled tighter and tighter, crunching dry needles underfoot. They stopped right outside our tent. A shadow passed across the thin fabric. Tall, human-shaped. But wrong. The silhouette was stretched, elongated, with shoulders too high and arms too long. The shape lingered for a solid 10 seconds. Then very slowly it bent forward, pressing its face against the tent wall from the outside. I saw the outline of its head, neck, and shoulders. I saw the way it tilted its head like it was listening to us breathe. Matt slapped a hand over my mouth because he knew I was about to scream. We waited, barely breathing. The thing didn't move at first. Then it straightened up, the shadow stretching tall again. Then footsteps resumed, slow, measured, and it walked away. Matt whispered, "Don't go outside." Not until morning. We didn't sleep. Neither did the others. We learned later they'd heard it too. When the sun finally rose, we crawled out of our tents like survivors after a storm. The first thing we noticed was the footprints. Dozens of them. Bare feet. Human-like. But huge, at least 16 inches long. And the toes were too long, too spread apart, like they were grasping as they stepped. They circled our campsite again and again. Laura started crying quietly. We packed up quickly, deciding to hike back to the ranger station and maybe leave the park entirely. But as we started down the trail, we heard a voice calling behind us. "Morning." A man emerged from the trees wearing a ranger uniform. Middle-aged, bearded, dirty boots, tired eyes. He waved as he approached. "Sorry I missed you yesterday. I'm Holloway." We told him about the footprints, the noises, the silhouette. He listened, his expression unreadable, then sighed. "You probably saw a moose." A moose. None of us believed that. But when we insisted the prints were bare feet, he stiffened, just slightly. "Don't wander off trail," he warned. "These woods get disorienting fast." There was something off about him, something he wasn't saying. Still, he walked us back to our campsite, looked around briefly, and said, "Tracks wash away fast around here. Be careful." Then, without another word, he vanished back into the woods. We decided to stay one more night, purely because none of us wanted to hike out after a poor night's sleep. We'd leave first thing in the morning. That was the biggest mistake of the trip. That evening, the forest was even quieter, completely still, no breeze. The fire barely flickered. It felt like the world was holding its breath. Around dusk, while collecting kindling, Shane found something by the creek. A shoe, a hiking boot, half buried in mud, weathered, torn, and definitely too old to be anyone's from our group. Inside it was a sock. Inside the sock, toes. We all backed up fast. It was impossible not to see the truth now. Something was hunting out there. Something not natural. We wanted to leave immediately, but it was already getting dark, and hiking that trail at night without lights and with something stalking us felt suicidal. We packed everything tightly, put out the fire, and prepared to wait out the night in one tent together. Safety in numbers, but the forest had different plans. Around midnight, we heard breathing. Not from the tents, outside. Heavy, low, dragging in and out like something that had to remind itself how to mimic human lungs. It walked around us again, soft, deliberate crunches. Then it whispered. Not words, not language, just a sound, mimicking human whispering, like it had heard people do it and was trying to imitate it. Laura began crying silently. The footsteps circled closer, closer, closer. Then something brushed the tent fabric again. Fingers, long enough to drag from one side of the tent to the other in a single motion. We held each other, trying not to move, not to breathe, not to exist. Hours passed like that. Then, snap. A branch cracked somewhere behind the tent. Then another. Then something heavy fell, like a body dropping. Silence. Total silence. We waited until morning. When we crawled out, the first thing we saw was blood, a long smear of it leading from the tree line to the center of the clearing. And there, lying in the middle, was Ranger Holloway's hat. Crushed, bloody, and beside it a trail of enormous footprints leading into the trees. We didn't bother packing. We ran. We sprinted down the trail for over an hour, lungs burning, legs shaking, until we burst out at the ranger station. But the station was destroyed. Door torn off its hinges, papers strewn everywhere, furniture shattered, no sign of Holloway. We got in the car and drove without stopping until we hit the next town. We told the police, but they barely searched. They said the ranger probably got hurt by wildlife, that we imagined the rest. That panic can make the mind do strange things. But we knew. We knew what we saw, what hunted us. A few weeks later, a news story appeared online. Ranger missing at Ridgetop Preserve. Investigation ongoing. They never found him. But sometimes when I'm outside at night, alone, I swear I hear that same breathing behind me. Slow, heavy, deliberate. And I know it remembers us. Just like the forest remembers everyone who wanders into it. And some things out there don't stop hunting once they've chosen their prey. Story the end. The first time I heard about Pine Hollow was from my uncle, a grizzled man who ran a small bait and tackle shop outside of Asheville. He didn't talk much about the place, just a warning. People disappear there. Don't go alone. Don't go after dark. Of course, that's exactly why I decided to go. It was mid-October, the leaves a firestorm of red and orange. I drove my old pickup north through winding back roads until the asphalt ran out and the road became dirt, dusty and pocked with potholes. My map ended at the last intersection, and after that it was just forest, thick and endless. The trailhead was barely visible, a wooden post leaning at a 45-degree angle with Pine Hollow carved into it so faintly the letters were almost illegible. My GPS had been useless for miles. I parked the truck, grabbed my pack, and started up the path. The forest was silent. Not the pleasant, woodland kind of silence where you can hear the wind rustle leaves or a squirrel scurry. This silence pressed against my ears, thick and unnatural. My boots crunched over dry leaves, the sound swallowed instantly by the air around me. About a mile in, I came across the first sign that something was wrong. Footprints, too large, too elongated to be human, marched through the dirt, circling back on themselves as if whatever made them was pacing, waiting. I froze. They stopped abruptly near a fallen tree. No drag marks, no disturbance, just absence. I rationalized it as deer tracks or a trick of perspective, but unease settled like a stone in my gut. The clearing I had planned to camp in came just before sunset. It was perfect, flat ground, a small creek nearby, trees spaced enough to give some privacy without blocking the view. I set up my tent and gathered firewood. My hands shook slightly, though I tried to hide it behind a mask of focus. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest had gone dark. Not just dark, it felt alive. I lit a small fire and watched the flames dance, the shadows stretching unnaturally across the clearing. Then I heard it. A dragging sound, slow and methodical, coming from the tree line. My pulse spiked. I swung my flashlight toward the sound, illuminating nothing. But the movement continued, circling my clearing, too consistent to be a branch or fallen tree settling. Probably a raccoon, I muttered, though the voice didn't sound like mine. The dragging intensified, now accompanied by a low, wet thud. Something heavy sliding across the forest floor. I grabbed my knife and sat tense by the fire. Minutes stretched into an hour. Then I saw it, a figure just at the edge of the tree line. Tall, impossibly thin, with arms that reached near the ground. Its head tilted at an impossible angle. Its eyes, well, I'm not sure they were eyes, shone faintly in the firelight. I froze. The figure stepped closer. not walking but gliding. The drag sound followed it. Then another figure emerged behind it, and another. 5, then 7, forming a semicircle around the clearing. I backed toward the creek, hoping they wouldn't notice me. One of them cocked its head, then raised a long, spindly arm and pointed, straight at me. I bolted. I didn't even think about the creek, the rocks, the roots. I just ran. Branches slapped my face, bark scratched my arms, but I didn't care. Every instinct screamed to move faster. I didn't stop until I hit the road, half a mile away. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't slow down until the lights of my truck appeared. I slammed the door, locked it, and tried to start the engine. Nothing. The key turned, but the engine only coughed. Behind me, a low, wet, scraping sound traced the edge of the tree line. I could feel their gaze on me. Finally, the engine roared to life. I floored it, tearing down the dirt road, never looking back. Weeks later, I tried to tell people about Pine Hollow. My uncle just shook his head and told me to stay away. I checked online, maps, forums, records. There was nothing. No trail, no hollow, no mention of anyone camping in that area. But I know what I saw. And sometimes at night, when I'm alone in my apartment, I hear the faint drag of something moving just outside my window, circling, waiting. I've moved twice since that trip. Twice, and each time the drag comes, slowly, methodically, always circling, always patient, always waiting. I don't think I'll ever sleep alone again. Story the end. The forest along Blackwood Creek had always carried an uneasy reputation among locals. Stories of hikers vanishing, strange lights, and whispers in the night were common, but most dismissed them as folklore. That didn't stop 4 friends, Ryan, Chloe, Ben, and Emily, from planning a weekend getaway there. They drove from New Jersey, eager to escape their routines, unaware of the history that shrouded the dense Allegheny wilderness. They arrived late afternoon, the sun dipping behind the rolling hills. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rushing water from the creek, but a heavy stillness hung beneath the canopy. The friends set up tents in a small clearing near the water and built a fire. As darkness fell, the normal forest noises faded, replaced by an oppressive quiet that made every snap of a branch sound amplified. By 10 p.m., they had finished dinner. Emily suggested they call it a night. Ryan and Ben stayed near the fire while Chloe and Emily settled into their tents. The wind shifted unexpectedly, carrying a faint whisper through the trees. Ryan, the voice was soft, almost drowned by the river's murmur, but it sent a chill down Ryan's spine. He froze, scanning the tree line with his flashlight. Nothing moved, though shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally. Moments later, another whisper. Ryan, closer this time. Ben frowned, uneasy. Probably the wind messing with us, he muttered, though his voice betrayed doubt. Suddenly, a scratching sound erupted from the tree line, low, deliberate, almost intelligent. The friends exchanged terrified glances. Chloe unzipped her tent to see what was happening, and the moonlight revealed it, a figure standing between 2 trees. Tall, unnaturally thin, limbs elongated beyond human proportion, and pale skin that reflected the faint moonlight. It didn't move, but its presence seemed to press down on the clearing, heavy and unnatural. Ryan called out, his voice shaking. "Who's there?" No response, just a low, guttural hiss, and then silence. Heart pounding, the friends decided to flee. They scrambled to their gear, flashlights swinging wildly, racing through the undergrowth toward their car. Behind them, the forest seemed to shift, branches cracking and leaves rustling, yet no figure pursued them directly. By the time they reached the car, drenched in sweat and mud, the oppressive feeling lifted slightly. They sped away, glancing nervously in the rearview mirror. The trees looked ordinary now, but the memory of those eyes, glassy, hollow, and unhuman, lingered. The next morning, they returned to the clearing to retrieve what they had left behind. To their horror, enormous footprints, clawed and elongated, circled their campsite, then disappeared into the forest. They took photographs, each image confirming what they had seen. Something inhuman had been there. Weeks later, strange occurrences began. Ryan's phone picked up faint whispers when he was alone. Chloe dreamt of tall figures standing silently at the edge of her vision. Ben sometimes heard footsteps in his apartment, though he lived alone. Emily noticed shadows moving outside her window at night, always just beyond sight. Investigating the area, they discovered the forest had a long history of disappearances. Locals spoke of the Tall Watcher, a pale, elongated creature that stalks the woods, mimicking voices to lure people deeper until they vanish. None of the four return to Blackwood Creek. Yet sometimes, late at night, they hear soft whispers in the wind, their names almost calling them back to the forest. And they know that the Watcher is still there, waiting for the next careless camper. Story, the end. It was mid-November when Jake, Melissa, and Tyler decided to take a weekend camping trip in the Shawnee National Forest in southern Illinois. They wanted something quiet, remote, and untouched by the crowds. Jake had been an avid camper for years, and Melissa and Tyler were eager to experience a truly off-grid adventure. The forest, sprawling and thick with ancient oaks and hickories, seemed perfect. They arrived late Friday morning and parked at a small, barely visible trailhead. From there, they hiked roughly 3 miles along an overgrown path to a clearing Jake had scouted on a map. The clearing was small but flat, with a gentle slope leading down to a narrow creek. They set up 2 tents and gathered firewood, noting the eerie stillness of the forest. Unlike other areas they had camped in, the forest here felt watchful, almost too quiet. That first night, the usual sounds of nocturnal creatures were subdued, as if the animals themselves were holding their breath. They ate a modest dinner around a small fire and tried to laugh off the tension. But as darkness deepened, faint whispering carried on the wind. At first, they assumed it was each other joking or teasing, but the whispers seemed fragmented, disjointed, like multiple voices speaking at once. Around 11 p.m., Tyler noticed movement at the edge of the clearing. He pointed toward a patch of shadowy trees. "Do you see that?" he asked, voice low. Melissa squinted. "See what?" "A person or something," Tyler said. Jake laughed nervously. "There's nobody out here. We're miles from any trail. It's probably just the wind or a deer." But the whispering continued, rising and falling as though following them. It was impossible to ignore. The voices were calling names, sometimes softly, sometimes urgently. Jake, Tyler, Melissa. By 2 a.m., Jake woke to the sound of dragging, something heavy being pulled across the forest floor. He shook Tyler awake, whispering. The sound moved in a slow circle around their tents, and then paused directly beside Jake's tent. The dragging was followed by a soft, wet thump like something landing heavily on the ground. Melissa woke too, eyes wide with fear. From her tent, she glimpsed a shadow that didn't belong to any tree. It was tall, thin, almost skeletal, its limbs unnaturally long and bent at impossible angles. It didn't move toward them, but lingered at the edge of the clearing, watching. Every instinct screamed danger. They stayed huddled together, listening as the sounds circled the campsite for hours. Eventually, exhaustion overtook fear, but not sleep. The forest's presence was too oppressive to rest fully. At first light, they ventured out cautiously. The clearing had been disturbed. Claw-like footprints circled the tents, deep and elongated, leading into the forest where no trail existed. Branches were broken at odd angles, as if something had moved through them without concern for stealth. They packed quickly, moving through the forest with heightened awareness. The trees seemed alive, shadows shifting unnaturally, whispering just beyond hearing. Occasionally, Tyler would glimpse a tall, thin figure slipping between the trunks, vanishing when directly looked at. When they finally reached their car and drove away, the relief was palpable, but it was short-lived. Weeks later, local hikers reported seeing similar figures in the forest, tall, thin, faceless, and impossibly fast. They left strange arrangements of sticks and rocks, sometimes in circles, sometimes in patterns that suggested watching, waiting. Months later, Jake received a message from Melissa. She had gone camping alone in a different area of the forest, thinking she could confront her fears. Her message ended abruptly. "I think they know." She was never heard from again. Jake and Tyler stopped camping entirely. The memories of that weekend, the whispers, the dragging sounds, and the tall, thin figures stayed with them. Both of them still wake at night, heart racing, hearing faint, impossible whispers in the wind, reminding them that the forest is patient, that it remembers, and that it never forgets those who trespass into its shadows. Story the end.